Oh, hello folks, you kind of surprised me there. It's been a while since I last did an Affro's Curiosities video, and as you can see there's been a couple of changes, mainly being that I am on camera. You can see my ugly mug, so you'll be seeing more of me from now on. But enough about that, let's get into the meat and potatoes of the video, because a lot of you wanted to see a particular game come back for a more in-depth analysis. And the game in question is this one. This, folks, is Fighting Vipers. For those of you who are new here, back in May 2019 I released my 10 Sega Saturn games video, and in it I briefly covered Fighting Vipers. Most people didn't know about the game and liked what I showed. They wanted me to see if I could cover the game in more detail later on. Well, today is that day. I hope this video satisfies your curious nature. Hello folks, it's really cool to see that a lot of you took interest in Fighting Vipers, especially considering that I only featured the game for about 5 or so minutes, so it's nice to know that even the forgotten games can get attention if shown in the right manner. Anyway, let's turn on the Sega Saturn and see what this game has to offer. Let's start off with some history. In 1995, Sega wanted to target the Western audience more than ever, and because fighting games were very successful at this time, the Sega AM2 division decided to take that challenge, use the feedback gathered regarding Virtua Fighter's ring out and other criticisms, and make a brand new game. Apparently, Fighting Vipers was first shown off at the Jammer Show in 1995, with all the main characters playable, even though the game itself was still not complete. The characters apparently did not have all their moves yet. And if you're wondering what Jammer is, think of it as the Japanese version of what we call E3 over here. Sega reused the Virtua Fighter 2 engine, but they added in wars, changed the fighting style, upped the speed and the ability to break characters' armor. The whole game was made on Sega's Model 2 hardware for the arcade version. Unfortunately for Sega, the arcade version didn't do the numbers despite most critics giving the game a positive review. When the team decided to port the game to the Saturn, the console was not as powerful as the Model 2 hardware, and as we all know, developing anything on the Sega Saturn was difficult due to the complexity of the hardware. When Sega's AM2 division decided to port this game to the Saturn, the programming team consisted of 15 people, some of whom who worked on the Sega Saturn version of Virtua Fighter 2, and some of whom who worked on the arcade version of Fighting Vipers. Now, when these people tried to bring all the features of the arcade version to the Sega Saturn version, the team ran into a couple of issues. Work on the conversion began in early 1996 and would take around 8 months to complete. The team's main issue was recreating the barriers, as they anticipated this would be the most difficult part to accomplish on the Sega Saturn hardware. The armor and walls in the game were all made up of polygons in the arcade version of the game. The team had to somehow reduce the polygon count without making the elements look awful. To try and compensate for the lower polygon counts on the characters, a new form of dynamic lighting incorporating Gerudo shading was added to the Saturn version. However, to make the effect work well and keep the speed of the game as high as possible, the high resolution mode of the Saturn was not used and instead was rendered in interlaced mode, as you can see here. Luckily for Sega, the Saturn port sold extremely well, and once more critical reception of the game was very positive. Some even said that Fighting Vipers was better than Virtua Fighter. You guys can decide if that's true or not in the comment section below. Just some other quirks before we move on. One of the programmers decided as a joke to include Sonic and Tails fighting each other during development. Amazingly, Yu Suzuki, the producer for Fighting Vipers, decided to make a Sonic fighting game a reality, and yes, you guessed it, Sonic the Fighters was made. And yes, it uses a modified version of the Fighting Vipers engine. That, to me, that's just odd. I mean, who on earth in that development team thought that was a good idea? Other weird changes made to the Saturn port of Fighting Vipers included changing honey to candy in Western versions of the game, and only including Pepsi Man in the Japanese version of the game. Why? I like Pepsi though! I believe the licensing of Pepsi in Japan was why Pepsi Man was omitted. Alright, I think that's about everything, so let's move on to the gameplay and features.
Fighting Vipers.
When we first start the game, the title screen pops up, but if we leave it alone, we get a cutscene. Oh yes, the cutscene does what any old 1990s cutscene does, shows all 8 characters and gives you some idea of their backstories with some pretty cool music in the background. Oh, and here the manual has more detailed backstories on the characters. I do miss the days when the manual had a lot of very interesting information on it, especially regarding character backstories and even movesets. At the main menu, you can see that the game has quite a few modes outside the usual arcade and versus modes. There's a playback mode for if you save a replay of a fight. There's the team battle mode, and there's the training mode, which is now standard in virtually every fighting game. Going to the arcade mode, there's all 8 characters as discussed before. There's Grace, Barn, Raxel, Tokyo, Sandman, Jane, Candy, and Picky. They all have different moves to master, different fighting styles and combinations that you, the player, will have to figure out. Get it? Wink wink training mode, that's what it's there for. You can even change the arcade settings by hitting the R button. Now, here you can change the round time, round limit, and so on. However, I simply don't get this part here where it says you can change the modes from original, arrange, and hyper. I've tried to no avail to find out exactly what any of these mean, so if anyone knows exactly what these mean in the comment section below, please tell me, because for the life of me, I can't figure it out. When you finally start playing the game, it's clear it's based on Virtua Fighter 2. The control layout is the same, which is to say there is a punch button, a kick button, a grab button, and a button for blocking attacks. The other 2 buttons on the Saturn allow for some alternative attacks to get pulled off, or allow for heavy attacks without needing a combination of buttons to pull them off. I actually love the controls here. They feel snappier than Virtua Fighter 2, and they feel more natural, as stated before. Because the arenas are enclosed, this changes up the gameplay style. Of course you can bounce on or off walls, allowing players to continually wail on their foes in mid-air, inflicting more damage that was not possible before. I also love how you can recover in mid-air from certain attacks and hit your opponent when they least expect it. I especially love bouncing off the wall and kicking my opponent away before charging at them, hitting the grab button to do a headbutt, then sweep kicking them to stun them. There's a variety of ways you can attack your foes. You can actually sidestep in this game, but I never figured out how to do it reliably. Oh, and I forgot to mention, if you do a strong enough attack at the end of each round, you can blast your foes through walls or have other things happen to them, such as this, or this, or even hang off the wall. This game really has a lot of detail in this regard. What sets this game apart from any other fighting game, of course, is the armor. By the character's health bar, you can see a human-shaped figure with color-coded bars. If it flashes green, that means the armor piece in question is damaged and can break. If it does, the part that breaks will turn red and shatter. If it does shatter, the camera angles will change around 2 or 3 times at a random angle and speed. I love when this occurs. It is a lot of fun to see, and I always shouted "wow" or "oh" when it occurs. It is very satisfying, that is for certain. When the armor does come off, any area that's exposed will allow you to inflict more damage at that specific area. This can add pressure early on, because if the armor comes off early on in a round, it will stay that way until all the rounds have been done. If you want to add pressure onto your opponent, this is the best way to do it. In fighting Vipers, you will always fight in 9 stages, and the final boss will always be a man called BM, who can be unlocked in a weaker form, who is renamed Myla. BM is very powerful. He can soak up hits, he can deflect your attacks easily, and has grabs that are hard to avoid. His blocking skills are just unbelievable. At times, simply landing a hit on him can be a chore. All of this on the normal difficulty, by the way. I would hate to think what he would be like to face on the harder difficulties. When you do win, you gain access to 2 new characters exclusive to the Sega Saturn port, Marla and the strange bear called Kuma-chan. It's a bear which barely animates and uses Sandman's moves. Got to say, it's really funny watching this character fight. I love it. Alright, let's move on to the style, graphics and sound. I really like the more western look of the game. It's very colourful, vibrant, and because the characters are all young, the clothing and environmental aesthetics reflect this too. There's graffiti on walls, places have a lot of colour to them, and the attitude from the lively characters also help establish this fact as well. It doesn't get on your nerves because the characters aren't yelling at high-pitched voices 24/7 or aren't constantly talking all the time. I also love the fighting moves too, and the animations are first class. Almost everything looks and runs smoothly in action, and even the grab animations look realistic and great. There's none of that odd jerkiness that a lot of fighting games did have back then when the transition of the grab occurs. It just looks part of the action, and I love that. I do like the graphics on show here, but sadly, unlike Virtua Fighter 2, this game runs in a much lower resolution and has interlacing, and it's pretty obvious when you watch the game in action. Sadly, because of this fact, combining these 2 aspects makes the game look all fuzzy and somewhat blurry compared to Virtua Fighter 2. It's a real shame here because the game easily could have looked more detailed and sharper. But the main issue for this reason is of course the Sega Saturn itself. As most of you know, the Sega Saturn is extremely hard to program for, and Sega's AM2 division felt this firsthand when they tried to add in features to the Sega Saturn version of Fighting Vipers. Now, to keep the game above 60 FPS and looking decent, they added in Gerudo shading, and they had to use the interlaced mode instead of the high resolution mode. Thankfully for Sega's AM2 division, their decisions allowed the game to play superbly as a result. Now, let's talk about the sound effects. The atmosphere is always different on each round. I mean, just listen for yourself. This helps give every stage a unique feel and helps you stay invested as you fight to the death. Well, not literally, but anyway. The punching, kicking, and armor sound effects are all great too. All of them have a great punch to them, and they always sound satisfying to hear. It makes you stay focused on the match, but also allows you to enjoy giving your foes a good beatdown for good measure. Finally, let's talk about the music. I really like it. I mean, okay, it's simple in its composition and it's definitely Sega, of course. Mind you, the music here is very catchy, plus it helps elevate the excitement to the next level. There's a mixture of musical styles here, such as rock, heavy metal, or even pop-like music. Whatever the case, the music really does capture the mood of each stage. I especially love the final theme stage, as it reminds you this is the last stage before you can claim your prize as a fighting viper. I really like the second stage theme as well. It just sounds very cool yet urgent at the same time. It's a very compelling piece. In truth though, all the music in this game reminds you of its arcade origins, and that is a-okay with me. It is definitely one of the best aspects of the game, in my opinion. Okay folks, now that I've done all that, it's time to see what the game is really like. So brace yourself, I played as many characters as I possibly could, and I played through the game multiple times to make sure that I didn't miss a single thing. Now then, let's see how I did with the characters in question, and find out what it's like to really play Fighting Vipers. After some deliberation, I decided to choose Candy first. She's a really cool character. I love her kicks and she is pretty fast too. Her punches hardly miss due to the motion of them hitting opponents in the lower regions as opposed to the high, forcing your foes to block them. I must mention that her charging attacks are just, well... Anyhow, on to stage 1. Jane is a butch and muscled character. She tried to get into the Navy, but her temper was what caused her to fail that. However, this is the first round, so I did not expect much of a challenge. I will say Jane really gave me a good battle from the second round onwards. She almost got me. My slowed down approach was what saved me, however. In the last fight, I successfully broke her top armor off. After that, well, she didn't have a chance. Not bad for the first fight. Apparently, Vaughn is a 17-year-old high school student. What? No way. 17? Look at this, folks. There is no way this man is 17 years old. Video game, 17-year-olds don't look like that. Anyway, he has come to find and fight his father, who abandoned him and his mother from when he was very young. Sadly for the old barn, he was simply no match for me. No wonder his father left him, The little sod can't even put up a decent fight. I pretty much dominated the fight from start to finish. The last round was good, however. Bar nearly, and I mean nearly, beat me, but nope, not quite. Ah well, next round. Grace is a former skater who wanted to go into the professional side, but her lover and mentor sadly betrayed her, and now she's looking to get back on her feet. No, actually, I must say, what I just said there was pretty harsh. It's a good thing she can kick butt. While Grace can sure kick ass, sadly for her, she met me, meaning she has no real chance of defeating me. Yes, Grace can't really get going, and now her attempt to get her career back on track has backfired in a spectacular manner. Don't worry though folks, she will return soon enough. Wait and see. Picky is pretty much what you think he is. A stereotypical skateboarder who, well, loves skateboarding. Ugh, come on Sega. You could have made him more interesting and likeable. He's not just your average skateboarding punk, you know. Turns out, he skates to impress his lover, but ended up leaving her for candy. Oh no. Time to teach this punk a lesson in pain, baby. Yeah, Picky has failed to impress me, leaving his lover for us, hey? Big mistake, my friend. You see, I whooped his behind real good. That'll show the no-gooder why you don't crush on candy. This 16-year-old was once the leader of a motorcycle gang, but left when he caused the death of a gang member from another clan. He is seeking a new challenge and wants some thrills. If he wants thrills, then he'll get some. In pain, that is! No, sorry. No offense, but this guy looks like trouble. So, I'm going to deal with him the only way possible. Fighting him, baby. The fight is even at times, but just as before, my skills and aggression definitely swung the fight in my favour. It is funny how this sod wanted a fight yet can't deliver when fighting me. Guess his tough guy exterior was just for show. As I always say, no bite, no point. Don't show up and move out of my way. Now, since I won, where's that jam donut? There is absolutely nothing to know about this man at all. Well, other than he likes scooters and that his birthday is on March the 3rd. If this man has no purpose being here, then why did you include him? If he has no purpose, then he must disappear! Oh wow, okay. This guy is giving me a good beating. He's rolling me like a bowling ball. He's wrecking me. And countering everything I do. This guy plays too well to be just a nobody. He may have me on the ropes, but remember, I take no prisoners alive in this court. After changing tactics and carefully choosing my time to strike, I finally get the upper hand. Then, well, he was a worthy opponent, but once again, he was a letdown at the final hurdle. My clone has come out to play, I see. Well, if she wants to see what the original is capable of, then bring it! Oh, what a pity. I destroy her in every match. I even kicked her ass through the glass. That'll teach you for messing with me, sister. This is why you cannot compare to me. Besides, I was the one that won all the money all those years ago. Remember? No? Well, it doesn't matter because I'm a winner! Raxor is the lead singer and guitarist in his own band. Possibly it's called the Kiss ripoff. I mean, look at him. He looks like a Kiss member. Anyway, he's in the tournament because he wants to become famous and a rich mother trucker. For the record here, jam donuts are rich and you don't see me boasting about them. I'll give Raxor credit. He was no pushover. A noble fighter with a guitar. Well, a cool guitar to be fair. In any case, I had to work very hard to win, and although he almost beat me, I still ended this man's dream of becoming a rock star. Allow me to take the fame instead. I wonder how many ham sandwiches I could possibly buy when I'm famous. Well folks, here we are. This is the boss, BM, also known as Mailer, but OP as hell. He is a very tough foe. His attacks are lethal, he can pull combos out of thin air, and the grabs he does almost seem unblockable at times. Because he does them so quickly too, even dodging the grabs seem at times impossible. The first round was an easy victory for me. But BM then showed his true colours afterwards. He's a lean, mean fighting machine. He will constantly make you curse as you fight. In my case, you sod! Oh, fuzz off! Blast! Holy mackerel! I blame the jam donuts on this. I did manage to win, just however, and it was super sweet indeed. With that concluded, I then got to see highlights of all my fights with screenshots of what Candy did after the tournament. It's nothing amazing, but it's better than just the credits I suppose. I will admit though, the highlights of me finishing off my opponents is pretty satisfying, so that was a good thing Sega did. Now that you saw what you saw, I will tell you exactly how I did with some of the other characters I used, but in a brief manner. Ready? Here we go. Righty ho, here is Grace, the roller skater lady. I'm looking forward to seeing how well I do with her. As to not repeat myself countless times, I'll sum it up in a shorter time frame. Overall, I felt Grace was a character that, while really skilled and powerful, she was much harder to control than Candy. The reason being is that Candy's moveset is pretty easy to figure out, whereas Grace is more complicated and requires more skill to get the best out of her. With that being said, I had a lot of fun trying her out, and I feel her low sweeping kick was my most used move on my enemies. I had some luck pulling off some of her combos, and I love her punches that seem to never stop. She has some serious stamina to do that. However, I almost gave up on the boss battle with BM as I struggled to beat him. He constantly whooped my ass and I was unable to beat him for the longest time. In the end, I did not give up, and after what felt like an eternity, I prevailed. Now, who is my next character to use, I wonder?
great wins.
Marla was missing some basic parry moves which would help counter weaker moves, and his defense seemed to be on par with everyone else's. Of course, Sega's AM2 division had to weaken him somehow, and they chose to do that, so I didn't really get a lot of moves out of Marla. Whether that's intentional or me not really experimenting that much, I have no idea. One thing is for sure, however, this man is strong, very strong. He is a tank, and his moves deal massive damage when they actually work. Of course, Marla is a gimped version of BM, so I felt I got knocked down more than any other character. Still, it was great to smash and beat everyone up. I even showed BM a thing or two when he tried to end me. I do like this guy, I just need a lot more practice, but when I do get the practice, I will be colossally strong and I will dominate anyone who gets in my way. Kuma-chan is this weird bear that barely animates. I just love it. How often can you say I got beaten up by a non-animating bear? I find that brilliant. No, but seriously, in all seriousness, Kuma-chan was a lot of fun to use, and even when I was losing the matches, it was still funny. I mean, come on, look at this. How can you not laugh at that? It was absolutely fantastic. Yes, I'm a child, so what? The move where he jumps in the air and body slams the opponent reminded me of that scene in Ed, Edd and Eddy. Oh, sorry, back on track. Kuma-chan has the same moveset as Sandman, and to be fair, it's not bad at all. Slow and exposing at times? Sure, but powerful? Absolutely! The moveset also covers a lot of ground, which helps pin the opponents. I love when Kuma-chan's armor breaks. He turns into a smaller bear, which makes no sense. Maybe he's becoming less of a bear? I do not know. The ending for this bear is great. I mean, just look at these scenes. He can't stop smiling though. He has smile-itis. Maybe he's happy he beat everyone up? We will never know. What we have here, folks, is a 3D fighting game that needs to be revived. Fighting Vipers was a lot of fun, and although there's not a lot of variety, what is presented here is top notch and worth hunting a copy for yourself. The game is full of great, refined action and will keep you coming back for more. The fights are rewarding, blasting the armor off is very satisfying, and did I mention knocking people through walls is awesome too? Sega's AM2 division outdid themselves with this game. They turned a struggling arcade game into a bestseller on the Sega Saturn. Yes, the game could look a bit better and we should have had Pepsi Man like the Japanese version, but never mind. This is still worthwhile. Well folks, hopefully that deeper look into Fighting Vipers was well worth it. Now, if you guys are still on the fence about getting a Sega Saturn just for this game here, I say it's well worth it. There's a decent amount of features, the fighting is great, and the history behind the game was really cool as well. Not to mention that having a non-animated bear in the game to fight or fight against was absolutely bloody great and hilarious. And if you can get the Japanese version, you get to play as Pepsi Man! Yeah, I know, sorry. Anyhow folks, let me know your thoughts on this video and, more importantly, what you thought of that deeper look into Fighting Vipers. Until then folks, hopefully you've enjoyed my comeback video, and until next time, I will see you later. Well, It's been 20 years since I last owned the PS1 disc I'm about to cover today. Equally, it's also been 20 years since I last experienced this disc firsthand in my childhood. Well folks, I've wanted to talk about this for a very, very long time, but the day has finally come. Welcome to my look back at Demo 1 version 5. Oh man, what a time to be alive. In 1997, my 4-year-old self experienced playing on this grey box. To me, I thought it was nothing more than a gigantic toy. What I didn't know, however, was the grey box was the PlayStation, a video game console that forever changed the industry as we know it. It put Sega to bed, made a mockery of Nintendo, and sold by the bucket load. Anyway, back to the story. In 1997, I played a disc called Demo 1 version 5. I was only 4, so my experiences probably were either I died a lot in games or I simply just messed about. The disc introduced me to many games that luckily I would be able to play much later on in my lifetime. When I got my own PlayStation in December 1998, this, Cool Borders 2 and Gran Turismo were the first 3 games I ever owned for the system. Now the 3 are reunited as they should have been all those years ago. I had the demo disc until 1999 when inexplicably I ended up losing it and I never thought to replace it. Until now, that is. Now that I've got the demo disc back and my original PlayStation, now is the best time to finally cover the Demo 1 version 5 disc. So join me as we go through all of the games, all of the extras and all the features that made this demo tick all those years ago. When we first pop in the disc, we get this awesome introduction to the demo disc. Once we get to the main menu, we have a few options to choose from. Games, VCD, tech, and movies. The games are just that, games. We have quite a few in this demo disc and all of them are playable demos. Very nice. Movies is basically another term for trailers for games that are upcoming for release. Of course, the games are long out by now, but this allowed for a few games per disc a chance to be in the spotlight. I have no idea what VCD means, but it definitely has something to do with a CD. As for tech, well, this basically shows off what the PlayStation can do by rendering models and backgrounds in real time. We shall cover this later on. With that being said folks, we need to cover all of the games offered on the demo disc first because, well, 20 years have passed since I played this disc and to see how I feel about it today compared to my younger self will be very interesting, so let's see what we got first. Oh yeah, I remember that game really well indeed, easily one of the best 2D platformers on PlayStation. It's Abe's Odyssey. Yes, Oddworld Abe's Odyssey. The game is legendary now, but the game wasn't out when this demo disc was released. I know, that's pretty impressive. Abe's Odyssey follows Abe here, He is a Mudokon slave at the Rapture Farms meat processing factory. When Abe learns that he and his kind are going to be turned into dinner by his employers, he makes a dash for freedom.
This is Rapture Farms. They say it's the biggest meat processing plant on Oddworld. That's me. My name is Abe. I used to work here. Well, I was really a slave, like all the others. Then I learned they were gonna turn us into lunch. That's when I knew I had to escape. So, get me out of here and help me rescue the others.
After the cutscene, the game begins. Abe's Odyssey is a 2D platform game. You have to rescue the other Mudokons while avoiding guards, pitfalls, levers of death, random falling rocks, and more. The game works screen by screen, and each screen has a puzzle to solve. You will have to be cunning and always on your feet. Notice there is nothing on screen, no HUD, no elements, nothing. Abe can only take one hit. If he dies, you restart at the last checkpoint. I do love how you turn into bird when you die and respawn. It always made me laugh. You're probably asking me, how does Abe save his fellow kind? Well, Abe is not your average Mudokon. He can communicate by using the L1 button and a combination of buttons to talk to other Mudokons. Basically, you have to get the Mudokons to this portal thing where Abe can activate it and they escape. However, Abe can do many things to help him get through the game, including deactivating bombs, taking control of guards, pulling levers, and more. I think what makes the game really interesting and stunning are the 2D graphics. I just love the way they look. They portray a sense of dread in the backgrounds and environments. They just look absolutely stunning and well drawn and detailed for the time. What makes me really impressed though is that even though the backgrounds are 2D and static and drab because you're in the factory, they convey perfectly that sense of dread and tension that Abe is facing with him and his race becoming potentially extinct by these people, and I think that's wonderful. I also have to add, the personality of the game is very captivating too. A lot of thought was put into Abe and the various creatures he encounters. Just look at this for an example. Simply masterful that a game about aliens essentially can be this engaging. I never got far in this game due to the steep learning curve and the high difficulty. It will take practice. The game is absolutely brilliant and I definitely recommend you get this. Easily one of the most loved games on the PlayStation. Wow, I used to love playing this game so much back in the day. I also love the movie and the animated series that aired on the Disney Channel in the 90s and early noughties. This is Disney's Hercules. We all know about the movie, but that same year we got a PS1 game based on it too. This demo version takes place in one of the stages around the beginning of the game. All you have to do is go from start to the end. Getting there is up to you to figure out. Hercules is a 2D platforming game. Yes, another one. Unlike Abe's Odyssey however, this game is a traditional 2D game, and this means it is far less complicated compared to that game. Also, being a Disney game, it's made with children in mind, so the level design is simpler and the controls do not require much thought. Despite my comment, however, Hercules isn't exactly a stroll in the park. Your enemies are cleverly disguised, as you can see, and it is easy to take damage. For example, you have a crazy man in a tin can, common thugs who pull out swords, some creature who runs and leaves a fire trail, cars on the road, random falling rocks. Wait, hold on. Abe's Odyssey also had falling rocks. Are these games connected? Luckily for us, Hercules can fight back. He can punch in quick succession, uppercut, and do a charged up punch which also allows him to clear blocked paths. You will hear a ringing sound when the punch is powered to maximum. Take that, you ungrateful rock! There are also coins to collect, health, and of course icons that would spell out Hercules. Why? Get the full version to find out. Then there's this guy. Whoa! That's an interesting way to give me coins, eh? Then finally, there's the boss battle. Do you like rocks? This boss battle has plenty of those! I swear, at this rate, I'm going to have rockitis. I didn't know that so many 90s video games would have falling rocks in them. I guess it was the decade of the rocks. You learn something new every day. After that, the game ends with Hercules drinking Herculade. Good job, man! You deserve it!
Herculade!
Oh god. I remember this game, but not for the right reasons. It's Life Force Tenka. Life Force Tenka is a first-person shooter game set in God knows where. Think of it as Doom, but with sci-fi themes. With no context or story, you proceed in these dark and narrow corridors, shooting things and destroying them if the game ever bothers to register the hits. As a kid, this game defined me in one way. These creatures! I swear these bastards creep me out. So much so, I remember running out of the room when I played this many moons ago. It was a terrifying experience. It's that laugh they do. What do you want? Stop laughing at me! Well, other than the scary thing laughing, other than that, this game really has not much to offer, and to me, that's pretty disappointing. For starters, it is hard to kill anything. Look at this, I'm shooting this enemy for a while and then the game randomly decides, okay, it's dead now. The unpredictable nature of how these things die gets on my nerves. It makes me think my gun doesn't work or something. I later found out that you do indeed have other ammo types, like this laser here. However, it's as effective as a wet noodle. Safe to say the guns in this demo suck my eggs. The controls are tough to use. Moving forward and shooting are just fine, but everything else is cumbersome and simply gets in the way. You want to switch ammo types? You can't just push a button. Instead, you have to cycle through the weapons, all in real time. Yeah, not a great design choice at all. Do you want to look up or down? You have to use the shoulder buttons. Of course, they don't work well with this control scheme, and in the heat of battle, you may end up not pointing in the right direction. This can result in some cheap shots coming your way. Of course, the game was made before the use of the dual analog, now known as the dual shock, but it's still no excuse. Yeah, it's safe to say the game's not looking too good, is it? Even I'm convinced that the game developers on this game hadn't even played their own game at this point yet. It's pretty shocking. What made me mad though was the cheap deaths. Okay, why did I die here? When you die, the game abruptly goes back to the demo screen. I tried again and yep, I was definitely not meant to go here. I bet the game developers had no confidence in this game and thought, screw the player, let them not find out what killed them. Yeah, this game sucks. My god, I used to play this game all the freaking time and I was obsessed, I mean obsessed with this game. And then around 3 years later, in the year 2000, I actually got to play the full version of the game for around a few days. This is Porsche Challenge. Yes, Porsche Challenge folks. This arcade racing game has you driving the Porsche Boxster against other folks who have two'd.
Are you ready? Race on!
After 3 laps, the demo ends and I try a few times to win, but no luck here. I guess my driving skills aren't good here. Need more jam donuts, pronto! Actually, playing this game again, I struggled to figure out why I liked it in the first place. First off, the controls are garbage. Every time the car turns, it understeers and goes wide, and when you try to brake, the car just flips out and swerves. This is painful when attempting hairpin turns. You can never go around them without going wide or hitting the wall. It's annoying. Whatever you do, do not use the handbrake because, oh shit, handbrakes are meant to be fun to use, not a death trap. Oh, and to make your life miserable, there's a time limit and of course there's barely enough time to complete the race without screwing up. Man, this game really hates you. I will say though, the sound effects did surprise me. The crashing and jumping sound effects do sound satisfying to listen to. The car sounds, well, stock and nothing like a Porsche. Sounds more like a paunch. Ultimately, I'm not impressed with Porsche Challenge. There is potential for a decent game here, but there's simply too many flaws with it, and some aspects leave me scratching my head. I say skip this one unless you like flawed handbrakes.
Okay, final lap.
I love this particular series of racing games, but I haven't played this particular one in years and years and years. That being said, I still remember it like yesterday. This is Rage Racer. Rage Racer is an arcade racing video game. The objective here is simple. Get to the finish line without running out of time or losing the race. Simple enough, but goodness me, the handling takes time to get used to. The Ridge Racer series of games are known for cars that drift, and this one is no exception. The cars break traction easily and can cause you problems if you do not learn how to control the cars quickly. The learning curve with this mechanic is certainly harder than your average racing game. Mind you, when you nail it, oh man, the feeling is amazing. I love the arcade personality this game has. There's a lovely announcer trying to spur you on.
Race is on. Show 'em what you've got.
The music is pretty sweet and the cars sound aggressive and angry. Plus, your opponents try to block you whenever they can. I tell you, it's not easy. There isn't a lot I can say about Rage Racer. I mean, we only get one track and a small bit of gameplay, so it's nowhere near enough to judge the game properly. That being said, the gameplay was fun, the soundtrack was nice and rocking, and the arcade-like qualities of the game definitely give it that added personality, so I would say Rage Racer is definitely worth having a look, and if you have the full version, let me know what you think of it. the last time I played it properly, full version, must have been around 15 to 20 years ago myself, so let me know what you think.
Take them now!
Oh my goodness folks, it's been 20 years and I can only remember bits and pieces of this game because I never used to play it all that much back in the day. I still remember that red speedboat though, I still recall racing that. This is Rapid Racer. Rapid Racer, one of the few racing games I've ever played that features powerboat racing. Yes, these types of games aren't in abundance sadly, but what can you do? In this demo, you have to race 3 laps of this water course while also trying to get first place and beating the time limit. So, this is like Rage Racer before it, another arcade racing game just on water. Nice! The question is Rapid Racer any good? Well, I'll give it brownie points for trying something different. First off, you race on water, so the physics need to be solid. Yeah, I found controlling the boat very difficult. The waves are aggressive, throwing your boat around like a toy. The handling is very sensitive, making you take turns too sharply all the time. Of course, because of this, you then lose control. The waves in the water also make it hard to collect these icons. If you constantly miss icons all the time, you know something is very wrong here. It can also be hard to gain back speed when you crash into practically everything, killing the fun along with it. Also, the time limit looks pretty lenient, right? Well, there's a catch. Each checkpoint does not give you much time to add on, meaning messing up is a massive hindrance. By the way, the icons allow you to speed boost by pressing the square button. You can have this many, which I will admit was pretty cool to boost that many times in a row. Sadly, despite my best attempts, I could only get to the second lap in both of my attempts before I ran out of time, and then the game just abruptly kicks you out to the demo screen. And you know, it was kind of fun. I had some good memories and the music was kick-ass. Admittedly, the music definitely took me by surprise. I was surprised at how good it was, but ultimately it's not enough, and I think the game has untapped potential, but it just wasn't quite good enough in my opinion. So, next demo. God, I remember this game. I remember it so well because this particular game used to scare me with all the weird 3D shapes and the black void, and I had no idea what I was trying to do in this game at the time, but hopefully today I've wisened up. It's Curiosities on the PS1. Curiosities, which is known as Intelligence Cube everywhere else, is a puzzle game where you play as a man trying to survive both the blocks of death and falling off from the stage. Yes, a very strange premise for a video game. Basically, in this game, you need to get rid of all of the blue cubes before they fall off the stage. You do this by planting something on the floor, and once the cube rolls over it, you hit the X button and voila! You must do this until all the blue cubes are cleared. The green cubes are power-ups which can help you get more cubes quicker, but be aware, there are black cubes on the stage. If you hit these, you will lose a section of the level, meaning the chances of you falling off will increase dramatically. If you also fail to clear the blue cubes, you will also end up losing a section of the level, at least one per block. If it isn't obvious already, Kuroshi demands a lot of attention from you as the player. You have to be quick-witted, quick on your feet, always thinking ahead and trying to figure out the best way to get all the cubes without getting yourself in trouble. And when I was younger, I simply couldn't do that. And even today, even though the game's great, I still had trouble doing it. Although, to be fair, that's probably because I have no planning skills whatsoever, and I have all of the intelligence of a chimpanzee and an anteater. So that's why I didn't do too well. But anyway, Kuroshi's great. Well, it's pretty good in my opinion. Honestly, Kuroshi is a lot of fun in short stints. It's not a game you will play for hours on end in one sitting, but it is a decent time killer if that's what you need. I say, if you like what you see here, go for it. Give this game a go. When I was a kid, for some strange reason, I could never get enough of this game. I was obsessed. I was always in love with the pirate ship aspect of the game. I loved the battleship. I loved exploring. This game had me hooked and I loved the action. It's Overboard for the PS1. Yes, I kid you not, my 4-year-old self would be hooked on this one game for a long, long time. It must have been some weird romantic fairy tale because today, well, let's be kind, the game hasn't retained the magic from my childhood days, but what is Overboard? It's an action game where you operate a pirate ship. You go about looking for treasure, destroying other enemies, and navigating your way through the frigid waters. Yes, there's not much to go on here, so I shall explore. Straight away, you can see the game is played in a top-down view, the isometric view. This causes problems because you can't see ahead too well. Mountains can obscure your view, and sometimes enemies can come from out of nowhere. There is also something I just don't get here, folks. Now yes, we do face other pirate ships, but for some reason we also face airborne foes. I mean, what's going on here? I thought this was in the 1800s or something. Why on earth are we facing foes that are flying? Unless this is some weird alternate reality kind of game here. I'm sure ships couldn't fly back in the 1800s, am I right? You can shoot your enemies with your cannons, missiles for airborne enemies, and a flamethrower because you are a badass pirate boy. It's not always easy to hit the evil pirates. Mind you, they behave as if they want to die. Once you clear this part... Cheese on bread, that was loud! After a while, I tried to go into this area to explore, collected the items, and I couldn't get out. I tried for 5 minutes to get out of this area and, well, no luck. I'm stuck here with no way out. Great, this game is awesome. So awesome, you can't leave. No, I've had enough of this and it wasn't all that fun to me. It has some decent moments of humour and the soundtrack is okay, but overall it's just not that much fun to play, and to this day I still don't understand why I loved this game all those years ago. I swear I was an odd child. Well then folks, that was all of the games covered on the demo disc. I had an interesting time, but now it's time to see all of the other goodies on this demo disc, starting with the movies. The movie section has trailers for 2 upcoming games, Soul Blade and Russo McQueen. The Russell McQueen trailer I remember well because I was blown away by all of the action, the kick-ass music and just the thought of being a badass firefighter seemed too good to be true. The trailer still interests me today, but I bet the game sucks though. The Soul Blade trailer isn't as impressive. Even as a kid, the game didn't click with me, and I think the trailer on show does not do justice for Soul Blade. It's bland and devoid of personality, other than that kick-ass theme song of course. Thankfully, as we all know today, Soul Blade is a brilliant fighting game and is worth every penny, and of course I bought it again recently, so you know. And then folks, we have the tech demo section, the section where you can see both a dino and a mantis creature in fully 3D animated and rendered. You can interact with them, you can change the camera angles, you can look all around the creature, you can also make them growl, interact in a little bit of a manner, and you can also just basically see what the PS1 can really do when the graphics are pushed to the maximum on one creature. It also proves that the PS1 is more powerful, well, more than powerful enough, shall I say, to make these things a reality. And when I was a kid, that particular T-Rex scared the living daylights out of me. I was so terrified that I literally ran out of the room I was in and went, Daddy, please help me, there's a T-Rex about to get me. And of course he came into the room, saw the T-Rex, went, son, it's just a game. it's not going to hurt you. And then I was basically afraid of T-Rexes from that point onwards, and it was definitely a good memory to recall. That thing scared me 20 years ago? Yeah. There are some things worth revisiting, especially if it had a big impact on your life at some point. Demo 1 certainly did for me, and to play the games again reminded me why I loved this disc so much, very much back in the day. As you saw, however, most of the games were so-so and put a slight damp on my childhood memories. Mind you, this was to be expected, and given how old I was and considering I hadn't played this disc in over 20 years, some of the games were definitely not going to hold up that well today. Despite everything I said about the demo disc folks, I still had a ton of fun covering all of the games that I used to play when I was younger. It reminded me so much about my childhood days, and it also reminded me how my journey of video gaming got kick-started in the first place. Without Demo 1 and the other games I played, I wouldn't be here today, and I wouldn't be the gamer that I've grown up to become. Not to mention I wouldn't have had a love of retro gaming because, well, right now, that's my greatest love, and to cover this proves it. So, overall, this demo disc is pretty interesting, had a lot of fun. Not all the games were great, admittedly, and it was definitely really cool to go back 20 years to see what my younger self would have experienced all those years ago. But folks, I ask you a question. Tell me, what do you think of Demo 1? Do you think it's really cool? Did you own it yourself? Would you possibly buy it like I did? Or do you think this whole thing was just a load of crud? Also, if you have any demo discs that you would like to talk about, please let me know in the comment section below. I would love to hear your stories on the kind of things you experienced when you were younger playing these amazing demo discs. Until then folks, I will see you in my next video. Well folks, what do you think? This is the cabin. I've decided from now on every new episode of Affro's Curiosities will take place here. And not to mention my mum was telling me that this room had to be used, so here I am. It's a good thing that we've got all this lovely new room to play with because the game in question today needs it. And here it is folks, this is Dancing Stage Party Edition.
Dancing Stage Party Edition was released on the PS1 in 2002. Dancing Stage is the European name to the popular Dance Dance series and serves as a spin-off too, since the European versions of these games are not entirely the same. I first played this in 2002 on one of my demo discs and I fell in love with it. Since then I've played it in the arcades when possible, and I've tried older and newer versions of the games. These games used to be a talking point for many people, but sadly today the Dancing Stage name is hardly mentioned anymore. Almost as if people are ashamed of it nowadays.
As for me, well, I still love the games and I've rediscovered my love for this series, no part due to Dancing Stage Party Edition. Anyway, let's not talk about this anymore, we've got a lot to cover, so let's go and see what this game is all about.
To understand the history of the Dance Dance series, one must go back into the past and understand the philosophy and beginnings of the game. So, our story today begins in 1997. Konami made a music division called the Games and Music Division. Yeah, very original title, Konami. The company was made specifically to focus on making new and interesting music video games. From your typical controller-based ones to games where players had to move their body to play and much more. There was one game where you got to be a DJ and another game which allowed for the use of motion sensors. You can see how these principles on game design became the recipe which allowed for some of the game's global success. The question is, where does Dance Dance come into this? Well, shortly afterwards, Beatmania was released from the company. This rhythm game had players become a DJ and use actual turntables to control the game. This game was vital as the late 1990s music gaming boom just happened, and this video game helped Konami establish themselves in this new craze. Finally, in 1998, the company changed their name to Bemani and worked on somehow making a game where the players would use their feet to control the game. In the end, this is what the team came up with. The players stand on a dance platform or stage and hit coloured arrows laid out in a cross with their feet to musical and visual cues. Players are judged by how well they time their dance to the patterns presented to them, with scores ranging from perfect, great, all the way to boo, which means an arrow was missed.
The game was a smash hit in Japan. No matter where you went in the arcades, people practically saw Dance Dance everywhere. It was that popular. It was shoved down people's faces literally. It was incredible. The question is though, would this level of success be replicated in the Western world?
Well, after releasing the arcade game onto the Sony PlayStation in Japan in 1999, Konami went for it. releasing Dance Dance in some form across the world. Luckily for Konami, the series was an instant smash hit, garnering critical acclaim for the quality of the music on offer and the simple yet addictive gameplay on offer. We loved it here, and just like the Japanese, we Westerners were sucked into this. Dance Dance is still going today. While not as popular as it used to be, 20 years on, it is still a very successful arcade video game, one which has a massive cult following now. Of course, there were many games released too, and now these are sought after by many fans of the series. Now this game right here is actually a European repackage of the American game Dance Dance Revolution Comedics. Other than some songs being taken out and added in to this European port, the games are identical. That being said, the European port has way more songs than the American game. This game has 51 songs in total, which is absolutely mind-blowing for the time. I can't think of many CD games that had that many songs packed onto a single disc. That being said though folks, it's time to see once and for all what this game's all about. So join me as we dive headfirst into Dancing Stage Party Edition. When we first start the game, you can see the arcade roots of this game. Lots of bright colours, funky music, simple yet stylish menus, and so on. It's a strong start and it gets better. There is a ton of modes to choose from, and as stated before, many different songs to choose from. This game has a lot going for it, but admittedly there isn't a ton to talk about outside of what's featured in this edition of the Dancing Stage series. For the most part, I checked out and played the game mode, which is essentially a 1 to 2 player game mode. This mode offers single, double and versus modes. Single is where you play by yourself in 3 stages trying to get the best score possible, and you can choose from a variety of characters and music genres. You can use the D-pad to play, or the face buttons, which do work better for the tougher button combinations, at least for me. Oh, and if you're very lucky, you can use an actual dance mat, which I don't have, so. Versus is a 2-player mode, and double is a bit confusing. I think it means one player has 2 dance mats or 2 controllers in my case, because the one side was working and the other did not. I'd love to try this mode again when I know what the heck is actually happening. As for the songs on offer, well, there's a massive variety of them, and they have genres such as, trance, dance, soul, R&B, and so on. It's absolutely phenomenal. It makes you think that you went into your drawer and found your iPod from the year 2001. It's absolutely incredible. And to show you how good the soundtrack really is, here's a few of my favourite songs from Dancing Stage Party Edition. Allow me to put the soundtrack to you in a different way. When even the slow songs are captivating, exciting, and are fun to listen to, then as a composer or a music director of the game, you've done an excellent job in making all kinds of songs accessible to the legions of people who might possibly play the game. There is a reason to keep playing too. After each successful completion of the 3 stages, you can actually unlock more songs. It's really cool, as this makes you wonder how many songs are hiding away on the disc. Bravo to Konami on that front. That was a good idea to not have every song on display straight away. As for the difficulty, there's 3. Basic, which will work for most people and is the easiest setting. Trick, which is the medium mode, can introduce more arrow types as well as speeding up the overall flow of arrows. And Maniac, which, other than being my new favourite word, is indeed pure insanity. Good luck if you choose to play this mode. I personally couldn't get past even one round. As you all know already, the game's objective is to simply press buttons with the corresponding upcoming arrows and match it to the beat or rhythm of the music playing. Simple and addictive. It's all helped by the wonderful music and the graphics showing the dancers dancing in the background. It makes the whole experience feel like watching a music video. Oh, and the DJ in this. Oh, I love him.
I was moved! Thank you for the ultimate dancing. You brought tears to my eyes. Everybody is cheering! You're a dancing hero!
I have no idea who the man is, but he never fails to entertain me. For me, I've called him DJ Jeff, but I really want to know who the guy voicing this man is. If I ever met the guy in question, I'd love to say, "Sir, you are the best in-game DJ ever." His quotes on dancing are simply incredible. I wonder who on earth came up with these lines.
I can see a dream in your dance. I can see tomorrow in your dance. We can call it our hope. Give it your best shot. That was cool. You've just become a hero.
I will say this, folks, there are some other modes I would love to gander into, so let's have a look and see exactly what they have to offer to the player. I will warn you though, I do recommend the dance mat because, well, basically there's going to be a lot of dancing and it might get a bit crazy and hot in this room. So first off, I tried the solo mode in the game, and you get a choice of 4 panels, 6 panels and 4 panels with a controller, which I have no idea what that means. So I tried the regular 4-panel mode and you get these gold kind of icons, which is a nice change, but it's still the basic game. But then I tried the 6-panel mode. Oh my god, whoa, what a change. 6 panels, this is way more fun. And if you're worried about the directional pads, which are diagonal in this case, you got the obviously up, down, left, right, and then you got the 2 diagonals, you can use the L1 and the R1 buttons to act as your diagonal buttons, along with the face buttons, which are triangle, square, circle and X. So thankfully the designers fought ahead on that one and made sure that the player could still use the controller comfortably. The other reason why I like this solo mode along with the 6-panel mode is because it just changes up the formula enough to make it fresh and exciting to the player long after they've used the 4-panel mode over and over again. I also noticed that sometimes you can play as female dancers too. This was pretty cool if you ask me, but of course it does not change anything. After trying some other modes out to see what they offer, including the workout mode, which I feel would make sense if I had a dance mat.
Your dance was so great, it's like sunshine on a cloudy day.
The lesson mode here can teach beginners how to play step by step. It's cool it's included, but the game is so simple I don't think this was really needed. Heck, at the beginning, the game had a brief tutorial that explained perfectly how to play. I don't know, I suppose this was meant for extra security in case a player had to deep further into how the game worked, but I don't know, I think this was overkill if you ask me. Well folks, that was my in-depth look at Dancing Stage Party Edition. I've got to say folks, the game surprised me. I mean, the variety, the difficulty settings, the soundtrack, the addictive gameplay, the variety of modes, and the fact that you can have an optional dance mat attached to the game as well for that amazing full body experience is just incredible. I've got to say folks, this is exactly why the Dancing Stage or Dance Dance series was very successful, at least initially. Thankfully, the game does maintain an arcade presence and it has a cult following now. Unfortunately folks, the games on the other hand have not been so great. Since 2008, at least in this country, there has been no new dancing stage games, and I have no idea what the condition of the series is like in America and Japan. I suspect in Japan it's still doing well, especially in the arcades, but here the dancing craze of the 90s and the early 2000s is long gone, and unfortunately so is dancing stage. I will say though folks, if you can find this game for cheap, and you can, I do highly recommend it, and it's a great way to see what life was like back in the 2000s. So it's not all that bad. But folks, I want to know from you, what do you think of Dancing Stage Party Edition, or the Dance Dance series as you guys would call it? Do you like it? Did you ever play it as a kid? Would you go into the arcades today to give it another go? Or, like me, would you get the home releases and have it in your home? Let me know, and until then folks, I will see you in my next video. To be back. Yes, the illness I had last week was absolutely disgusting. I couldn't do a single thing for a couple of days, and worst off, I couldn't do this video for you guys the week it was intended to be out. But I'm here now, I'm back, I'm healthy, and I'm ready to kick some butt. So, in today's episode, I'm going to cover a game that was only released in Europe back in 2002. And the game in question is this. Today folks, we're going to cover, as best as we can, Firebugs. I first experienced Firebugs on the Demo 89 disc in late 2002, and it certainly piqued my interest back then. In fact, I made a video about it, so if you want to see that, then check the link in the video description. A year later, in 2003, I found this game just chilling out at my local Tesco, and I convinced my father to get it for me. I had to beg him to do it, but he did do it. I never saw another copy in the shops after this, and I sank my lucky stars I got it at the time. I didn't know this at the time, but Firebugs was only released in Europe and was the second to last game to be released by the company ATD, aka Attention to Detail. In 2003, the company would go bankrupt after 15 years of running. A shame really. So, who the heck is ATD, which is an abbreviation for Attention to Detail? Great. Anyway, they're the masterminds behind Roll Cage, which coincidentally would become their first major critical and commercial success. But saying that must mean their history of games was interesting. Well, they're also the company behind such acclaimed titles as the god-awful Cybermorph, the equally bad Battlemorph, that awful PS1 Hulk game, but interestingly enough, they also made Lego Racers 2, which I hear is pretty good, so a very inconsistent level of quality here by the dev team here. Usually by now, you guys would expect me to go into the history of the company and this game. The problem is there isn't much history or anything of note to say about the company or the game. There's just very little in the way of information there. So I'm going to skip the history and instead we're going to go straight into the gameplay. So brace yourself, because this will be a very interesting game that I think most of you have never seen or played before. Right, let's do this. When we first start the game, we get a cutscene showing off the characters and I guess a bit about what they do. It's a little hard to tell, but at least we get some neat music as we watch. Then at the main menu, there's a lot to go over. Well, sort of. There's the 1-player mode, which is the career mode basically, a 2-player mode, a good number of options, and tucked away in the options menu, a bonus mode. Yeah, didn't see that one coming either. I'll get to it soon. In the main 1-player mode, you basically have 3 leagues to choose from, and you have to win all the races to unlock the next league, which increases the difficulty of the races, and of course as you progress, you can not only unlock the alternative skins for the characters, you can also unlock goodies in the bonus section of the game I mentioned earlier. Sadly, you don't unlock any new tracks or characters, which is a shame. Anyway, there's 5 characters to choose from. There's Bao, or is it pronounced B.O.W? We also have Karim, who I used to think was a boy, Zero, some yellow robot, Gizmo, a DJ, and Karmi, not sure what she does for a living. All of the characters will use the same sub-weapons, but all have different primary weapons. Zero has these cannons that slow opponents down. Karmi's ability freezes anyone's tyres, and this annoyed me because you just lose control. Gizmo uses long-range missiles which can travel up on walls and can fire backwards, which makes his weapon the most useful in the game. Lastly, Bao, B.O.W, has swarm rockets which, although look flashy, hardly ever hit their mark. Still, I did find it a lot of fun to spam these whenever possible, and the sounds of them hitting anything is beyond satisfying. After you select a character, you can then pick one of 5 worlds to choose from. And then of course, once you pick the world, the race begins. So let's go into how that works in detail. The races are your typical racing fare. You start from last place in the first race, and you have to battle your way to the top. In the races you can collect power-ups to help you get ahead of your foes. Along with your primary weapon, you have secondary weapons, including a portal which puts you ahead of your nearest opponent, although they can also use it too once it drops on the track. There's a mini exploding field, a shield, a missile which will chase down the leader. If you are the leader, the character icon will flash and make more noise the closer the missile gets to you. There's also a speed boost. And finally, if you get perfect laps, this strange weapon appears, which, if it hits, will take out an opponent for 5 seconds. Neat! Also, you can shoot backwards, which is also fantastic. One thing that Firebug has going for it is the controls. They're very easy to use, the vehicles handle pretty nicely, and the brakes are powerful. Maybe a bit too powerful, but well, you'll manage just fine. I love how the cars can drive on walls and even upside down. How cool is this? Truth be told, you don't really need it, and it's a bit of a gimmick, don't get me wrong, but it's a lot of fun to do. I love driving on the walls in this game, and there's just something satisfying about it, even though it's a pretty much pointless feature, but nonetheless it's still fun to do, so I enjoy it for being included. But again, it's not really a feature that is going home to brag about, because in the actual gameplay it's not used all that much. Of course, you need to be at decent speed to stick onto walls, so bear this in mind. If there's one thing I do not like, however, is the AI, the artificial intelligence. It's terrible. The AI never seems to stay straight or on the track, and they always miss with their weapons, most of the time anyway. And, well, simply put, it feels like a 2-year-old picked up the controller. This means there's no challenge, and I ended up just shooting my weapon at random just to amuse myself. Pretty sad if you ask me. It's a good thing then that the music in this game is actually very good. It was composed by a guy called A.C.K, or is it pronounced A-C-K? I don't know. But wow, does he deliver. The songs are mostly electronic sounding, which worked very well with the frustrating setting the game takes place in. The build-up of each song helps them stay engaging, and because each music piece is long, you will not hear the full track in each race. This, I feel, is pretty neat. I feel the catchy, memorable music really elevates the game somewhat. Oh, and there's also 2 tracks here from Bomb Funk MCs. You know, the people who made this. Anyway, the 2 songs they contribute to are, without doubt, some of the greatest music tracks I've ever heard. I mean, check this out. These 2 songs I could listen to over and over again. It's absolutely amazing just how good the songs are, and not just the songs, but the whole soundtrack in question is absolutely fantastic. You simply wouldn't expect it from a game called Firebugs, but yeah, the soundtrack in this game completely surprises me. Now, as for the group in question, the Bomb Funk MCs, I mean, the album that they released in 2002, around the same time as this game, never came out to this country. Yep, we in the UK never got to experience it, and these 2 songs are already simply amazing, so maybe that's a good reason for me to go and get that album, import it to this country, and listen to it in my own, well, time and pleasure. So I guess the best thing to say is, you know, I wish the soundtrack could be heard by more people, and I wish they released the album here, but hey ho, that's what happens when you are from the UK, obviously. Let's talk about the graphics. They're quite nice in this game, considering that this was a budget title for the PS1 in 2002. The colours really pop, especially on the cars, and I love the colour trail each car has. I thought that was a nice touch. The texture detail is pretty good. You know, not out of this world or anything, but it looks good enough. The game has a cartoony, shell-shaded look, which I'll be honest, when I was a kid I didn't even realise this. So I mean, it's well done here, and I guess it helps define the target audience since, after all, this game is mainly aimed at the kids. The last thing to say is, if you fail to win your first race, then you have to do 4 trial races until you end up in your next racing position. They are short, but keep you on your toes since you can end up falling off or falling behind. If you win a race world, you will get an alternative skin for the character you won that world with, and if you win a league, you will unlock bonus content in the bonus mode. The most famous bonus mode is Charlie's mode. This is important because in 2002, in the OPSN UK magazines, a reader called Charlie, who ran a Firebugs competition, had the opportunity to help developers design a racetrack, and this was the result. Imagine being a 10-year-old child and having a game out there where you helped out in some way and seeing others race on your level. That must have been the day of a lifetime. I wonder what happened to this Charlie. Hopefully they're doing well. The other bonus modes include the Structures modes, which let you have your weapon and sub-weapon the second you fire them off. You can bet your bippy I spammed my missiles every chance I got. This mode is sheer chaos, and to be frank, I did have a good time playing this, although I still wish there was more content other than Charlie's mode, as there's no more original tracks on offer, and I just feel with the not so good AI, it limits the appeal this game otherwise would have. At this point, you can see that although a decent challenge and a bit of fun,
Firebug starts to run out of content extremely quickly by the time you get to the second world. There's just not enough there for players to continue playing after this point. It's one of those games where you give it a good 2 to 3 hours and you've seen basically everything the game has to offer, and I think, in my opinion, for a racing game, I know it's aimed at kids, but that's not nearly enough content for people like myself who may want to play the game. I think it's just a little bit underwhelming, and they should have made more effort to include a bit more for players to keep playing, but as it is, there's just not enough on show to keep us playing for a substantial amount of time unless you use the 2-player feature, which sadly I didn't. In terms of the value and longevity category, Firebugs fails on, well, a big level, and like I said before, that hurts its long-term value when it comes to the more experienced and older players. That being said, folks, we didn't have a good look at the tracks and, their design in detail, so instead of talking about them, I'm going to show you a montage of the tracks that I raced on and show you like a lap each time, just to show you what you'll be racing on. So enjoy the montage and I will see you at the summary.
with one dream, with one desire, with one dream, with one desire, with one dream, with one desire, with one dream.
That was Firebugs. Not the longest or most detailed video I've ever made, but I went over as much of the game as I could, and although I did have fun playing this for you all, the game just loses steam and ends up becoming a chore. You end up doing the same races over and over with no variety or extra courses to break things up, and as stated before, the AI is just junk and offers no challenge at all. There are some redeeming features, such as the fantastic soundtrack and the graphics, but these are simply not enough to offset the poor replayability of the game. Since the game was only released in Europe and sold in limited quantities, this did not make ATD much money, and as a result, unfortunately, the company folded in 2003, so their career ended on not a high note, but a whimper. Believe it or not, Firebugs was actually a spin-off to this game here, Roll Cage. Yep, that's because they basically took the same core mechanics and reworked them in Firebugs. All they simply did was, as I said before, rework the game and made it easier for the kids to play, changed the art style, changed the music, and made it so that kids could have a more fun time with it compared to Roll Cage, because Roll Cage in comparison is way more difficult, but it's a better game in terms of everything else I've said before, you know, longevity, gameplay, challenge, all that other stuff as I said before. The question now is, what the heck happened to the ATD employees? Well, some of them came together a couple of years ago and made a Kickstarter which was actually successful. And then from there, they made a game which became a spiritual successor to Roll Cage, and the game in question was called Grip. So what's the critical reception to Grip, I hear you ask? Well, it is okay. Not great, not bad, but I suppose considering it's a Kickstarter game made by former employees, it's a decent showing, so I guess you can have a happy ending after all. In the end though, I do not regret buying Firebugs. I mean, I really enjoyed it as a kid. When I first saw it in that demo disc in 2002, I was really determined to get it, and I always remember going to Tesco and saying, Daddy, there's that Firebugs game I really want that I played as a demo, please let me have it. And sure enough, he let me buy it. But funny enough, I never saw this game on shelves ever again after that. I only saw it once in 2003, and after I bought it in Tesco all those years ago, I never saw the game in person again. If you guys have a copy, let me know, and let's see how many copies Firebugs actually sold, because I'm curious. I want to know who bought their game in a shop like I did, especially a supermarket like Tesco. So no, I don't regret buying Firebugs at all, and it's just an experience that as a kid I take on board, loved at the time, and I do have some fond memories about it, but it's not going to blow your mind or anything. So do I recommend Firebugs? Truth be told, no, I don't. I recommend the soundtrack though, so if you love the soundtrack, please go on YouTube or wherever you have to go to find the music, and please get the music, because that is worth every penny. That's the one thing I can salvage, but as for the game itself, it's, like I said, decent enough, but it's not really, you know, you're not losing sleep or anything if you don't have it. But I suppose if you're curious about the game, then
I don't know, try and buy it cheap. And of course, if you live in anywhere but Europe, you may have trouble playing on it. So I think you may have to resort to emulation. I know, dirty word, I'm sorry. Anyway folks, what did you think of Firebugs? Did you like it? Would you buy it yourself? Or do you think it's just not worth the effort or time to port a European game into your country? Let me know, and until next time folks, I will see you in my next video. Ooh, what's this? You know, I don't understand this. I mean, I have so many demo discs, and yet, no matter how hard I try, I can never seem to get enough of these things. I'm just always in awe when I get one of these and I think, damn, that was me 16 years ago. Oh, sorry. So sorry, I didn't see you there. Graham was telling me to recite my lines about this amazing demo disc, which I shall now explain to you right now. As you can see folks, we have yet another demo disc, and well, it's safe to say I have demo-itis, because no matter how hard I try, I never seem to tear myself away from how many demo discs that I have in my possession. I just love to cover them. But this particular disc is special because, as you can see on the front cover here, the case claims that this is the perfect demo. And the reason behind this is because the OPSM UK magazine that made this demo disc said that it put in all of the games that it rated 10 out of 10 in its magazines and shoved 12 of them in this disc. So, the question today is this: is this really the perfect demo disc? And if it isn't, why? Well folks, you came to the right channel, so sit back and enjoy as I look at all 12 games and see if this really is the perfect demo disc. First up, it's Gran Turismo. Gran Turismo is one of my favourite racing games of all time, and to see it included here is a treat. This demo version lets you select from 3 different cars, 3 difficulty options, and 1 short track, the Clubman Stage Route 5. The game looks pretty good for a demo game, and all the cars handle very differently. The Corvette handles terribly, but goes fast and sounds decent. The Subaru handles the best, but has a low top speed, although it does sound pretty good. Lastly, the Honda NSX has a VTEC engine and it sounds great. It's twitchy though, so it needs a bit of skill to master. The track in question is, it's only okay, not my favourite as it's just not that interesting to me. I wish they picked Trial Mountain, that would have been neat. Mind you, each race will only last around 75 seconds, and then the race abruptly ends. If there's one thing Gran Turismo gets right though, it's the replay. The replay camera is amazing. It's just a shame that because you can only enjoy 75 or so seconds of the game, you don't get much to see, so, you know. And also, I have to say that without the race music, the game just feels a bit dead and quiet, although the car sounds do sound very 90s, let's put it that way. It's still satisfying to hear them though. Overall, this is a decent demo that gives you a taster of what's to come, and as we know, Gran Turismo would become the best-selling PlayStation game of all time. Here is Pro Evolution 2. It's a football game, or soccer as the Americans call it, and unlike FIFA, this is a more realistic approach to football.
You get to choose from several international teams and then the game begins. The game only lets you play one half, but it does last a good while, and even though I was terrible, as you can see, I did have some fun.
Good skill. Desperate block. It's a
Well, once I got used to the controls anyway. However, the commentary in this game sucks my ass.
That will be a goal kick. That one just didn't want to go in. Acting like he owns the ball. Throw in.
It's mainly just one guy sounding bored and monotone. It's almost as if he didn't want to be there. Dude, just be quiet if you can't be bothered.
He shoots. That will be a goal kick. It goes way over the bar. There it is.
Honestly, I'm very shocked it's this bad. I thought it was way better when I was younger. Overall though, this is a decent game of football and one of the best on PlayStation. Too bad most people will skip it for other games.
Great pass. He sends it into the middle. Overhead. He's found an opening. The shot. That will be a goal kick.
Now then, the next set of games will be a series lumped into one. And the games in question are Tomb Raider 1, Tomb Raider 2 and Tomb Raider 3. Yes, all 3 games on a single demo disc. Sounds promising, so let's have a quick look at all 3 games. Tomb Raider is first, and can you believe this game is 23 years old now? I'm only 3 years older at 26. Amazing! In this demo you get to control Lara Croft, and not Laura, Lara Croft. The game is an action-adventure game where solving puzzles and getting to your next destination is the aim of the game. Oh, and you have to shoot pissed off animals sometimes, but combat is not the main focus here. The game allows you to play for around 10 to 15 minutes before it resets. But in that time, the game definitely leaves a good impression. However, you have to bear the controls because they take a lot of time to get used to. They are best described as tank controls and are quite stiff. There's a delay when you try to jump and Lara will struggle to stop. Therefore, you will fall off many ledges, especially if you're not used to the controls. It's clear the main focus is on platforming and solving puzzles, but despite the tank controls, I think considering the game's age, this was still a decent romp, and bravo to Core for making a great 3D action adventure game. Tomb Raider 2 is more of the same. However, the game is more detailed, slightly faster and has better animations on Lara. I also feel getting items is much easier too. In the first game it was a chore to pick up items, but here it's much less hassle. I did find this game harder as I kept falling off this blooming edge. But I'll put this down to my lack of patience and attempts at trying to rush through the game. I find Tomb Raider 2 to be more fun in the environmental aspect too, as there's way more colours and more interesting locations to explore. The demo is much longer too. I sadly died before I could make it to the end, but I really do look forward to owning the full version of Tomb Raider 2 someday. Tomb Raider 3 is, once again, more of the same. However, the main difference is Lara is trapped in a prison complex and must escape the clutches of guards, the turrets of death, and lasers that will cut up Lara like a turkey. It's a bit weird having the game take place in a building and not outside in the wildlife. It doesn't have any personality or excitement in comparison to those other two games. I mean, I love shooting guards as much as anyone else, but in Tomb Raider, it doesn't feel right. The graphics are the best out of the 3 demos. The animations are much better and I do like the slightly better controls, but it does feel almost identical as Tomb Raider 2. This demo also has a lot of slowdown at times, and the camera was not great at all. Half the time I couldn't see what was going on. In the end though, all 3 games are worth playing, and although 3 sounds a little disappointing, it's still worth playing. I'm a huge fan of the old Tomb Raider games, and this demo has the best of the 3. Well done to OPSM for including these titles. Alright, next up, 2 games that have given me a lifetime of memories. Driver 1 and Driver 2. The 2 games are very good in my opinion, despite their age. The question is though, are the demo versions included on this disc worthwhile? Driver is up first. Driver is an homage to the car chase craze of the 1960s and 1970s, taking cues from Bullet, The Front Connection, and TV shows such as The Dukes of Hazzard and Starsky and Hutch. Driver delivers on that, even down to the 1970s tyre screech effect I love so much. Brilliant. The demo doesn't allow you to do much. You can watch 2 replays, hear a guy say, "You dig," I think. "You dig. You dig." And you can have a go at attempting to lose the police within 1 minute. Yes, not a lot here, but the game is fun and I do like the music. Just a shame you never get more time or more modes to explore. This makes the demo feel hollow and unfulfilling, as there's just not enough here to show how great Driver really is. A missed opportunity, if you ask me. Driver 2 is more of the same, although this time we do start with a trailer for the game. And once we play the demo game, it's us chasing another car in Havana. We must stop the sods who said my mother was fat or something. Or perhaps they stole my jam donuts. Whatever, they must die. As you can see, Driver 2 definitely looks better than the first game, and the roads actually have curves, making them feel more realistic. The buildings look bigger and more detailed as well. Although, on the downside, the draw distance is still poor and shows a lot of pop-up. The controls are the same, but that's good in my eyes, and they kept the tyre screech from the first game. Thank goodness, I love that sound effect so very much. You can also hear the sound, especially the crash sounds are far better too. And there's also more variety of sounds as well. But the slowdown at times is very annoying. Look at this, the game barely moves at times. Bad mark on Driver 2 there. The game is also aggressive when it comes to chase distance. Make one mistake and you may as well start over, as you can never catch up. Mind you, the game is longer, and although there's no time limit per se, the game will randomly end after a while. Thank God you can restart straight away and not have to go all the way back to the main menu just to play the game again, like in Driver 1. I do think both demos are okay, and they do give you a rough idea of what you can expect in the full version of both games. Driver 2 is the better demo overall and gets my recommendation, although Driver 1 is still a great game that deserves your money easily. I will say though, both demos are insufficient and could have been much, much better. Next up, a game that needs no introduction. It's Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Solid is a brilliant game. It's a good thing the demo here actually takes full advantage of this fact. The game is a stealth action adventure game where charging in guns blazing is the worst thing you can do. You have to plan where to go and watch out for the guards that try to stop you. Oh, and the cameras and even lights try to kill you? Oh boy. The story is about trying to stop Foxhound, a terrorist group, from launching nuclear weapons on the world. The first task is to find the DARPA chief, Donald Anderson, and rescue him.
Look at the radar. It's picking up the DARPA chief. He's the green dot. Hurry and rescue him.
Many story points occur throughout the demo, and trust me, you will need to listen to these codec recordings and cutscenes.
They shouldn't have access to a missile.
What I'm about to tell you is classified information. Okay? We were conducting exercises with a new type of experimental weapon. A weapon that will change the world.
What?
A weapon with the ability to launch a nuclear attack from any place on the face of the Earth.
Saying that, the game looks and sounds fantastic. Although the character faces are blurry and not very detailed for some reason, the animations, the backgrounds look superb. This is one of the best looking PlayStation games ever. The fact that everything is rendered in 3D too really is an accomplishment. The soundtrack is absolutely legendary. It sounds like an action movie, but it lends itself handily to the tense situation involved, and we cannot forget about the iconic alarm sound. This soundtrack really adds so much depth to the game, definitely earns the iconic status for me. It's a good thing the gameplay is up to snuff as well. Sneaking around undetected is a lot of fun. Trying to outwit these guards is satisfying, and later on you get weapons such as the SOCOM pistol, flashbangs, and more. You can also have items such as rations for health and even cigarettes. One of your team members actually comments on this.
By the way, sorry to disappoint you, but I did manage to smuggle out my smokes.
How did you do that?
In my stomach. Thanks to the shot you gave me that suppressed my stomach acids.
Cigarettes? How are those going to help you?
You never know.
Lastly, the codec chats are just incredible. It's simply two pictures of whoever is chatting at the time with text along with voice acting, and yet, just this alone works so well. The voice acting, the dialogue, and the way the game tells you about what is really happening really sucks you in.
In a harsh environment. I've lived in Alaska longer than you, so call me if you have any questions about the flora or fauna out here. My frequency is 141.80.
I love hearing these people talk. I feel smarter just hearing about how the weapons work, how the government aims to end the terrorist threat. Even just hearing Snake flirt makes me feel empowered.
Nice to meet you, Snake. It's an honor to speak to a living legend like yourself. What's wrong?
Nothing. I just didn't expect a world-class designer of military technology to be so cute.
You're just flattering me.
No, I'm serious. Well, I know I won't be bored for the next 18 hours.
Come on. I can't believe I'm being hit on by the famous Solid Snake. But I'm surprised. You're very frank for a trained killer.
Looks like we both have a lot to learn about each other.
It's a good thing I like these because they can take ages to listen to before you can play the game. Over 15 minutes at times. Overall, what a game. No wonder people still love this over 20 years later. One of the finest games I've ever played. The full version is a must if you love retro gaming.
The members of Foxhound. He has psychic powers.
This is bad.
It's just a matter of time before they get Baker's too.
If they find out Baker's password...
Yes, they'll be able to launch a nuke anytime. But there is a way to stop the launch.
What?
The card keys.
Card keys?
They were designed by Armstead.
Well folks, that was amazing. Metal Gear Solid definitely defied me as a child, and I still need to get the full version. Thankfully though, our next game is also a top game that I do actually own. It's Spyro, Year of the Dragon. The early Spyro games have a lot of fans, and thankfully the remake of the first 3 games turned out amazing. But in this demo of the 3rd game, we have 3 stages to pick from. The skateboard stage with Hunter, the Tiki Lodge, and the Seashell Shore. If you want to play all 3, you have to exit the demo each time. A bit inconvenient, but at least this means a lot of replay value for a demo, and this is pretty cool actually. I personally played the Tiki Lodge and skateboard levels, but rest assured, all levels in this demo are fun to play. The Spyro series are all 3D platforming games. In the 3rd game, you are on the hunt for dragon eggs that were stolen by a lady called Bianca. You have to beat many different enemies, overcome obstacles, and do challenges to get the eggs that are held up by thieves and other characters. Okay, why is Hunter making me skateboard to get an egg? Hunter, just give it to me, man. I'm on your side, remember? Logic aside, this game is fun. The controls are spot on. They're tight and easy to use. Charging into enemies and barrels are always a blast to do. I love the breaking sound they make on impact. Now, you may have noticed a dragonfly is always next to you. That's Sparks. Not only will he collect loose gems for you, but he also acts as Spyro's health. If he is not there, that means you can take one more hit before you are history. You can replenish health by ending the lives of animals, such as slugs. That's nice. You can also play as other characters too, such as Sergeant Bird here. He can fly indefinitely and has rockets on his shoulders. That'll teach these vultures a lesson or two. Dang, this bird is packing heat! Watch out world, because now I'm unstoppable! The only major complaint I have with this demo is there's no music at all during gameplay. This stinks, because Stuart Copeland's music really adds character and personality to the game. Without it, the game just sounds and feels more empty. There's also no voiceovers either, which again makes the game feel lifeless and a little bit boring at times. That being said, this is a great game, a decent demo and a good sign of what's to come in the final version of the game. Year of the Dragon is my favourite game in the Spyro trilogy on PS1, and I'm glad it is included here on this demo disc.
This next game will be a bit of a short one because I've already covered it before in a previous demo disc episode, but it still has to be included because, well, it's the best fighting game on PlayStation. That's right, it's Tekken 3. Tekken 3 is a fantastic fighting game. However, I've already covered this game before, so I'll only talk about it briefly here. Tekken 3 lets you choose from two fighters, Eddie Gordo, although when I was younger I used to call him Eddie Cordo, and I still do sometimes, and Ning Xiao Yu. Both fighters handle differently, have different movesets, and have many combos and moves to pull off. I personally prefer Eddie, but both fighters are great to use. You will either face Lei Wulong, or Phoenix, or Eddie Cordo. The animations are super smooth, easily some of the best on the PlayStation. The action is fast, the controls are wonderful. Well, I say that if you own any NTSC version of the game. This PAL version feels loose and somewhat unoptimized. It just does not feel as great as it could have been. Do not let this distract you from an otherwise wonderful game. You will get used to it, and I feel it's a minor inconvenience. Nothing serious. Ultimately, this possibly is the best fighting game on PlayStation, and you need this, you really do. Well, what are you waiting for? Get it! Our next game concerns a game that I actually covered on my Bite Size episode recently. It's a game that I still think needs a lot more attention, and yes, you should buy it. Yes, you! Anyway, it's Tucker World Touring Cars. Tucker World Touring Cars is a simulation racing game, and in this demo you get to use an Alfa Romeo 159. Neat! You get to race around Hockenheimring, and it is fun. I do love this game because you feel like a touring car driver. The graphics are really nice, especially on the tracks, but the star of the show is the car damage. Cars can deform in many ways, and it is the best car damage engine you'll ever see on the PlayStation period. The handling is pretty nice too. It inspires confidence to push the vehicle to the limit. You get to do 2 full laps, and if you want to, you can try again. There's not much here, but the game is definitely worth a look. I just wish there was some music in the game. That would have been very nice, but what's here is still nice. Well folks, here we go, the final demo on this disc, and it's a PS1 port of a popular PC title. It's Quake 2. Okay, here is Quake 2. Yes, the game that was made by id Software. Well, not this port, but the PC original was. And yes, these are the same people who made Doom, so it has to be good. The game starts and I try out the controls. Just like the Sega Saturn game, the Quake guy still makes those awesome jump noises. Helps with the personality aspect of the game. He still can't jump very high though. It's more like a hop if anything else. I will say the graphics look really good though. The creature designs are a little bit uninspired, but everything else looks top notch for the PS1 port. The frame rate is pretty solid, although it will drop if a lot is going on screen. The music is fantastic. It's heavy metal done right. I love it. It's easily the best part of the game. Sadly, the controls are a different story. Walking and shooting straight is fine, but as soon as you need to look up and down, it's a total nightmare.
You have to use the shoulder button to look up or down. This sounds fine, but the movement is too sensitive, leading me to miss my target a lot of the time, and I end up getting shot because I need to keep readjusting my aim. This is painful and takes a lot of time to get used to. A lot of the time you end up standing still or trying to shoot when, guess what? You take more hits! This is poor and it makes the game slower paced than it should be. Had this been addressed and fixed, the game would be pure action fun. Instead, it's frustrating and cheap. This is a decent game, but a lot of work needs to be done on the controls before it can be truly a great game. Well folks, there you go. All 12 games covered in detail. And I have to say that was a bit of a task. I mean, this demo gives you a lot of content and there's a lot to play here. So top marks in terms of longevity for the demo. Now, we have to answer the question, is this the perfect demo disc? Well, no, of course not. I mean, first off, Quake 2, it's a decent game, but the controls really bring it down, and I feel that game should have been replaced with a different demo that showed off why the game in question would be amazing. Secondly, the Driver games, although fun, Driver 1 was really insufficient. There was just not enough content there to justify its inclusion, and although Driver 2 is much better, I still feel the content there is insufficient. I mean, compared to the Tomb Raider games, you could play those for 10, 15, 20 minutes straight with no problem. But the Driver games only last about a couple of minutes at most. So yeah, in terms of some of the games on here, the content of some of the games are at best questionable and maybe shouldn't have been included, even though the games in question may have been very good. But now it's time to pass on the questions to you. What do you think of Eurodemo 95? Did you like what you saw? Do you recommend it? What kind of games do you think would you have instead of Quake 2 and Drivers 1 and 2? And if you could make the perfect demo disc, what kind of games would you include on it? Let me know, and until next time, I will see you in my next video. Well, this is something I thought I would never do, making Halloween videos. As most of you know, the month of October is known for scary things, whether that be scary games, scary movies, or even scary books. This is the month of terror. The point is, horror is at the forefront this month, and today for me is the first episode of my Halloween special. To kick this Halloween special off, we're going to look into Resident Evil 1 and 2 games that were under development by Capcom but unfortunately never got to see the light of day. Some of the games look really cool and interesting, while others were just bizarre and looked weird, so this is definitely going to be an interesting video. However, this is a big undertaking and I'm going to need some help, so I've called upon a guest to help me out in this massive video. I welcome back Ray Killam.
Hey, what's up? My name is Ray Killam and I'm once again joining Affro on a Resident Evil video. Since we covered the oh so awesome Resident Evil 2, it was only a matter of time before we teamed up yet again to make another Resident Evil video.
Well Ray, it's a pleasure to have you on the show again. It's absolutely fantastic that you've returned for this. However, we've got a lot to cover, so let's get going.
Resident Evil 2 is a very popular game within the series that we all know and love. And as most of you know, its original model was scrapped and remade, with the original model being known as Resident Evil 1.5. If you're curious to learn more, go ahead and watch our Resident Evil 2 retrospective for more information. Shortly after the success of Resident Evil 2 immediately went into development. Shinji Mikami, who directed Resident Evil 1, took the role of producer. He wanted to end the series after 2, but having a rivalry with Hideki Kamiya, he stepped down and asked for updates on Resident Evil 2's progress. By July 1996, a demo was released, which showcased 1.5 as we know it today. 1.5 had a much different look than 2. RPD looked drastically different. Pre-rendered backgrounds were more detailed, and low polygons allowed more enemies on screen at a time. At 70% complete though, Resident Evil 2 was scrapped due to Yoshiki Akamoto's disappointment. In 2013, Resident Evil 1.5 was leaked to the internet, with modders working hard to restore it and finish it. For those of you who've dreamed of playing it, there's currently a mod known as the MZD, Magic Zombie Door, that translates the Japanese text to English and uses placeholder graphics from other games.
Well, Ray, thank you for that. Resident Evil 2 had a troubled yet interesting development history, and of course it resulted in the game being scrapped and being left with the final release, which is what this turned out to be. Now then, let's play the unfinished and scrapped Resident Evil 2. The first thing I'd like to quickly mention is, while playing this prototype, apparently the ROM that was leaked was the 40% vanilla complete build version. However, the ROM featured here has the Magic Zombie Door patch, which not only translates the Japanese text into English, it also adds more rooms and events not previously seen in the vanilla 40% build. This particular build is updated every so often, and at the time of this recording, a 2019 version of the MZD patch is out. Let's begin by saying this discovery for me was a dream come true. I love Resident Evil 2, I really do, but seeing what Resident Evil 2 could have been always fascinated me. I love seeing all the changes, the earlier versions of certain rooms, and what Capcom was possibly planning to have in store for us players. The first thing we must get out of the way, the characters. Leon is still here and functions pretty much like his Finnish counterpart. Although he looks a little different and has a huge knife on his leg, he also seems to be starting the game when he's kind of already been in the force, but he's still classed as a rookie. Elsa Walker, on the other hand, is a completely new character. Sporting a racing outfit and a motorcycle, she has to survive the nightmare using only her wits and, of course, her weapons. As we all know by now, Elsa Walker has no connection to Chris Redfield or other characters, so when they finally finished Elsa Walker, she was changed into Claire Redfield and had a stronger connection to the older Resident Evil characters by connecting her directly to Chris, who turned out to be her brother. Another big change is the police station itself. The RPD is a modern looking building which seems to have design influences of modern Japanese homes and flats of that time. You will also notice the lighting is completely different. A strong use of blues and greens throughout the area, giving a very cold and desolate vibe. I feel there's actually a lot more areas to explore compared to the final release. Capcom here was looking to either make the game much longer compared to the original game, or a lot more was to happen to make the player really get their thinking caps on. The environments look to be more interactive too. The shutters that can keep zombies out, or let them in, I assume, would have added a tactical element to the game. The weapons on offer are, well, they're massive. From my research, I can tell you the weapon selection would have included hand grenades, different machine guns, different pistols, pipes for melee attacks, and much more.
Another possibility could have been that some of the weapons would have been exclusive to certain characters. So, for example, Elsa Walker could have had the grenade launcher, whereas Leon would have to make do with hand grenades. We'll never know for sure, but I think that would have been the case. Yes, Resident Evil 1.5 looked set to wow us and really take the gaming world by storm. As for actually playing the game, well, it feels like a Resident Evil game. Same tank controls, same general gameplay, and there's even auto aim. All good here. I do like how the zombies here seem tougher to kill and they can even grab you after death. Fortunately, they just fall off afterwards, so it's not a problem really. Some of the cutscenes do work here, and yes, even Birkin makes an appearance, although the way he looks is a little different. I also noticed that some of the background areas here are very low quality compared to the rest of the build, or are just in beta stages. You can actually see through a lot of the walls in this build, and the game is quite buggy. It crashed on me several times, or the camera tends to lose the character completely in some areas. Luckily for us, there is a solution, if the game doesn't crash that is. By hitting the select button, you can choose any room to warp in within the area you are currently in. There's 5 areas in total. There's the RPD, the sewers, the factory, the laboratory or laboratory as some people will call it, and underground. This to me is very cool. There is something that will happen that does not occur in the final release. The lab will catch fire. I thought that was pretty cool. Oh, and some enemies didn't make it into the final game. The gorillas here definitely gave me a run for my money. The man spiders are hard to hit and creep me out. I did notice there's no lickers though. This felt weird to me considering how memorable they are. Dogs, spiders, and of course the zombies are here as you'd expect. Also, here's another thing that did not make the final release. The character clothing and appearances start to degrade as they continually take damage. Of course, this aspect did make it into the final release of the remake of Resident Evil 2 that came out back in 2019. Armor was going to be a factor too, so that characters could take even more hits than normal. I still wish this particular feature was still in the finished release. But oh well, most characters can take a decent amount of hits before they die, so oh well. Also, even after you heal, the damaged clothing will still remain intact. As a result, you will have to check your health a lot more often as a result, since unfortunately the damaged clothing doesn't help you determine how hurt you are. The case was also similar in Resident Evil 1. I also found the files, but they don't work other than one which didn't match the title of what I clicked on, but most of them are buggy and you can't see anything but, I guess, code. This part wasn't finished yet. So, what about your supporting characters? Well, as Elsa, you will bump into Roy, a critically injured cop whose friend is John, who is locked in a prison cell. John is a prisoner who you will release, and he will assist you with more firepower. Notice how John looks like Robert Kendo in the final release of the game. Well, instead of scrapping John completely, they basically reused his character model and put him as Robert Kendo. Sherry is still in the game, and other than a different costume, seems to have a similar role, like in the final version. She does not seem to get infected, however, unlike the final release. Unfortunately for you, she will still run off, so yay, I guess. But what about Leon's cast? Well, Ada is still here, and yes, she's still a spy, although this time she's sporting an umbrella uniform as opposed to her famous red dress in the final version. Marvin Branner is also still here, although this time he's healthy and not turning into a zombie, until he gets injured later on, but for the most part he will assist Leon with more firepower. Ada still runs off as usual, so yay, I guess. Other characters include William Birkin, although his backstory here is unknown, and his wife Annette also makes an appearance as well. Although this time she seems to join Leon, and she can even survive in this version? Interesting. Look, the bottom line is this: Resident Evil 1.5 really has a lot to offer, even if it is unfinished and missing elements such as sound effects, the ability to decapitate zombies with a shotgun headshot, even though it works with a Magnum. The doors are not all working, the puzzles don't seem to be here at all, and of course the bugs and glitches, but you know something? The fact that we can even experience what could have been simply a dream and something that could have been forgotten for the rest of time has finally come true. Heck, this extends even to the music. It's really incredible in this build, and I love the unused songs in this version. I wish some of these had actually been allowed to have been transferred over to the final release. Now, yes, some of the songs that are in this version do indeed appear in the final version, but the ones that were not used in this particular build into the final release, I wish they were there, because these songs are really effective. Anyway, if you yourself can play this unfinished build, I really recommend it. It kicks ass. And there you go folks, Resident Evil 1.5. It was absolutely awe-inspiring to play this game. I mean, it's pretty clear to me that Capcom were taking this game, this sequel, to the next level, and you can see it in every aspect of its design. There's tons of areas, tons of weapons, a lot's going on, and there's just so much to see in the game. It really boggles the mind just how big this game was going to be. All of this combined possibly made Capcom think twice about making and releasing the game, but I still think they should have done it. Although, the official statement that they made back then, which was that they felt the game was dull and boring, I feel is completely wrong. The game, in my opinion, isn't dull or boring at all. I think it's fun, engaging, and really interesting. I just wish the game was more finished. Anyway, this is my opinion. If Capcom really thought the game was dull and boring, then I don't know. I just don't think it was. Well folks, let's move on swiftly, because we're going to look at another game that was in development but unfortunately was scrapped and unreleased. Thankfully, thanks to the internet, we finally got the chance to play the game. And the game in question is this, the original Resident Evil on the Game Boy Color.
In 1999, two brothers who worked as devs for Acclaim left to start their own company known as Hot Gem Limited. Following the success of Resident Evil, their first project was to bring its world to the Game Boy Color. Getting the green light from Capcom, the brothers were able to nearly complete the game at 90%. Every camera angle, cutscene, room, puzzle, and etc. were replicated to the best of its ability on a single Game Boy Color cartridge. There are two cartridges in existence, simply being called Cartridge 1 and Cartridge 2. Cartridge 1 is known as the 90% complete, with Cartridge 2 being known as older and more buggy. However, that was supposed to be a 1999 release, soon turned to an early 2000s release before Capcom pulled the plug. Capcom was not happy with the development of a Game Boy Color port, because it, well, just wasn't very good. As everyone knows, cartridges have very limited space, so they had to animate every movement and animation, which affected auto-aim and fighting enemies within the game.
The idea of Resident Evil coming to the Game Boy Color was absolutely ludicrous and a challenge to the game developers. I mean, how on earth do you make this game scary and faithful to the source material? You mustn't forget, Resident Evil 1 originally came out on the PlayStation 1, which was a 32-bit console, and the Game Boy Color is only 8-bit, and on a cartridge that's only, 2 megabytes at best big? So this had a lot to live up to, but as you can see from this little gameplay intro here, the game developers gave this a damn good try, and this is how it plays. Here is Resident Evil on the Game Boy Color. Wow, is what I first thought. The title screen looks neat, the voice can be understood properly, and a lot of the areas look like the ones in the PlayStation version. Well, scaled back of course, but not as much as you think. We are playing Cartridge A, which is much more complete compared to Cartridge B, which only features Chris, and many areas are locked. I also own Cartridge A for my Game Boy, so I can actually experience this on a real system. After picking Jill or Chris, the game starts with the infamous cutscene. It plays out almost the same as the PS1 version, and it is even subtitled. The lines are copied word for word in most cutscenes. This is really impressive. This is the kind of conversion that should be impossible, but no! The Game Boy Color is actually providing a PS1-like experience on a Game Boy Color. How cool is this? As you expect, your job is to solve puzzles, find your missing teammates, and get out of the mansion alive. You can't complete this game, but you can get close. The game will not advance past the lab elevator, which is a shame. Now, let's talk about the gameplay. Does the game use tank controls? Yes! As usual for old Resident Evil titles, the controls are the same. Only for the Game Boy Color they are even tougher due to the lack of auto-aim, pivoting and turning are more stiff, and I found myself stopping and sprinting in straight lines since running and turning was, in my opinion, too much hassle to do. Also, since the Game Boy Color has fewer buttons than a PlayStation controller, you aim using the B button and shoot using the A button. B also lets you run if you're walking. Sadly, this meant when I wanted to run, I ended up aiming instead. This happens quite a lot and takes a lot of time to get used to. The menu functions as expected, although some items come up as nothing, which reminds you this is unfinished. Also, all guns have unlimited ammo in this unfinished build, so there's no reason to pick up ammunition. The bazooka sadly can't be equipped, and no matter how hard I tried, it just didn't want to work. Trying to shoot zombies is tough, as it is hard to aim, and with the pistol, it can take up to 7 shots to make them sit down.
the death animations for them also was not completed. But watch out, you can die, so watch your health. Most of the puzzles are here and do work, unlike Resident Evil 1.5. Another note here is the only enemies you can face are zombies. Literally, that's all you find. There's no dogs, no spiders, or hunters. Now the snake boss Yawn is here, but it only appears once and he doesn't move. Or maybe the game is on easy mode. Who knows? But what about the graphics? They're good and bad. On the good, the environments look very similar to the PS1 Resident Evil game, and the amount the developers could cram in is simply a technical marvel. The scaling sprites and their animation is pretty decent, and even the door opening screens are here. The cutscenes play out almost the same as the PS1 version, and of course the game has a creepy vibe despite the limitations. On the downside, the colours are kind of ugly and too bright for me. The Game Boy Color's limited colour palette means odd colours are not uncommon either. It's also hard to read some of the information at times, and not everything is always easy to see. Also, Barry's sprite is just Chris's sprite, but with a beard. Yeah. Otherwise, what a game. I know it's not perfect, and of course this still needed more work and polish, but Capcom should have let this be a reality. The development team who are behind this really need a medal. They tried to pull off the impossible, and I think based on what is presented here, it could have been successful. I feel speechless to think that the Game Boy Color is capable of making this work. I love when companies are ambitious. It makes me appreciate what could have been. I'm just glad we can play this and get very far into the game. To me, this is very cool and we can't sneer at this. Bravo to the company in question, and maybe one day we can see this get completed via a ROM hack. Who knows? Well folks, I think we've done it. We have covered all of the cancelled Resident Evil 1 and 2 games, and I have to say it was a lot of fun to do, it was a great adventure, and it was interesting to see what was going on behind the scenes. Now Capcom, if you could release Resident Evil 1.5 to the masses, you know, the 80% build, then that would be absolutely phenomenal, and that would be a dream come true. Whoa, hold the phone! While recording this segment, I discovered a few more cancelled Resident Evil 1 and 2 ports, so let's give them a quick look. Resident Evil 2 was supposed to be coming to the Game Boy Advance in 2003 or so. Raylight Studios were the company behind this idea. They built a prototype using their own engine in 2003. They did this to show off the immense power of the Game Boy Advance. Yes, the Resident Evil 2 voice is here.
Resident Evil 2. Incident occurred.
The intro is also here and fully voiced, albeit at low quality.
The terrible disaster had been caused by the T virus, a mutagenic toxin created by the international enterprise Umbrella Incorporated. For the Raccoon City Police Department's Special Stars Unit immediately began investigation in the case was apparently closed, thanks to the efforts of STARS members Chris Redfield and Jill Valentine. But the Umbrella Corporation's experiments were far from finished.
Then, check this out. This looks really good. The backgrounds are all here, it's fully 3D, and the background sounds even play. But Leon though, check out this walk. Damn, watch out world, because Leon is jacking his swag. I laughed so much when I saw his walk, simply wonderful.
His run cycle is even better. Check it out, Leon needs the bathroom. I call this one the Leon Run. Anyway, it is much easier to navigate the zombie infested world in this prototype, and the menu works. Well, sort of. You can't check anything and the ammo is unlimited. Killing zombies though is a massive chore. It's hard to aim, and it's anyone's guess if a zombie gets hit most of the time, since a lot of the time I miss my shots. And yes, there's no auto aim. Collision detection was definitely not finished yet. Now, if you do get grabbed or shoot a zombie down, they literally fly to the floor. It's like Leon punched it so hard or the gun was a shotgun in disguise. Sadly, the game abruptly ends after the basketball area, and then this bizarre Street Fighter game plays for a moment.
It all depends on your skill! Go for broke!
Okay, I've also got to say as well that in this particular build you can run out of ammo, but unfortunately the counter doesn't show anything, and the bullets that you have, just pretend they're not there because they do nothing. Although thankfully, if you do walk through to the next playable area, you will be able to get your ammo back, so I guess it works. It's just a shame Capcom cancelled this version before giving it a real chance. They basically had enough of the Game Boy ports and just wanted nothing more to do with it. I wish Capcom had just really looked at the product and gone, actually, this could have worked. Oh well, it wasn't meant to be. And then there's the Game Boy Advance version of the original Resident Evil. Sadly, there's only a few screenshots of this, so enjoy what I dug up. It's clear that the game was possibly going to be not quite the same as the original Resident Evil, since the dormitory featured in these screenshots looks very different. Lastly, Resident Evil 2 was supposed to be coming to the mighty Sega Saturn in 1998 or 1999. Although development did start, Capcom eventually decided to cancel this port as they felt the Saturn wouldn't have given them the results they were hoping for. Sega promoted this game heavily, and this was a big blow for them to hear this. However, Sega's Dreamcast would get Resident Evil 2, 3 and Code Veronica in return, and fortunately, all of the games in question worked great on the Sega Dreamcast. That was all of the cancelled Resident Evil 1 and 2 games, and you have to say, some of those really should have been released. The Game Boy Color game looked incredible. Resident Evil 1.5 looked real good. The Game Boy Advance version of Resident Evil 2 I think would have worked really well. I can't say much for the Game Boy Advance version of the original game that Raylight Studios were trying to develop, and as for the unreleased Sega Saturn game, I mean, the original Resident Evil worked really well on Sega Saturn, so why couldn't 2? Yes, it would have been compromised and it wouldn't have looked as good, but it doesn't matter. I think it would have been fun regardless, and still a good port of the game. Also, I've noticed that a lot of the handheld games, especially this one, Resident Evil for the Game Boy Color, really pushed system hardware to the limits, and I wish these games were released to show you that these systems can do things that we as consumers never thought possible, and the fact that Resident Evil on the Game Boy Color was so close to the PlayStation original has to be commended. I mean, I thought that was not possible, but clearly I was wrong. I still feel sad though for Resident Evil 1.5. I think Capcom makes it look worse than it really is. I think the game's superb, and Capcom should give themselves a lot more credit. That game deserves to be released. I thought it was a fantastic experience and one that I'll never forget. That being said, had the game been released, the future sequels would have been affected, and who knows how far Resident Evil would have gone if the game hadn't changed into the final release version.
Although Resident Evil 1.5 and the Game Boy Color import were never officially released in retail, true Resident Evil fans like myself still feel the burn. As a kid growing up, I just remember seeing stills and screenshots on the internet of gameplay, and it just always made me sad knowing that I would never ever get to play these games. And although my parents never loved me enough to get me a Game Boy Color for Christmas, which, thanks by the way, I just know that I would have loved to have Resident Evil as part of my collection. However, with today's mods and modders, canceled games like 1.5 and the Game Boy Color import are available on the internet for fans like me to play. And that's honestly the most awesome thing I could hear. As for the Resident Evil 2 port, I actually just learned of its existence like not too long ago, and I'm still shocked.
Well folks, that's the end of the video. I really hope you've enjoyed this episode on cancelled Resident Evil 1 and 2 games, and I think it was a fantastic way to show you exactly what happens behind the scenes when games don't go to plan. I want to thank Ray for being here. She's been an absolute star. She's a fantastic guest, and I'm really happy she was able to contribute to this episode.
Thank you so much for another collab, Affro. It was really fun working with you, and I really hope to do more videos in the future.
If you're interested in seeing what Ray does on her own channel, I've provided links in the description below so that you can check out her channel. And she mainly does streams and let's play type content. She's played games such as Resident Evil 2 Remake, Tomb Raider, Mortal Kombat, Doom 2016 and more. So if you're interested in that, check her out. She's wonderful and a great content creator. Now then folks, I pass off the question to you. What do you think of the cancelled Resident Evil games that I covered today? Did you like them? Would you play 1.5? Do you think the ports would have been system sellers? And what other games do you think could have been cancelled in the franchise? Of course, we know about Resident Evil 0 on the N64, and we know about the cancelled concepts of the Resident Evil 4 games, but are there any other games that might have been cancelled that we don't know about? Well, let me know, and until next time, from myself and Ray, we will see you in our next videos. Oh yes. Folks, this is Driver. When I was a kid, Driver used to be a treat for me back from school, because when I was younger, unfortunately, my mum and dad restricted me to playing on the PlayStation on the weekends, including Fridays. So when I came off school and I got a chance to play this was a treat and a half, like taking candy from a baby, although this time I was the baby. However, today we're going to look closely into this game, its sequel, Driver 2. Now, I didn't get Driver 2 until about 2005, 2006, because again, the parents, and also they also realised the first game was a 15, and when they realised the second game was also the same age rating, they didn't want me to play it. So when I was 13, they felt I was a bit more mature and they'd let me have it. Even though I had the game played initially in 2001 when I visited my dad's old friend's house, and of course I had the game since 2003 in the form of a demo, Eurodemo 95. So before that, I want to take a closer look into Driver 2 and go through all of the nooks and crannies that make it the game it is today. However, we have to start from the beginning, and to do that we have to look at the company that made this in question. That's right, Reflections. So, let's get going. Oh boy, where do I start? Right, so Reflections, known later as Reflections Interactive Limited and currently as Ubisoft Reflections, was formed by Martin Edmondson and Nicholas Chamberlain in Newcastle upon Tyne in England in 1984. The company started by making BBC micro games which I've never seen in my life. Their first game was called Paper Round, but for some reason it wasn't released. However, some of the games that did get released on the platform included Ravenskull and codename Droid and Striker's Run. The company would eventually strike gold in 1989 when Shadow of the Beast was released. The game was first released on the Amiga PC and it was a smash hit. The game ended up getting released on many platforms including the Mega Drive, the PC Engine CD and more. The game finally put Reflections on the map. The early 90s saw Reflections putting out games on both the Amiga and Atari ST computers with mixed success. Then, in 1995, at the release of the PlayStation in the Western territories, Reflections finally struck platinum. Yes, that's right. This game not only brought them immense success, but it also changed the company's direction of video games going forward. But the game in question to make this happen? Yes, this is Destruction Derby, the game that made Reflections really be on the map. Destruction Derby was published by Psygnosis and showed off some impressive graphics at the time and a very robust damage engine. This was a launch game for the PlayStation in Europe, and thanks to the level of carnage never seen before at the time, Destruction Derby sold like hotcakes. It helped the PlayStation get an early lead over the Sega Saturn and made Reflections focus on racing and driving games from that point onwards. The sequel, Destruction Derby 2, was even better. It sold well once again, had much better music, and it upped the destruction to 11. However, the best was yet to come for the company. After Monster Trucks or Thunder Truck Rally in the US was released in 1998, GT Interactive bought out Reflections and they were renamed to Reflections Interactive. This boost in investment resulted in a game that would become a blockbuster of a series. Driver was born. Inspired by TV shows such as Starsky and Hutch and movies like Bullet and The Driver, Driver would use the Destruction Derby engine to great effect. Driver is a mission-based driving game where you played as Tanner, an undercover cop who has to help out with various driving jobs for those who are willing to pay. As a former racing car driver, his driving skills are outstanding, and this skill helps him complete the jobs in question. The game was also a free roam game, allowing you to drive in 4 big cities at your leisure. The cities included Miami, San Francisco, Los Angeles, and New York. Driver sold millions of copies on the PlayStation alone, earned platinum status in Europe, greatest hits in the United States, and got ports to the PC, Game Boy Color, Mac, and later on, the iPhone. Driver 2 was then released 1 year later in the year 2000 and published by Infogrames. This was because GT Interactive was in financial trouble in 1999 and got bought out and rebranded as Infogrames. Driver 2 expanded on Driver's concepts. Tanner could leave his car and interact with traffic and other environmental elements such as switches. The cities were made bigger and roads had curves, highways that elevated and more. The added realism was welcomed by critics. Driver's cutscenes were terrible, so Driver 2's were much more detailed, better acted, and the story was better written too.
Need you to make an exchange. This case for a locker key. It's a sweet deal. Cash for a key. In and out. Wham, bam, boom. Meet them at the marina. Get the key or stay out of town.
Pink Lenny and the dead guy with the marks. Start talking.
I got nothing to say.
I never figured Lenny'd be worth dying over.
The cutscenes were so detailed for the PlayStation and so large, the game was split into 2 discs. However, the game pushed the PlayStation, and sadly, the game would slow down a lot, freeze up, and even crash at times. This aggravated those trying to play, as this made the game feel unfinished. Well folks, Driver 2 may have had its issues and flaws, but that didn't stop people buying it. This game was only sold on PlayStation and Game Boy Advance, but it didn't stop people buying this game in droves. In fact, millions of people bought the game and it was a terrific success for Reflections. Now, Reflections clearly had a hot title on their hands and they were going to do nothing to stop the momentum from slowing down. That being said, folks, that was a lot of history about the company and the game, and now it's time to see what it's like to play. A word of warning though, basically this game's slowdown was pretty horrific at times and I just couldn't stand it. So, to migrate it in my emulator, I changed the CPU speed from 1 times to 3 times. Fortunately, it cures the slowdown issue, but not the freezing or the crashing, and that's pretty unfortunate. Anyway, with that, let's take a deeper look into Driver 2. When the game first begins, we get a cutscene.
I'm gonna pop your neck with my hands.
This FMV shows us what to expect in Driver 2.
You'll wish you never met me. Maybe he don't even exist.
After that, we then get greeted with a lot of different options. Undercover is the story mode and it will span around 30 missions or so. It is a fairly deep mode and will take a while to complete. Take a Ride is where you can explore one of the 4 cities at your leisure. Sadly, when you first begin the game, only 2 can be selected. Then you can select the weather and the starting car. Off you go to explore. There's driving games which basically let you do 5 different driving challenges. Quick Chase, where you have to chase down and ram a driver in the allotted time limit. Be warned, this mode is tough and it is easy to lose your prey. Quick Getaway is the same thing, but this time you are being chased by a cop who's hell-bent on ending your driving days. There's no time limit here, but the cop will not wreck, unlike you, of course. This means you have no choice but to try and get away with your steering wheel intact. Gate racing is where you have to go in between cones that act as gates and you must go through as many as possible within the time limit. You can gain back time for each gate you go through. The quicker you can do this, the more time you will gain. The gates will get smaller as you get further into the challenge and traffic will sometimes block your way too. Yes, this mode will push your vehicle handling skills to the limit. Trailblazer is similar to gate racing, only this time you are knocking down cones in a line as quickly as possible. Finally, Survival is where multiple police units try to wreck you out ASAP and you have to survive as long as possible. This mode is extremely difficult though. I can barely last 10 to 15 seconds and, being honest, it's not much fun in my opinion, as it just gives you no chance to really get going. Driver 2 does have multiplayer modes, but sadly nobody wanted to play with me, so I cannot show you this part. Then you can watch 4 different chase replays that the game has included. Right, that's all of the modes explained. Now let's talk about the general gameplay. Driver 2 is a mission-based driving game. You control a number of vehicles throughout the story mode and the various modes included in the game. As Tanner, your car control is sharper and looser than your average driving game. Handbrake turns can be done easily. Burnouts help keep the car responsive and moving, and just, well, they sound good. And you can perform skills to assist you in completing your objective. When you head towards your objective, a marker on the map will be present as a crude form of a GPS system. If you then fire up the map, you can see in more detail where you need to go. There's no arrow or instructions on how to get to your destination, so it is up to you on how to get there. In some missions it is pretty obvious, but in others you will need to be using the map heavily, as one wrong turn could mean restarting the whole mission again. Bear this in mind. I will say, constantly pausing the game to look at the map can kill the pace of the game a little bit, but in some situations, especially for newcomers, it's vital that you look at the map so you know exactly where you're going. New to the driver series in this game is that Tanner can leave his vehicle. You can jack other cars doing this or push certain switches, or later on, planting C4. While a great concept, Driver 2 does not do much of this. I mean, it is useful, no doubt. If a car has too much heat attached to it, or if a car is too crippled, stealing another car really helps in some of the missions. Not all missions allow you to do this, however, so keep this in mind. Try not to see this as a get out of free jail card. It's a bit more difficult than that. The movements outside of the car are very stiff and Tanner is in no hurry to run. This makes any long stretch of being outside of the car boring and a chore. Saying that, the police in this game will chase you if you break a rule or already have heat on your vehicle. Hitting other road users, objects such as cones or environmental aspects such as trees or a building will increase the heat. This can cause more cops to be in pursuit of you. Roadblocks will start appearing and the cop cars will become faster, smarter and much more aggressive towards you. This is where changing cars becomes a godsend. Trust me, without this feature, the game would be 10 times harder and much more difficult to complete without this ability, so I guess you can say it's a godsend that we can get out of the car, get rid of the heat and move on. The game will go through 4 cities on 2 discs: Chicago, Havana, Las Vegas and finally Rio de Janeiro. There's a lot to see and the development team really went all out on the detail and the amount present in the scene. Also, the atmosphere of the cities is what makes each of them memorable and worth driving through. There's cities, villages, towns, outskirts, highways and all of these elements combined give each a unique feel when you play on them. The cars reflect this in each city, and again, this is a nice aspect of the game. As for the sound and music, the sound effects are varied and most cars sound different, which was not true in the original Driver. Crashing sounds are pretty decent and every city has many different environmental sounds to help distinguish them from one another. Some cars even have music playing as you drive past, thus bringing the game to life. By the way, in the game's Take a Ride mode, you can find secret vehicles that can be unlocked and used anytime in the Take a Ride mode. Here's 2 of them that I found, a Mini in Havana and a Camaro, I think, in Chicago. The cars here are slightly faster than the normal cars, so that's pretty neat. You can also unlock or steal police cars as well. Yes, I'm a bad cop, what can you say? I also need to mention that smashing up cars is quite satisfying in this game, and your car will take a beating. In fact, unlike Driver 1, the cars here can take much more punishment, it's harder to roll over, and if you do roll over, the chances of you getting right side up is more likely too. The game's soundtrack on the other hand is, it's not great. I don't dislike it or anything, it's just bland and there really. There's no pump or flow with it, and most of the tracks are short and loop far too often. I also dislike how the story mode only uses 4 songs per city, and as you might expect, this makes the music repetitive very quickly. Driver 1 had a different song in the majority of the missions, so why they didn't do that again is beyond me. The cutscene tracks are nice though, which is interesting. Speaking of the cutscenes, they are really nice for a PlayStation game. Very detailed indeed, and for the time, it does help you get ready for the drama that lays ahead when you do go for a drive. But as good as they look, the voice acting is merely okay.
Right, but he was Brazilian. Then he let it slip, and Brazilians making a drop tomorrow at 10 a.m.
It is a little lifeless at times and a bit bland, but it gets the job done, and since Driver 1's cutscenes were awful in every way, this is a step in the right direction.
You know, if you don't help me, darling, I'll have to find myself somebody.
However, to me at least, the story it's just not very interesting. On the one hand, it is epic and it does go on a lot, but I struggle to stay interested as not much happens a lot of the time, and when it does, I feel there's a lack of a build-up to the scenes, thus what takes place is just unsatisfying to me. We don't get to learn much about the characters or the conflicts either, so I couldn't connect with anyone, minus Tanner, because, look, Tanner is a badass, so what can you expect? Oh, and Tanner talks way more in this game compared to the original.
Look, Vasquez has more men pouring into Chicago every day. Yesterday he sent a team back to Vegas. You know it ain't gonna stop here. Where next? San Diego, Miami?
Basically, folks, what I'm trying to say is the story, to me, is just there. It's a bit of fluff, but fortunately the strong gameplay and features is what keeps me interested in Driver 2. I know this is a little off the script here, but you can see where the Destruction Derby roots are with this game. The car damage is almost identical to Destruction Derby and has the same kind of look, although, of course, Driver 2 feels different, looks better, and handles far better as well. The physics here remind me of Destruction Derby 2, although again, much improved and easier to manage compared to that game and the original Driver game. Oh, and lastly, the game performance. It is a mess to say the least. The frame rate drops all the damn time, and this makes playing the game a hassle. Look at this, it appears I'm barely moving here. The frame rate is always low much of the time, and this affects the controls and in turn your enjoyment of the game. There's also random freezes, and this can happen at the worst of times. In fact, this occurs far too often in my opinion. Oh, and the game can crash from time to time, so save often. As stated earlier, I used the emulator's 3x mode for the CPU to clear up slowdown, but freezing still continued to occur. Oh, and there's the film director mode. It is a little limited, but this mode allows you to customize your camera angles and the timing of which they cut to another angle. I love this mode, as it does feel like you are making a mini movie, eventually, and it is a lot of fun. I try to use it as much as possible. On the downside, in longer missions, you can run out of placeable cameras before it is over, which sucks, because there's no easy way to stretch out the replay without making some of it boring. Oh well, at least the option is there. My goodness, that was long. Hopefully folks, my thorough investigation and analysis of Driver 2 has given you not only what to expect in the game for you, but what you'll be doing as you play. Now then, it's time to get into the meat and potatoes of the game, because now we're going to cover all 37 missions in the game. Yes, all 37, so grab some popcorn, sit down and relax. Oh, and spoiler alert, I will be showing every cutscene possible in the game. Now then, it's time to rock. As soon as we start the undercover mode, we get a long cutscene showing the plot, establishing the characters, the story and the setup for our first mission.
should have seen the look on this guy's face. He was feeling the pain. My handgun settled in between his eyes. I let him chew on a piece of my boot.
I know you don't love me, baby. You got to treat me nice and kind.
I had him begging for his life, doing voices of some tune piece.
If you wanna come home to me, baby, and spend this money of mine.
I wish I had it on tape.
You went out last night, and you didn't come home until day.
I tell you.
And you didn't come home
You
until
should have
day.
seen the look on this guy's face.
I done got tired. You're treating me this way. I'm gonna leave y'all.
You know what these marks mean, Jones, do you? Ever hear of Alvaro Vasquez?
Of course.
The Bureau's got Alvaro Vasquez fingered as the operator of a racket down in Brazil worth $200 million a year. But you ever see Alvaro Vasquez? You ever see a picture of him?
No.
No, because no one's even seen the guy's driving license. Maybe he don't even exist. Maybe he's just a name. All we know is these marks mean you're one of his.
That's all we know? No.
Tell him, Tanner.
The last guy to whack one of Vasquez's boys had his mouth filled by a Mauser clip and his gums glued up before they set light to his head.
Listen, here's the whole play. We had a witness to the shooting. He saw a guy named Pink Lenny sitting next to our friend here. Yesterday, this witness scrammed out on us. He knows a whole lot more than he spilled. More about Pink Lenny. I want you teamed up and undercover, well clear the clubhouse. Put out some feelers for the witness and put us wise on why we got Brazilian hatchet men taking on lead in Chicago.
Jones here. We got ourselves some action. I found our witness, and he's real jumpy. Getting ready to make a move. Get your butt over here before he blows.
The very first mission has you getting to Jones to catch a witness who saw or knew more about the murder that is shown to us in the intro cutscene. This is a simple mission. Turn left, then right, then left again onto the highway and following the point to make it to Jones. This stage has some iconic music, but otherwise is a breeze. Eventually jump into Jones's car and the mission ends with the witness in sight.
He's in the blue sedan across the street. Punch it.
This mission has you chasing the blue sedan for around a minute or so. This is a very fast chase mission. Sadly, if you spin or crash out, you will lose. So the margin for error is basically don't make a mistake. After a short manic chase, the witness will stop abruptly. Before you can get to them, they get onto a train and escape.
We lost him. Stay with the train. We'll make the pinch when he gets off.
Ripped straight out of the French Connection, the witness has escaped onto a train, and you must follow the train and not lose sight until it stops. This mission already puts sandbanks in your way, and then you have to face the streets, alleyways, and of course, close calls. This mission is a bit more lenient with the chase distance, but as usual, make a mistake and you will have to recover quickly or face restarting the mission. Thankfully, this tribute to the legendary car chase is fun here and even tense at times. Once you catch the train, exit the car and run up the stairway to finish the mission and trigger the next cutscene.
Pink Lenny and the dead guy with the marks. Start talking.
I got nothing to say.
I never figured Lenny'd be worth dying over.
I just know Lenny used to work for Solomon Kane. I heard he kept Kane's books here and in Vegas. Then I hear Lenny's quit town. Damn, I thought you was Kane.
Ooh, Kane? I heard only dead guys left that outfit. So what's with the guy with the marks?
I never saw him in my life, but he was Brazilian. Lenny let it slip. A Brazilian's making a drop tomorrow at 10 a.m. Something real hot, heading out from Reisenbeck's. Man, I swear that's the crop.
Sounds like our boy Pink Lenny's put himself in a situation. Somewhere between Kane and Vasquez. One hell of a place to be. All guesses play even. Well, Lenny's gonna show next.
If Kane gets to him, Pink Lenny's gonna show up in pieces all over Illinois.
That you? Yeah, well, you're late, you screw up. Bring the wheels to the alley. You sure no one's seen you? Yeah, well, you better be. I thought it was... Listen, I want out. Kane knows. He knows.
You made a deal with us, Lenny. Let's go.
10 a.m. on the dot, and the Brazilian's heading out, just like the man said. We're gonna sit tight and tail him.
After getting information from the witness, the plan is to tail the Brazilians to see what they're up to.
Squeeze up.
We must be stealthy and not be seen by them. Yes, this is a keep your distance mission where we slowly follow the Brazilians and not get seen. It's not a complicated mission, just very boring and nothing really happens, to be honest.
Hang back.
Once we get to the hideout, the mission ends, triggering the next cutscene.
Dig it. Maybe we'll get ourselves a look at the hardware. Hey, what the hell's going on? He sold us premium bull, Tanner. A warehouse full of it. Did you hear that?
Jones, this stuff's being shipped in from Cuba. Passports, legal documents. Look at this stuff.
Heat, man. It's time to leave. We'll split them. Meet me in Chinatown in a couple hours.
investigating the boxes and realizing something bigger is going on, the cops suddenly arrive. When the mission starts, you will have 2 cops on your back and they are pissed. You can easily lose the mission if you're not careful. The best thing to do is to lead the cops through the highway, then once you turn off, find another car to get rid of the heat on your current car. The mission has several roadblocks in the form of the bridges that will stay up, so be careful when trying to take shortcuts. One bridge almost caught me out, but I got lucky. The police will stop chasing you completely once you are close to your destination. Once you reach the safe house, the mission is done.
Oh yeah, some guy called. He went out.
You got to help me. I can't do it all by myself. You got to help me, baby. I can't do it all by myself. You know, if you don't help me, darling, I'll have to find myself somebody else. I may have to wash it, may have to sew, I may have to cook, I might mop the floor, but you help me, baby.
As Tanner is inside the building, he investigates a seemingly abandoned room when he is attacked by a mystery man. The mission is a chase mission where you must keep up with the man at all times. The man drives fast and aggressively, so the margin for error is non-existent. Eventually, once you succeed, you get to the man, but you will be trapped by a vehicle unable to escape.
I'm Solomon Kane. You'll wish you never met me. I hear you're asking around, looking for someone. Lenny doesn't concern you. I want to know what you found before I kill you. Your life just got shorter. Jericho?
It's okay. I'm gonna shoot you in the head.
Tanner is captured and a man called Solomon Kane reveals himself and wants information on what Tanner and Jones are up to. He threatens to kill us, and the man who we were chasing is called Jericho. He is about to end us when Tanner is able to escape. The mission is simple: escape the compound. There's many twists and turns, not to mention vans and trucks that will always try to block your escape routes. You cannot dilly-daddle here. The map will be useful here if you are feeling lost. Waste too much time and you will start the mission again. Towards the end, a van will chase you, making your mission much harder. If you can keep your cool, you can lose the van with very little problem since the driver is not aggressive. Eventually, with the bridge rising, we make it out in one piece.
I stirred up a nest of Brazilians, Tanner. Now they're buzzing. Time to clear out. Make for the train.
The Brazilians are moving out away from Chicago and we must follow them. We have to catch the train within the allotted time. This is a long mission and using the map is a must, as the quickest way to the train station is not what you think. Rain is falling and it is night time, so visibility and car handling are both reduced. To add to your misery, Kane's men will try to stop you and there's always 2 cars on your backside. I got lucky and passed this mission the first time round with superficial damage, but it is very easy to lose on this stage. My advice is to keep moving and slalom as much as possible. Also be careful not to turn too aggressively as you can lose control. Once you reach the train station, a cutscene will play and we get to be in a brand new location, Havana.
Check this out. The street says Lenny gave Kane the brush off and cut some kind of deal with Vasquez. As to where Lenny's getting rained on, I got zip. But if we don't find his sorry ass, Kane and Vasquez are gonna square up, and Chicago streets are gonna run blood red. So what's your next play, Tanner?
Follow the Cuba lead. Lenny needs protection from Kane, and back to Vasquez is the only place he can go. He's gotta be heading for Havana.
Just tail this guy, nice and easy.
This mission is very easy. It's a stealth mission where we have to figure out where Kane is, and this individual might hold the key. After 2 minutes, we finally stop and see what the fuss is all about.
We're moving out tomorrow.
It's not enough time, senor.
If Vasquez says it's enough time, it's enough time. All trucks in 48 hours.
There's too many.
It ain't gonna break my heart to get you replaced, you scab piece of filth. I'm the one round here who's making this happen. So you better start showing me some respect, you hear? When you're through, you and your men leave with Rosanna Soto. And I swear, Kane's gonna bleed. He said he was getting me out of here. Vasquez said he was getting me out.
Rossman pumps 12 gauges, steel tips, plastic, man. Hey, man, those trucks are fragile. So hook this bucket, Tanner. Don't wreck it. And watch for the escorts. If this is heading for Kane, that explains the docks in the warehouse. They make Vasquez's outfit look legit, ready to squeeze Kane out of Chicago.
Chicago or Vegas or both. We won't know till they meet up with this Rosanna Soto.
Look, I'll get what I can on her and Lenny. But I gotta feed you as many leads on these shipments as you can handle.
Okay. Keep them coming, Johns.
We need the ammunition from the truck to be seized and under our control. Sadly, the escort makes life very difficult and it can be a pain to deal with. I had to restart a couple of times. Eventually, once the escort is taken care of, dealing with the truck is easy enough. Once we get a hold of the truck, it's a simple case of driving it to the lockup to complete the mission. Just be aware of the escorts who will chase after you.
Next wagon's heavy with the jelly. Take it out before it gets across town.
I really dislike this mission. You have to stop another truck before it gets to its destination. There's a twist, however. This truck is packing heat. This truck will drop bombs on you, thus meaning the conventional way of stopping it will only result in failure. The way to win this stage is to drive on the opposite lanes, stay patient, and once close enough, rub up against the truck. After doing enough damage, you will seize the truck and carry it to the lockup. The lockup is quite far away and you have to be aware that the truck could explode if you drive too recklessly. Eventually get to the lockup and the mission ends there.
Here's the buzz, Tanner. 4 cars, and one of them's got the file that puts a face and a place to Rosanna Soto. Find the cars before the city swallows them.
This is a very, very long mission, and with slick roads to navigate, it is an absolute nightmare. So, 4 cars possibly have a file that we need, and we must take them all down. All drivers are consistently moving, so catching up to them is not easy. When you do catch up to them, they swerve all over the place as if they had some gin before driving. This makes it difficult to hit them at times. If you can time the strikes though, you can knock the cars out fairly quickly. Oh, and you may have to change cars several times throughout, so if that's the case, be quick about it. Once
the file is recovered, the mission is over. Phew. We see a boat called Rosanna Sato in the cutscene. This is the clue to our next mission. However, escaping the cops now pursuing us is our next task. Although there isn't a time limit, the boat will not hang around, so drive like a madman and watch out for the police. They will be looking to stop you with aggression. However, I found changing cars quickly makes this mission much easier, since the police heat is completely eroded, which is helpful. You must go as fast as possible once you find the boat ramp, as the boat will be leaving. Make the jump, hope you land, and the mission ends with a successful escape on your part. After our car changes for some reason, we must head to the Rosanna Sato, which is what the earlier clue pointed to. Getting there will not be easy. It is a long way from your starting position, there's cops to face and a time limit which gives you very little room for error. When you first start, there's a tunnel you must get to as quickly as possible. It is easy to miss, so make sure that map is used carefully. After that, sprint to the boat, but the tunnel can cause you issues with the police. Change cars if necessary and drive flat out to reach the boat. Sadly, the boat will have left once you finish the mission.
Regreso más tarde. No, quiero mi mariposita en su vestido rojo. Sí, yo puedo hacértelo especial, ¿sabes? Realmente especial para ti si solamente me dejas darte lo que sé que quieres.
To Rosanna Soto. Where's she heading?
I tell you nothing. You got no authority.
¿Piensas que quiero tu sangre en mi camisa?
San Diego.
Jones.
She was a ship. Rosanna Soto was a ship.
And we've been seeing this all wrong from way back, man. I was all set to pitch some slick with that lady.
Yeah, well, she's gone. And she's heading for San Diego.
San Diego?
Means Vegas. They're gonna hit Vegas next.
I got it. Kane's money house. And he's a man short, too. One of his boys named Jericho showed up in town an hour ago. I tailed him to the old town on Chacon. We got a hook up there, and then we'll see where the Jericho goes.
A simple mission. Jones has found Jericho's car, and Tanner must reach Jones before Jericho leaves the scene. As usual, drive flat out, use the map, and if you need to change cars to get rid of that heavy heat from the cops, do it. This is an easy mission overall, and you should be able to complete this on your first or second attempt.
Make like glue with the trouble man. Stay back.
This is yet another sneaking mission. However, this is by far the best one, as Jericho actually goes at a decent speed, and this caught me out since the other missions of this type were slow and boring.
The mission is also very quick too, around a minute or so, maybe 2. Once we find out where Jericho is off to, we pull up and the mission is over.
Stay back.
Okay, I'll stay put around front. You foot-tail him. If he heads out the back, you go with him. You know where to reach me.
Bom, vou fumar cigarro. Eu não sei, hoje tá tudo na mesma. Quem é? Tá ok? Tá ok?
I'm not quite sure what actually happened here, but Jericho shoots 2 people and now we have to catch him. Sadly, Jericho is an expert driver it seems, and the time limit given is short too. I failed this mission quite a few times since Jericho doesn't give you much of a chance to strike him, and when you do, it is usually a slight jab rather than full body contact. Eventually, once you stop him, get into his car and the mission will end.
See, now I'm just catching up, so you're gonna have to help me out here. But the way I got it, so long as Vasquez has Lenny, Kane's gonna get hurt real bad. That's why you're here, isn't it?
You don't know what you're messing with.
Lenny knows everything, doesn't he, Jericho?
Lenny's as dead as you are.
But Kane knows. And you know that without Lenny, no matter how many hits you make, you can't stop Vasquez, can you? Kane's in Vegas. He already knows Vasquez is coming for him, doesn't he? Well, you and me are gonna pay Kane a visit.
I'm gonna pop your neck with my hands.
Brazilians. My guess is they want to talk to you.
Jericho is held hostage, makes swipes at us, and then the Brazilians show up. Since we know Las Vegas is our next destination, it's time to leave Havana. Escaping the Brazilians is not easy. They drive fast, they are very aggressive, and want you dead big time. Expect your car to take a beating here. Luckily, there's no time limit to deal with, but the destination is far and will require you to drive at your best. Eventually, the mission will end at the lockup once you drive Jericho inside.
Well folks, there you go. The first 18 missions were certainly action-packed and a lot was occurring in the story. But now, it's time for the grand finale. Oh yes, we don't just get one disc folks, we get two. So, let's look at the remaining 19 missions and see exactly what happens to Tanner and Jones.
I got the fever. I'm a junkie for the cash. The more I make, the more I seem to splash. Fast like water through my brain. I couldn't stretch away just waters I could spend. Never had time for morals or gallantries. Just pound for pound of which pocket my money's in. I spend my days getting paid and laid. Can't fight the fever and don't want to be saved. You know what I mean? I'm just an addict for the clean green. I get stiff when they hear a money spinner. I'm only a man if my money clips bigger than the next man's. That's the way it is. It ain't worth a shit if you don't get to show it. You'll always hit me cause my money is my mouth. I got a woman, but I love my bank account. Wouldn't kick the habit if I could. I'm just down dirty and no good.
Vasquez is nothing without Lenny. We know that, so your luck's in. We're bringing your boy Jericho back. In return, we want in on finding Lenny. Trust make you nervous, Kane?
What's Lenny to you?
He pulled a cross on us way back. Our 100 thou slipped into Lenny's hands and out of sight. See? Now understand, we still keen for that green.
Understand this. You cross me, I'll find you and kill you. One of you tracks Lenny. The other drives for me. I'll contact you as the jobs come in. We'll hit Vasquez everywhere. Fronts, stores, munitions dumps. We'll buy you some time until Lenny shows.
It is clear that Lenny and Vasquez have now teamed up, and a meeting with Kane has made it so everyone wants Lenny and Vasquez taken down. Quite a twist if you ask me. The mission starts by reminding us that we now work for Kane. We have to pick up his gang at the casino, which is the easy part. Once you pick them up, the real task begins. You now have heat and you have to take the gang to the safe house while losing the police. The safe house can be tricky to find for newcomers, so keep checking that map and look carefully for a gap in the wall to find the safe house.
We've lost them. Over.
Lose them.
We've lost them.
Vasquez got one of my men dumped in the trunk of a car. Spring him, Tanner.
One of Kane's men got locked in the car boot and is stranded on a train track. You have to save him and beat the train. There's numerous obstacles in your way, and if you get too jump happy, you won't make it to the trapped individual in time. Once you reach him, get into the car super fast and make your escape.
Can you believe the stones on Vasquez? He sends me a car packing C4. We're gonna gift wrap it back.
Vasquez sends Kane a car which is packed with explosives. Now we have to take that same car and deliver it back to him. This is a tough mission. You can easily go the wrong way at the beginning of the mission, like I did here. And of course, to make your delivery even more hazardous, the police are on your backside. You must drive at full speed and cannot afford mistakes. Otherwise, make full use of the map to help you plot the fastest route possible. Once the car is delivered, run to safety. This is a very simple mission. Get into the nearest vehicle and escape to the safe house. Most of the drive will be a straight line, and thankfully the police friendly will be so low the cops will not be an issue as long as you keep your cool. Arrive at the safe house to finish this mission.
We've lost them.
The driver's hit and the cops got him. Oh, Kane, get us out. Do it now!
Jericho is running to heat and his wheelman's down. Get him out before the backup's on us.
Jericho's bank robbery attempt has gone wrong. His wheelman is down and the police backup is bearing down his neck. We must rescue him and escape intact. Getting to the scene is easy enough since no cops show up during your journey. Use the map to plan out the best way to get to the bank. Once you pick up Jericho, the heat will be fierce and your driving skills will be pushed to the limit as you race to the safety of a safe house. Use the map to avoid getting lost if necessary. Once you get close to your destination, the cops will discontinue pursuit. Get to the lockup to complete the mission.
Driver went down. The medics got him in a convoy. Is he bad? He ain't good. But we got a guy uptown who can slap him back together. What do you squeal? Save us the bother of fighting out.
One of Kane's drivers is in the back of an ambulance and needs to be set free. To do this, you must stop the ambulance and steal it. Sadly, the ambulance driver is very fast and a police escort will attempt to stop you. The police escort is easy to take care of if you swerve through traffic, but dealing with the ambulance is another story. As mentioned before, the driver will be tough to catch up to. Once you do get the ambulance stopped, hop in and drive it to the safe house. The vehicle will be in critical condition, so watch your driving and don't wreck. Once you safely get to the safe house, the mission will end.
cover? That's why I'm keeping my head down. That's why I need to ride, Tanner. Man, I got smart-ass cops from Vegas crawling all over me, putting on the squeeze.
They figured you as working for Vasquez?
Uh-huh. Cover is solid. Still ain't nothing more I can do here now. I got all I need. No, Lenny was here. I guess he blew out the Rio, and me after him. Hey, if Kane's coming out on top for now, that got anything to do with you? Listen, you better make it count while you can, because Lenny's changing everything. The longer he's in the Brazilian pocket, the bigger Kane's gonna lose. So what is it Lenny knows?
He's, not the whole story. There's more between Kane and Vasquez than Lenny. They know each other's moves.
Now, we don't know that. We gotta go with what we got.
Come on, let's get you out of here. Airport, right?
Yeah, that's right.
You got no bags?
I got a few things.
Oh man, Jones is gonna stink again.
No, I ain't. I told you it wasn't me, it was a guy behind me. I'll buy some new threads when I land.
Hill block. They staked us out. Let's move it.
We have to take Jones to the airport so he can fly off to Rio de Janeiro since Lenny has fled there. Sadly, the police know about Jones' involvement with Vasquez. This is the toughest mission yet. First, the police heat is higher than usual and cops appear in the worst spots possible. Once you hit the bigger, faster roads, swerve through traffic to keep the cops at bay. Sadly, as you near the airport, the roads become narrow once more, and this can lead to your end if a cop is coming round from the corner. You need a lot of luck and driver skill to pass this mission, as it is very demanding on you. Even if you get to the airport, unlike other missions, the police will not back off. In other words, if a cop appears at the destination, you may as well restart the mission unless you can pull off a miracle. Once you make it, Jones will board the flight to Rio.
We found the yard that feeds Vasquez. Gas, guns, everything. Destroy this yard. We cut his supplies and hit him hard. The yard keys are in the blue sedan.
While at the airport, we get a new mission. We have to hit Vasquez where it hurts. Our yard supply is the target where we can cripple Vasquez and give us the advantage. We need the keys, and they are in the possession of a blue sedan driver. Sadly, the driver will not stick around, thus getting to him quickly is a must. Now once you reach him, he is not a good driver, but because of this, hitting him is a challenge. You will not know what he is up to, and this will frustrate you. My advice is to stick close to him, so that if he does mess up, you will be right there to greet him. Once the sedan is disabled, take the keys and the mission is completed.
Get to the car lot. The guys I use will be on the second floor, waiting. Do the deal for the C4. Make the switch and get out.
We get told to meet an informant who has C4 that we need for an upcoming mission. We must get to the meeting point with no cops behind us. Thankfully, as long as you're not too reckless, you can do this mission pretty easily. Once at the destination, the man hands us the C4 and the mission is complete.
Yeah, I know. Kane should have told me he was using someone new. Deal's on. Deal's on. Unless you want to take this up with Jericho. The money? The bag.
Head out to the yard. No cops. Use the keys to get you in. Plant the C4 on the tankers and then get out of there. Hold up your end, and we'll be hitting Vasquez base by nightfall.
Now that we have the C4 and the keys, we must finally head to the yard supply drop and destroy it using the C4. Oh, and of course no cops must be present. The cops will chase you immediately, but luckily, if you drive carefully, this will be an easy mission as the cops are not aggressive. Once you get to the yard, be quick in planting C4, they will go off sooner than you think. Once you escape, the mission is a success. A cutscene will play, and before you know it, we are in Rio!
Where's Vasquez?
Everyone's gone.
Where's Vasquez?
Gone.
Where's Vasquez?
In Rio. You can't win. He has Lenny. It's only a matter of time. Vasquez will come back for you.
He can do what he likes, dead man. I'm coming for Lenny. Where's Lenny? I got Chicago and Vegas falling around my ears. You better not be wasting my time.
He's here. They keep bumping him around town. Vasquez has watched the docks and the airport every day till today. The day you arrive. It's like he just let you walk in. You want to explain that to me?
Just find Lenny. I'll deal with Vasquez.
Learn some manners, or your head's gonna be leaking that shake.
We got word Vasquez has grouped his cars. Wreck them before they separate.
It's Rio time, folks. We start by being told to wreck Vasquez's parked cars before they go off into the sunset and separate. We need a bus to make this mission a success. If you're new to Rio, definitely look at the map before driving off. Luckily, the bus is only a short distance away. Once inside the bus, you need to speed to the location of the cars as fast as possible. Once you wreck all of the cars on the lot, Vasquez's men will attempt to stop you, so jump into a faster car and avoid the baddies. If you make it through, drive to the safe house to end the mission.
is moving his cash. He's expecting a limo to collect it from Palazzo Romano. Can you get it?
Yeah, I can get it. Does it matter how?
No.
It's yours.
Vasquez is expecting money to arrive in a limo, and we need to take it from him. Now, I do not know what this has to do with stealing a public service vehicle, but what do I know? Straight away, it is raining, which adds more difficulty to an already tough stage. Getting the police car is easy enough, but once you finally drive off with it, the real challenge kicks in. Using the map, you are forced to use the highway. It is narrow, and since the cops are aggressive from the start, your work is cut out for you. Did I mention the time limit is very strict too? This is the mission from hell, and good luck completing it. There's no easy way to do this. Just pray, use the map to help you, and drive the best you can. If you somehow survive and get to your destination on time, the mission will be a success. Using our newly stolen police car, we have to stop the limo before it gets away. There's no damage meter for the limo, so it will be confusing as to what to do at first. Luckily, the limo doesn't try to flee. Simply block its path and steal it. Then drive to your next location to collect the cash. Amazingly, the mission is pretty simple. Just use the map if you need to. Okay, this sounds too easy, right?
O dinheiro vai para Palado, hein? Onde está o Henrique? O que está acontecendo? Venha cá! É o motorista do Kane!
Sadly, once you get the cash, Vasquez's men realize who you are and you have to flee for your life. Concentrate on the turns, as the limo's wide and long body makes you an easy target, and try to lose the cars by taking a few risks. Once you get away and arrive at the safe house, the money is safe and the mission ends.
The mechanic's calling on Jones. He's on his way. Where? Check the green sedan heading out from the obelisk.
A hitman has Jones in his sights, but we must stop him before he ends our partner's life. Speed is key here, and getting the green sedan is not easy. When you catch up, he will be unpredictable and hard to catch. Then, a glitch in the AI or something made the green sedan driver drive into the seawater and his car broke down. Maybe he just wanted to give up or something. Anyway, mission done.
You're right about Kane. There's something between him and Vasquez. Something more than Lenny. They operate the same way. I can't figure it out. Listen, they're moving Lenny the day after tomorrow. I get the details a couple of hours before they move.
You sure?
Am I sure? I'm a freaking holy wonder, baby. I got a hotline to the slime.
Get out as soon as you know. Your cover is too thin to hold. Next time they'll make sure.
Look, this ain't finished yet. I stayed till it is.
Jones, we'll get someone else in. A new face. Look, yours is tripping too many wires.
It's my face that's unlocking the doors.
We got options. We can pick the locks. I'll make some calls.
Look, Vasquez has more men pouring into Chicago every day. Yesterday he sent a team back to Vegas. You know it ain't gonna stop here. Where next? San Diego, Miami? Kane's losing ground every minute. We have to stop them here, Tanner, while Kane still has a chance. We have to bring Lenny in now.
48 hours, Jones. That's all you got. Then we bring in a new face and we do this different.
This is the only way.
The ship we tagged last night is on its way out to Havana with a hull full of toys. I don't want that hardware leaving. When's it moving? It's already loaded.
After arguing with Jones on how to tackle the Lenny situation, we are told to destroy a boat full of hardware. The boat will leave very soon. You guessed it, gotta go flat out to make it. Again, when in doubt, flat out. You do not have time to waste. Avoid the cops. Use the map to plan the fastest route possible and do not get bogged down. Once you reach the boat, time will not be added on until you set the first C4 explosive. After you set 3 of them, get off the boat and watch the fireworks on show.
Coming in for Lenny at the fort. If we don't move, in 20 minutes we'll have lost him for good. Get over here! Vasquez is on to me.
Vasquez is on to Jones's plans, and now the betrayal begins. God, Jones is starting to become a liability now. Anyway, getting to Jones is easier said than done. The time limit is fiercely limited. The cops will be on to you and any mistakes made will cost you big time. The map will be your best friend as planning the fastest route possible is critical. Also, you have to take these corners as fast as humanly possible. This is possibly the tensest and most frustrating mission yet. Even when you make it, you must run inside the cabin. If you go on the wrong side of the parked car, you will not make it, so be warned unless restarting is somehow fun for you. Eventually, reach the cabin and find Jones.
Go!
The gunman tries to kill both Tanner and Jones but is unsuccessful. Now we must get the drop on him. This is a very, very fast mission, but as you expect, the gunman is a fast skilled driver and is not easy to take down. Traffic and narrow roads will also push your driving skills to the limit. And objects such as rocks will also cause you to fail the mission, not to mention the cliff that you can also fall off. This mission is not easy and will cause you to restart many times. The key is to stick close and, if possible, rub against his car rather than ramming it. Do this and eventually the man will be finished for good.
Kane, it's Tanner. They're moving Lenny in a chopper from the fort. It's our last chance, Kane. I'm heading out.
Take some backup.
I can handle.
Take some backup. Pick up Jericho at Lorenharas.
Lenny is now looking to escape in a helicopter and we must stop him before it is too late. We need backup, and since Jones is down, Jericho is our next best option. Getting to Jericho is easy enough. The cops will attempt to stop you, but they can be dodged easily. Once we reach Jericho, we get into his car. We have to move quickly to stop Lenny leaving in the chopper. Once more, the police will make life difficult for you, but just keep the pedal floored. Do your usual getaway moves and you will reach Lenny in no time. Sadly, despite our best efforts, Lenny is already leaving in the helicopter when we arrive.
Going down. Let's move.
Time to break up the party, Jericho.
You're pointing that at me.
Put the sawn-offs down.
Bad mistake.
Put them down. Tell Kane I need Lenny more than he does.
I'll find you.
After slowing the helicopter down, Tanner betrays Jericho and goes after Lenny by himself. The mission is simple: keep up with the helicopter and take Lenny down. Lenny's men will try to stop you at all costs, and the helicopter is pretty fast as well, meaning the pedal has to be floored at all times. If you are off the pace, even slightly, this mission is over. Usually it takes me forever to complete this mission, but I actually completed this mission on my first attempt with minimal damage to my car. I know it's weird since this is the final mission. I'm not kidding on that. Must be my lucky day. The best way to complete this mission is to keep your focus, dodge through traffic and take corners as fast as possible. Lenny's helicopter crashes out at the end. Race to the scene before Lenny escapes, and congratulations! You just completed the game. Here is the final cutscene to close the story.
One popular guy, Lenny. Seems everyone wants you. Kane, Vasquez, Rio PD, me. Personally, I don't care what you know. You're not gonna shoot that.
I am. I'm gonna...
It's cooling down here and in Vegas. Vasquez's outfit's leaving. I'm starting to recognize the place again. What about Kane? Where's this leave Kane and Vasquez?
Back where they were before.
What do you mean where they were before? What else is between them apart from Lenny?
Took a long time to figure that out.
Credits roll on ooh, Driver 3 in 2002. Yeah, we all know what happened next with Driver 3. Maybe another day, I'll cover that. Wow, that was Driver 2. As you can see, there's fun to be had despite the technical issues, and although the game is punishingly difficult at times, it is also rewarding and your driving skills will definitely improve as time goes on. Driver 2 had mixed reviews back in its heyday, but I really think we need to appreciate what Driver 2 brought to the table. Although it is far from perfect, Driver 2 still gets a recommendation from me. Sliding the car back and forth with precise control is kick-ass, the replayability of the mode is great, and when you feel like a true driver, evading people back and forth with no problem is a joy. And of course, playing as Tanner is, well, it's a lot of fun. So Driver 2 has a lot going for it, and I think despite the little niggles, I definitely recommend it. But now, I pass off the question to you. What do you think of Driver 2? Now, based off my coverage, would you be inclined to pick it up? And if you owned Driver 2 yourself all those years ago, what did you think of it? And what were your favourite memories of the game? Let me know, and until next time folks, I will see you in my next video. The Sega Saturn. Yes, it's back, the console that never ceases to amaze me. Earlier in 2019 I covered 10 games on the console and a lot of you enjoyed the video. In fact, the video is my most successful Affro's Curiosities episode yet. I'm sure I've said this before folks, but I absolutely enjoyed making the last Sega Saturn games video, and of course we've looked at other Sega Saturn games in more detail throughout the months. Now, I've got 8 more games here to show you and I look forward to talking about them, but before I do, I just want to state a little disclaimer here. Basically, I recorded all these games on a real system using, well, component video. Yes, component, the worst connection type you can possibly get on the Sega Saturn, apart from RF, but no one cares. Point is, it's not going to look pretty, and unfortunately I recorded all the games before I got my S-Video upscaler, so apologies for the ugly visuals, but the games were fun to play, or at least look into, and hopefully you guys will have fun watching them too. So bear this in mind, and with that said, let's get into 8 more Sega Saturn games. First up, let's take a look at Andretti Racing. This racing game takes cues from the legendary racing car driver Mario Andretti. Mario was famous for racing and winning in many car classes, and he wants you to taste some of his successes in this game.
Throughout my career, and to have the opportunity.
This hits home especially when you see all of the videos starring him and his two sons. Yep, his sons also became race car drivers. Not bad, right?
I think for me, there's never been anybody tougher to pass on a racetrack than Dad.
Well, it's something that what you do when you pass and stuff, you check.
In Andretti Racing, you can play a variety of modes, but I stuck to single races and mainly used the NASCAR vehicles. You can also drive an open wheel car too. I will admit the amount of tracks present here is simply amazing. Most racing games at the time never had this many. I'm blown away by that actually. I also like how many options you can mess with and change. Clearly EA put some effort into making this game, right? Well, sort of. You see, I first played this on the PlayStation, but that was almost 20 years ago now. The Saturn port is mediocre at best, and here's why. First, the handling is too loose and braking feels dead. When I brake, there's no real feel or weight on the cars, so you dive in, hit the button, and I feel no response. Suddenly the car can stop, and then the loose handling makes you lose control fairly easily. Another aspect I don't like is the frame rate. I knew it wouldn't be great being a port of a PS1 game, and well, it isn't. The game looks jerky in motion and adds to the difficulty of driving properly. Why can Sega Rally Championship look and run well, but not this? I do like the damage engine though. It's pretty decent, and the cars can look pretty beaten up if you're too crash happy. The artificial intelligence is fairly tough if you want it to be, although you will lose more often to the poor handling, if anything else. The graphics are convincing enough, and I especially love the in-car camera. Makes the action a little bit more exciting. The sound is average, and the music is okay. Nothing amazing, but hey, at least it keeps you racing a little bit longer. Andretti Racing is mediocre overall, and while not the worst game ever or anything, I'd say don't buy this unless you get it cheap or you just need some kind of a racing game on the Sega Saturn.
Watch for that green flag, and here we go!
We all know SimCity, right? Of course we do. It's that popular sim building game that's a lot of fun. Now you can experience the fun on the Sega Saturn. Sweet! This is going to be awesome. So awesome in fact, this game will change your life forever. Oh god, who made this? Maxis? Oh dear, they didn't know what they were doing with this port. It's just horrid. First off, the loading times are just awful. The game takes its sweet time to load. Then the in-game frame rate is just in single digits. I swear, the whole game is so slow. Doing anything is just ridiculous. The music just goes away and never comes back. Trying to build anything simply doesn't work due to the catastrophic frame rate and bad controls. The buttons are hard to use and the button placement and functions are broken. Half the time I had a hard time selecting the zones I wanted to use. I never successfully got a city going because it was far too difficult and slow to actually perform this task. That tells you all you need to know about this port. The graphics are okay, but my god, Maxis did a poor job of this port, but I look online at other videos and people seem to love it. I'm clearly missing something here, surely. Either way, I'm so far not happy with my SimCity 2000 experience. I will say maybe this PAL version is the problem, or perhaps maybe I need to give it a bit more time. Who knows? But I'm disappointed all the same. Ah yes, Tomb Raider, a classic in every way and birthed one of the most successful video game characters ever. The Saturn version was released first, making this the original version of the first game. The PS1 version came later, and well, she's synonymous with the PlayStation now. So, Tomb Raider sees you playing as Lara Croft, who is seeking rare treasure. She loses her assistant early to a pack of wolves, and well, now it's all up to you. Before that, let's learn the controls in Lara's mansion.
Now press it again and quickly press one of the directions and I'll jump that way.
Here, Lara will help us learn her moves and give us a chance to get used to the controls and their timings. You will need to do this because the controls are stiff and work via a grid-based system. Every moment needs to be planned in advance, and because it's grid-based, if you need to jump, you must do it ahead of time or you will fall off.
Jump is too far for me. I can grab the ledge and save myself from a nasty fall.
After learning how to play and manipulating the controls, it is time to go exploring. The levels are huge for the time, and although there is a clear way to go, the levels encourage you to look around and discover secrets outside of the main path. A compass will help guide you should you end up lost. Of course, as you explore, mean things will try to end your living days, such as spikes that shoot from walls, walls of death, and even bears, and bats, or drowning, or 4 damage. Good thing Lara has unlimited pistol ammo and can pick up more powerful weapons later in the game. The main selling point to early Tomb Raider games, of course, are the puzzles. They take time to figure out and will make you think twice about what you are doing. I do wish the newer games went back to being puzzle heavy. Also expect to be jumping and climbing a lot. Graphically, the game looks great for the Saturn. Good 3D models and textures, decent use of lighting, and I love the animation on Lara. It's realistic enough and fairly smooth. This is one of the better looking 3D Saturn games, but the frame rate is wonky at best. A shame, as it never seems to be stable most of the time, especially in the bigger, more open areas of the game. I also find the low resolution makes the game quite pixelated, making it a bit tough to see, especially using composite video cables here. On the other hand, the music is great. Although the game uses ambient sounds most of the time, when the music does play, it really heightens the senses and the game really comes alive. It's funny because sometimes nothing of note will happen and yet the music makes you believe otherwise. It's good stuff and I wish there was more. I didn't get far in the game, but so far this is a pretty good, albeit difficult game that's aged a lot by today's standards. Also, the PS1 or PC versions of the game are much better made. If you can find this at a good price though, don't pass up the Saturn version of Tomb Raider. It's still a good time, all things considered.
Next up, it's Gun Griffin. Nobody seems to talk about this game. It's a first-person 3D mech shooting game, and it's a pleasant surprise. I thought the game would suck, but actually, it's well made and a lot of fun. First, we get a really cool cutscene with some epic music. Have a look for yourself. After this, the game allows you to choose from 4 missions. You can play these in any order, which is nice. Each mission has you finding targets, destroying them, and trying to survive the battlefield. Where do I begin with this game then? Well, let's discuss the controls. They are awkward and difficult to use at first. I look like an idiot as I go backwards and forwards, hitting buildings, jumping when I don't mean to, engaging night vision by accident. Oh my god. Movement is also cumbersome at first. You have to press one button to move forward in different speeds, and the same thing for slowing down, stopping, or going backwards. Eventually, you do get used to everything, and when you do, controlling a walking battle robot is awesome. The features such as jumping, night vision and different weapons makes you feel very powerful indeed. Although with night vision, I could barely see a damn thing. Damn you, composite! I have to say, the presentation here is outstanding. The graphics are clean and detailed. The enemy designs are really cool and menacing. I mean, fighting another robot that can kill you if you are slow to react is certainly tense, and if they do get the drop on you, thinking fast is critical. The tanks are like little bugs.
Annoying as hell, and just when you are about to shoot, they hit you, knocking you off target. But, as I was saying before, the graphics are outstanding, not to mention the frame rate remains high enough, and honestly it's just amazing how this game pulls this 3D world off. I wish more Saturn games were like this. As for the sound design, well, the weapons sound and feel powerful, the radio chatter adds atmosphere and tension, the environmental sounds and other sound effects have a nice crunch to them, and the music is pretty sweet too. All in all, Gun Griffin is recommended. This game grows on you, and well, who wouldn't want to play as a giant battle-hardened robot? Okay, here we are once again folks, we're halfway through the video. The first 4 games I've shown have been hit and miss, you know, some really good stuff there, some not so great stuff. Unfortunately, that's what you have to expect with the Sega Saturn Western library of games. We've still got 4 more games to go, so let's see if these can offer anything good for the player. I'm sure you guys remember Fighting Vipers, right? Of course you do. Most of you wanted me to cover it in greater detail, and now we have this gem. What is Fighters Mega Mix? It's Fighting Vipers, but better. First off, the game looks better. Higher quality textures and environments are present here, and the characters look a bit smoother too. The game speed has been upped and the controls have improved from Fighting Vipers. Shimmering from side to side is far easier to do and more useful as well. Trust me, you will need to use it. The AI will kick your ass in this game. The main thing about this game compared to Fighting Vipers is the characters. Now you can choose from Virtua Fighter characters and unlock some interesting characters. There's so many characters, it's actually amazing how they did all this. The Virtua Fighter arenas are also here, all redone in high quality. The variety on show keeps the game feeling fresh for much longer. The sound and music is, well, it's as awesome as it gets. The familiar Fighting Vipers songs are all here and sound as good as always. The remixed Virtua Fighter music also lends itself to the action. All of it is pure Sega arcade goodness. Certainly can't say no to that. Now, this portion of the review might seem short, but that's because the game is more of the same, just improved in every aspect that could be done. Fighters Mega Mix is super recommended from me. What a fantastic game indeed. These next 2 games are pretty similar, so I'm going to lump the 2 in this one section. I will go over the differences however. First off, Virtua Cop was an arcade smash hit. It's a light gun game where you play as a cop looking to stop a criminal gang before they ruin the city or rob another bank. Yes, story isn't a strong point here, but does it need to be? Both games are light gun shooter games, and back in the day, the first game was bundled with a gun for you to use. It's clear the game was meant to be used with that because using a controller is not ideal. Anyway, you can choose from 3 stages labelled easy, medium and hard. You can go in any order you like, which is a neat touch. How the game works is simple. The game auto-targets enemies for you, and you shoot. There's no cover system here, so you will be out in the open as an easy target. As the screen zooms in and out, the reticle will change colour. This is an indicator letting you know how close a baddie is to shooting you. If it goes red, they will fire. The aim is to shoot before they do. Honestly, with a controller, it is hard to keep from getting hit. It's too slow to move and you never get a chance to move the reticle fast enough. The result was I always got shot before I could even do anything. As you expect, the game is punishing difficulty wise. I mean, it's pure arcade fun, but God almighty, the game will end you. Still, it's fun. The music from both games are pretty sweet and get better as the game plays on. The cheesy voices, radio chatter and gun sounds add to the action. It's almost like a 90s cheesy action flick. Graphically, the game is a little rough, but gets the job done. The second game definitely looks much sharper and more detailed though. Quite impressive for a 3D arcade game. The second game differs in one area mainly. You can choose different paths throughout the level. This adds a lot more replay value to the second game. It also means you have to play stages 2 or 3 times to see everything each has to offer. Ultimately, both games are worth picking up if you like good light gun shooters. If you can get the gun working on a CRT, it'll be a blast. Oh, I also forgot to mention, it supports 2 players. You and a friend can now kick some ass together. Our final game for today is Exhumed, which is called Power Slave Elsewhere. It's a port of the MS-DOS game of the same name. Can you guess who made this game? No, it's not Ubisoft. It's Lobotomy! The same people who also ported Quake, or Saturn Quake as I call it, and Duke Nukem 3D on the system. Will this be a great game too? Let's have a look. The story is interesting. You are in a group looking for treasure in Egypt when things go a bit wrong. Essentially, you end up split from the group and on your own. Now you have to save the world from this power ending up in the wrong hands.
The great power of this new empire is quickly crushing.
By the way, in the intro, if you think you recognize the voice, you do. It's Don LaFontaine, the guy who used to voice every trailer for major movies and says the famous line, "In a world."
Slaves of the men. Many of the unfortunate victims were skinned up.
This is a first-person shooter game, and it's set in an Egyptian-type location. You won't have a weapon to start with, minus a crappy knife, but luckily for us, a pistol is not far away. As you can see, the graphics are pretty good here. The 3D environments are well detailed, there's dynamic lighting used, which is not easy for the Saturn to do, and the frame rate is fairly smooth. A reminder of why Lobotomy used to be awesome. The controls are quite similar to other games by Lobotomy, which is to say they're easy to grasp and every function is laid out in an intelligent manner. Safe to say this game is looking good so far. Oh, when you do kill enemies, they drop an eyeball? Is that bad? Is this their souls reminding me what I did? Why is it looking at me? No, I'm joking. Going over these will give you a power of some kind, mostly weapon power or, in other words, more ammo. You can also get health pickups as well. Eventually, you will bump into King Ramses, who will help point you in the right direction and give you more details as to what is happening in the story.
Welcome, mortal. I am King Ramses. When my body was laid to rest here, my name was not forgotten, and my spirit was blessed in the realm of the dead. For centuries I lived in splendid afterlife among the most powerful gods of the world. Now, my eternal sleep has been broken by a savage race of creatures known as the Kiamat. These beasts have stolen my mummified corpse and are draining the power from it to use as their own. If they succeed, chaos will spread across the earth.
As you explore, you will need keys to open up new areas, and you can find new weapons along the way. It's just fun exploring the well-designed maps and killing these weird-looking creatures. The one that throws blue balls at you is quite annoying to fight, but I always shout Kamehameha. Sorry. The weapons all feel powerful too. Listen to this. I haven't got super far in this game just yet, but from what you can see here, I had a ton of fun. I can't wait to get further in and see what occurs next. Exhumed is awesome. Check it out if you can. Sadly, as of the recording of this video, this is my most expensive Saturn game to date, so getting this port cheap won't be easy. Well folks, that's it. 8 more Sega Saturn games in the bank, and I have to say, it was a lot of fun to cover them all. Yes, some of them were not that great or mediocre, or better ports of the same games exist elsewhere like PlayStation, but it's always interesting to go back and revisit the Sega Saturn library. After all, most of us never owned the system, so for me to actually have the system right here playing it is just, well, it's a dream come true. And the more I play the Sega Saturn, the more I love it, simply because it's just got something about it that's so unique, and the games that are good are really, really good. And unfortunately, some of the games never made it to other systems. And that's why the Sega Saturn is so important to me. That being said folks, I think my next task is to get a action replay card and then to try and get some Japanese import games. I think that would be a great video to do. After all, most of the really good Sega Saturn games were only released in Japan. Anyway, what do you think of the system? Did you still enjoy this video? Did you enjoy the games that I showed off in this particular video? Would you get your own Sega Saturn? Well, you better do so because they're running out fast, boy. Anyway folks, until then, let me know and I will see you in my next video. Well folks, it's official. It's 2020 and this new decade promises to blow our minds and take us into the next dimension. Okay, that's silly, but a lot of new tech and events are indeed coming up, and considering how far we've advanced in just 10 years from 2010, this could possibly be the decade where we see even more turning points in human society. However, if we were on the clock 20 years back to the year 2000, things were a little bit different. There was no Wi-Fi, no social media, there was no smartphones, no HDMI, no 4K or 8K, and cable was the best way to enjoy television. Oh, and not to mention broadband just about existed in the year 2000. You guys are probably wondering why the heck I'm so fixated on this year. Well, simply put, it was the year of the future, the new millennium, the year that everyone said would define us as a human species. Okay, maybe not, but the point is, it was definitely a time for change, and technology was already catching up with the year 2000. Again, broadband was coming out, the PS2 came out, and a whole host of other consoles were also going to be due to come out the year after. Point is, the year 2000 was going to be a big year of change. Funny enough, the PS1 didn't agree with that because that was still the best-selling console of that year.
due in part thanks to the redesigned PS1 console that Sony made that same year. And a lot of the games that did sell well, sold well on the PS1. A lot of the games that year went to Platinum, or Greatest Hits as you know in the North American state. Well folks, the stage is set. How well do the games hold up 20 years later? Well, me and you are going to find out together. I've got 9 games lined up, and hopefully not only will they be still good to play, but they'll give you a sense of memories and your childhood, or adulthood if you were an adult at the time. Anyway, let's get started. Let's look at Spider-Man for the PlayStation 1. This game was a huge hit back in 2000 and went platinum in Europe for selling over 400,000 copies that year. It was also the first time my dad rented the game for me. I missed the days of renting video games. It was a lot of fun.
This isn't the bank!
Spider-Man allows you to control the famous hero of the same name. You can web swing, just fire webbing in general,
already at full health,
make a web shield, web yank, or you can be like me and pretty much punch or kick basically everything.
Oh, what a mess!
You can grab enemies too, although this becomes less useful as time goes on. A decent amount of moves can be pulled off in this game. Spider-Man is roughly set after the events of Spider-Man Unlimited and has a connection to the animated series Spider-Man from 1994, since some of the voice actors from that show come back to voice their respective characters. That I never knew about.
It's gonna be right back on track.
Checkpoint 1, where's your 20?
Just backstage? Call us.
Who dares? Face me, coward!
The story involves a clone of Spider-Man stealing Dr. Octavius' device and essentially ruining Spider-Man's good image. Venom returns and a mysterious fog surrounds New York to add to the complications.
You won't be able to get a job taking wedding pictures in Siberia!
I tried to fight it. Can't fight it anymore!
Now you have to go out there and clear your name. Oh, and not to mention, save the city too.
These guys are serious.
Spider-Man is a kick-ass game. The game's pacing keeps you going, the controls are solid and responsive, and web swinging is fun, if very limited compared to the PS4 Spider-Man game. Also, what is he swinging on? Superman? Otherwise you actually do feel like Spider-Man, and considering not many games did a good job representing superheroes, this was a welcome change.
American made.
Not too far, little spider.
I must also stress the voice acting is top notch and the dialogue is very funny throughout, but also knows when to be serious as well.
Oh my goodness!
Get out of my way, nerd! Watch that first step, Parker. It's a doozy.
Ow! Head! Oh, toe, ow!
Yeah, look out, lady.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, sorry, lady. Didn't see a thing.
The developers really put their all into this game, and every aspect shows effort and the ability to see why Spider-Man is still well loved by the public. It's not all perfect, however. The game is far too short for its own good, and although there's a few modes like the training mode, ultimately you will complete the game in 3 hours or less. The game's camera is fine usually, but any tight spaces messes it up, and you can end up blind for a moment.
Spider sense tingling.
Sometimes when you web zip, the controls end up backwards for a moment. This cost me some health when doing one of the police missions.
I also wished there were more combos to pull off and a greater variety of enemies to face instead of the same 4 or 5 the game presents to us. But make no mistake, Spider-Man on the PS1 is a fine game, and since it's cheap, pick it up if you can and enjoy a slice of web-kicking action. Did I mention Stan Lee is the narrator? I'm sure that alone sells this game.
With symbiotes other than Carnage and Venom? And hostages? Old Webhead's got his work cut out for him today.
Oh, what a mess! I bet that controls the air conditioning.
Oh, thank you, Spider-Man!
Ace Combat 3 was released in 2000 in the Western markets and sold well. Over 1 million copies of this game were sold, and as a fan of the Ace Combat series of video games, I do enjoy this game. However, one thing must be said straight away. All Western ports are inferior compared to the Japanese original. There's hardly a story here, there's no voice acting, no substantial cutscenes, less missions, less soundtracks, and the whole game feels as if it had a lot more going for it. Namco was going to make every version the same and translate the Japanese voice acting into English and even dub it, but due to substandard sales in Japan and the PlayStation 2 around the corner, Namco chose not to do this. Don't get me wrong, Ace Combat 3 is still great, but not the best way to experience the game. So, Ace Combat 3 is a flight arcade sim game where you control various planes to take part in various missions that you have to fulfill. You will have access to the pretty terrible machine gun and the iconic missiles, which are your main way of blasting enemies to Kingdom Come. The game makes you focus on shooting down anything marked target in red. You also have access to a map so you can easily track down your target. The missions have you doing various tasks so your skills will be tested in many ways. Air control is key, and luckily the game's control is pretty spot on. It's a joy to fly these incredible machines and the analog control feels at home here. You can use the right analog stick to look around your plane. Speaking of that, just look at the graphics. Absolutely amazing for the time. For me, the texture work and detail on the planes and even the environment steal the show and look incredible. To think this is actually running on a real PS1, I think that's pretty cool. I also noticed the game never drops a frame, ever. Namco really knew the system and they kept making really good looking games at this time. The sound and music are also very good. Very punchy sound effects make attacking anything very satisfying, and I love the sounds of the planes too. I guess you can say you feel very connected to the action as it's occurring. The music, however, needs a special mention. It's excellent. The game has a very electronic trance sound to it, and it's a very unique experience. It sounds modern, futuristic and frantic all at the same time. This is the only Ace Combat game with this type of soundtrack, so it stands out compared to the rest of the series.
Despite the shortcomings, Ace Combat 3 is not to be missed. After all, it is still worthwhile and I can easily recommend it. Another brilliant title, and probably my all-time favourite game, Gran Turismo 2 takes driving games to a new standard. I have so much to say about this incredible game, but for the purposes of this video, I will restrain myself and talk about it briefly instead. We shall be focused on Disc 2, which is the Gran Turismo mode. It's the main mode and the reason you will be playing Gran Turismo 2. Gran Turismo 2 is a racing simulator game where in the Gran Turismo mode you'll be winning money where you can eventually buy new cars, take place in more events, and so on. A simple concept that's backed up by offering so many cars to choose from. It's amazing how many cars are in this game, and so many can be changed and upgraded to be more competitive. There's a lot of now iconic cars in this game, and this is one reason why I keep coming back to play this wonderful game. Once you get on the road, the reason why the game is so good is clear to see. First, the graphics are top notch and everything was made with the utmost care. The detail on show and the complexity of making the cars look like their real counterparts is incredible. Everything just looks, dare I say, real? The handling is a joy too, and every car is different. For example, the Ford GT is a superb racing car, but it will punish you if you drive too lax and aren't quick enough at the wheel. The TVR Tuscan will bite your head off should you even slightly oversteer. But the BMW 740i rewards aggressive driving, and you can even pull off spectacular drifts. Oh wait, hang on, that's not right. Ah, much better. Ever wanted to see a RUF drift? No, me neither, but in this game you can, if you so desire, such a sight. By the way, check out the sound of this car. No, that's not a Nissan Skyline. You are looking at the TVR Speed 12, a car so fast and furious it was never released to the public. Still, what a car! Speaking of sound, the cars are recorded from the real cars. Well, mostly anyway, and they sound pretty accurate to me. A lot of people do criticise the series for poor vehicle sounds, but I think Gran Turismo 2 gets it bang on right, and it's a joy to listen to. As for the music soundtrack, it's okay, there's some good songs here and there, but the PAL version does not have the best soundtrack. Instead, you have to listen to the North American version, or heck, even the Japanese original.
Ultimately, the bottom line, this is still my favourite game of all time, and even though there's been advancements made in the series and other racing games for that matter, I always return to the second game in the series. It's really that good. I love Gran Turismo 2 and I hope it stays that way forever. Known elsewhere as Hot Shots Golf, Everybody's Golf 2 was my first ever golf video game and still my favourite to this day. Yes, it's simple and a bit limiting in comparison to newer golf games, but perhaps that's why I like it so much. Everybody's Golf 2 allows you to select from the tournament mode and various other modes for your golfing needs such as stroke, versus and training. In the tournament mode, you pick a golfer, a season, and off you go to become the next golfing legend. The game is pretty simple. Press X once to start a swing, X again to set power, and X once more to try and hit the ball as straight as possible. But just going in straight lines is not enough. There's other elements to consider. The wind will be your biggest problem, and when you first swing, a question mark will appear. Luckily, you can throw dirt into the air to see where the wind takes it. Then you can adjust the golf clubs from drivers all the way down to putters, along with the power. Knowing when to use each club will give you the advantage. The aim is to get the golf ball into the hole at the end of each course in the fewest hits possible. Sounds easy, but don't worry, this game will make you break your controller pretty quickly. Not because of flaws or bad controls, it's more that you misjudge distances or fail to take hills, wind or curves into account. This game makes me curse more than most as I get into the experience and get mad knowing that a mistake could cost me a trophy. Also, winning unlocks new clubs and other goodies, so for me, missing out on those lovely items sucks! Graphically, the game's golf courses and camera angles steal the show. They look pretty detailed and I love seeing what scenery will appear next. I like the ball cam too. It's entertaining to see where the ball will land unless it's in a sandbank or water, which is not so fun. The character sprites are they're poor, very roughly done and lacking decent animation, thus making their movements pretty funny. At least this does not detract from the game. This is a surprise, and considering finding a good golf game is hard, maybe consider this one? It's a good time and I spent hours on it, cursing my bad luck and inability to get holes in one. EA used to do Formula 1 games, and F1 2000 was probably their best one too. Formula 1 back then used to be exciting, frenetic, and fast. I mean, really fast. It's no surprise then that my dad bought this for me back 20 years ago. Thanks, Dad. F1 2000 allows you to relive the Formula 1 2000 season and have a crack at being the world champion, if you want. For me, I just did a bunch of single races, so you can choose from all of the drivers from that season and the tracks too. Then you can decide how realistic or not you want the game to be.
Of course, I'm a racing veteran, baby, so hard difficulty and all rules and damages on, please. If you pick practice or qualify mode, you can tune up the car to your liking. For me, out and out speed is my preference, but maybe you might want a balanced set or one designed for grip. Either way, it's up to you, young Padawan. Oh, sorry, wrong game. The racing is pretty fun, the speed is sweet, the car sound and sound effects are immersive enough, and if you are too careless, you will break the car, or end up as I did here. And there, the in-car camera is very neat and I love playing this game using this setting. The only major complaint about this game is the slowdown. It's so brutal at times and ruins the pacing of the game. It looks like a slideshow, and sadly when all the cars are bunched up, it gets even worse. Clearly they wanted the game to look good, so they managed to do this at the cost of a poor frame rate. This is a decent game, and if you find it cheap, I say give it a go. Well folks, we're halfway through the video, and as you can see, a lot of the games I covered have a lot of sentimental value to me, but I'm sure for you at home there's a lot of memories to be had with said games, and this is just a reminder why the year 2000 was such a great year, especially if you were in Europe like I am. But this is not the end of the story. We've still got some games to cover, and hopefully they're just as inviting and exciting to the player and you at home. With that, let's move on to the next 4 games I've got lined up just for you. Silent Bomber isn't talked about much these days, and it's a shame. The game is bloody good fun. Silent Bomber puts you in the role of Utah, a man who ended up killing many innocent people by mistake during his training and now is a soulless killing machine.
Understood, sir.
The story kicks off with the crew wanting to infiltrate Dante before the whole operation goes pear-shaped. Separated from the crew, you must battle your way through the action-packed levels. The way you attack in this game is by planting bombs on the floor or via a lock-on system and detonating the bombs. You can stack them for a more powerful bomb, or you can use one of the special bombs, such as napalm, to really turn up the heat. The levels are simple and are mostly linear in nature, although going off the path slightly may yield in goodies such as E-unit chips that increase how many bombs you can plant, up to 8 maximum, which is epic. The gameplay is quick and precise with excellent controls to boot, and so much chaos going on, your skills will be tested all throughout the game. The game's best aspect is definitely blowing things up. It is very satisfying and sounds great too. There's never a dull moment here, that's for sure. The game isn't perfect and it's a bit rough in some departments, but trust me on this, you need this game. I hope this short review will convince you, and if not, just look at it. Look at the epic bosses you have to face. Look at the pretty good graphics. Listen to the terrible voice acting.
Me immediately.
Now look here! We had our hands full shaking off enemy units in a ship that's shot full of holes!
Okay, that's not a good element, but it's still funny in a silly way. Bottom line, get Silent Bomber before it's too late. Don't pass it up! This is one of my favourite racing games. Released in 2000, Tucker World Touring Cars sold well over 400,000 copies in Europe alone, and it's a top tier game. The game is pretty simple. Compete in the celebrated Touring Cars racing event and try to be the best. First off, there's a lot of options here to customize. Weather, tracks, selecting the cars you want to race against, and choosing from over 40 cars is definitely no tall order. You can then customize your car settings and off you go to race. The racing action is so good in this game. The artificial intelligence will give you a run for your money. The handling of the cars is tight, heavy, yet flexible enough so that you can have the confidence to throw the cars into corners at breakneck speeds. The track designs are spot on, and believe me, using every inch of the circuit to win is a must. Also, racing incidents will crush the weaker cars, so don't end up in that situation too. Hitting at the right time will bolster your chances of winning, but a mistimed one will not. The graphics are amazing for the time. The cars here are fully detailed, have detailed interiors with a great tracking headcam view, and more importantly, the damage engine is incredible. It reacts differently to every bump, and the amount of damage each car can sustain is just brilliant. Without doubt, the best damage engine on the PlayStation. Overall, what a game. There's more than enough on offer to keep players coming back, and you will never get bored. Well done to Codemasters, who were on top form in 2000. Guilty Gear might seem like a bit of a strange inclusion. It came out first in 1998 for the Japanese and North American markets, but it was not released here in Europe until 2000. Despite this, I will count it here. Guilty Gear is a 2D fighting game, and a fantastic one at that. It's one of those special games that keep you coming back for more. Where do I start? There's not many modes here, just normal, training and versus modes. Yes, only 3. Reminds me of Tekken, except the training part. You can choose from 10 characters, and my favourites are Soul Bad Guy, Milia Rage, and Chip. Chip is great because he is super fast, and I love starting my combos with kicks. Milia is awesome. She is very agile, great in the air, and has the best spam move. Soul Bad Guy is overpowered as heck and can pretty much blow anybody away. Every character has something unique about them, and all will take time to master properly. However, some characters are not great, and the game does feel very unbalanced, especially towards the later stages when the artificial intelligence will start kicking your backside often. They will use the fatality move, as I call it, far too often. The problem with this move is, if it successfully lands, the match ends immediately. The amount of times when the artificial intelligence pulls it off when I'm clearly about to win always rattles me up. Also, I can barely get it to work, but the computer gets it to work no problem. It makes the later matches a chore to get through, as you are always vulnerable. Fortunately, the game makes up for this blunder. The sound and music are just fan-bleeding-tastic, the sound effects have a great punch, and every hit sounds like it actually hurts. It's pretty clear a lot of effort went into this department. I just love hearing the clashing of kicks and punches, the bassiness of the more powerful hits, and the when the announcer starts a fight. Throw in one of the best rock metal soundtracks ever conceived in a video game, and now I understand why I'm always feeling an adrenaline rush in this game. It's fantastic, and not many video games leave me as satisfied as Guilty Gear does. What a brilliant soundtrack indeed, easily ranks up there with the best of them. Also, listen to that screaming guitar. It's just so bloody awesome. Guilty Gear is not an easy ride, and you will lose many times over. If you can look past the somewhat dated visuals and the unfair difficulty spike and unbalanced characters, this is worth owning, and trust me, you will love it. The final game we will look at in this episode is Vagrant Story. This is an action RPG game made by Square, the same people behind Final Fantasy. Usually I do not like or care for RPG games. The only ones I like are the Pokemon games and Final Fantasy X on the PlayStation 2. The rest I can just never get into. However, this game is magnificent, and I do mean it. I've only played 2 to 3 hours so far, but I'm hooked on this. I mean, the intro cutscene was absolutely incredible. Amazing visuals, fan-bleeding good music that left me speechless. Then, when we start the game, the great music continues. The story is pretty interesting too. There's no voice acting, but the written dialogue contains what I assume is hints of Shakespearean writing, and it works to add personality and seriousness to the story. Now, I don't have a firm idea of what's going on yet. I won't go too deep into the story, at least not in this video. But the first 10 minutes allows you to get to grips with the basic combat and movement. The whole world is in 3D and you can freely move around. Each room has an entry and exit point, and going from A to B is usually simple. Watch out for enemies, traps and bats. Yikes. As for combat, you press a button to get your weapon out, then hit the same button to commence an attack. You can choose which body part to strike. Depending on what you strike, there'll be a percentage in terms of what you can hit and then how much damage will be taken at the enemy, along with the chance of it hitting in the first place. At first, there's not much to this, but later on you will gain the ability to chain combos, put up your defense, and more. Don't get me started on the item management and magic on offer too. When I saw the menu, I was instantly overwhelmed by what I saw. Definitely a Square RPG in nature. Mind you, I was happy because the game sucked me in. The graphics, sound and presentation are all wonderful. You can just tell the people behind this love their job, and every facet of this game's design shows through. It's a thorough job, and I hate to think how long this all took to put together. However, all that I just said pales in comparison to the person who most definitely had the most fun behind this game. It was the composer of the soundtrack, Hitoshi Sakimoto. This really is quite a soundtrack. The man once stated this was his favourite soundtrack to work on, and no wonder. Every second of this soundtrack is wonderful, and the build-up and payoff on each music track is so precise, it's like cutting bread, only with a butcher knife. This is a soundtrack that demands your attention, and well, the first 10 minutes alone demonstrate how brilliant the composer was. Actually, this might be the best 10 minutes in any game period. It's actually incredible. Alright, I could go on and on and on, but allow me to say this to sum this game up. Just buy it, please! Well, that was quite exhausting, folks, but there you are, 9 games from the year 2000 released on the PlayStation 1. As you saw, the games are very interesting indeed. A lot of them sold really well in this country, and they have a lot of memories for me. Some of the games I looked into were games that I didn't grow up with, but I've got to play recently, and the experience was incredible. I'm sure you guys at home will be saying, oh, what about the A's and the B's and the C's? I should explain. Most of the games I covered were games that I absolutely loved, or ones that I found recently that just so happened to be from the year 2000. I know I missed out Spyro, Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 2, Crash Bash, Final Fantasy 9, but these are games I could cover one day in the sequel to this video. But saying that, folks, this is where you come in. What kind of games do you think I should cover that were released in 2000 for the PS1? Leave your suggestions in the comments below, because I'm genuinely interested in knowing exactly what kind of games you guys think I should look into if I ever do this topic again.
Until then folks, thank you for watching this video, and I will see you in my next video. Oh, and Happy New Year and Happy 2020. Hopefully this year will be exciting, fulfilling and full of ambition. Not to mention I'll be making sure to upload as much as possible. Until then folks, I will see you next time.
Music. It's something we take for granted, and yet we practically hear it everywhere. It's not just chart music either. There's radio jingles, intros, background music, short jingles, TV and movie soundtracks, and so much more. Even computers and mobile phones have a short music cue when they open up and turn on. The point is, music not only occupies much of our livelihoods, but depending on what we listen to and how we respond to it, music can change the way we think and behave in day-to-day life.
As for me folks, well, I'm somebody who loves 1970s, 1980s and mostly 1990s music. So for example, I love stuff from these couple of artists I have here for you. I love Jamiroquai, I love Bjork. Bjork is one of my favourite artists at the moment. I especially love Kate Bush, huge fan of Kate Bush, and Dusty Springfield. I mean, that's just the tip of the iceberg. Now, to be fair, most of these soundtracks I have here are compilation albums. You know, albums where they get all kinds of songs and artists from different genres and different decades and stuff them all into one package on usually multiple discs. But for me, I've got a few artists like those and I love them. Here's the thing though. Video game soundtracks are legit and I love them. And a good video game soundtrack, I believe, can be better than what you get here from the mainstream market. I mean, look at this for example. I've got a vinyl of Persona 4 Arena, and as you can see, it's it's pretty interesting, isn't it? Look at that for vinyl, jeez. But that's just one example. But in today's video, I'm going to show you some of my favourite soundtracks that I've listened to recently. So get on your favourite pair of headphones, in my case the AKG K702, and let's listen.
Ace Combat Shattered Skies was the second of 3 Ace Combat games for the PlayStation 2. Actually, this game makes history for the channel because this is the first PlayStation 2 game I've ever talked about.
They've even got bombers. They want to destroy the base itself.
For those of you who saw my last video, I spoke about Ace Combat 3, which was an arcade-style flight simulator game. I praised that game for having a great soundtrack, and Ace Combat Shattered Skies takes it to the next level. The game goes for an orchestral soundtrack, and this always excites me because a really good one can make a big difference. Ace Combat 5 really nails the music. It sounds superb. From the very beginning, the ambient background music was already catching my attention. And then, once the true game begins, the soundtrack knows how to build up the suspense and action. Once everything kicks off, the music responds, and damn, it's a beautiful experience. Suddenly, I was feeling the world at war, but the soundtrack was giving me, the good guy, the hope and power to get through every mission with confidence and a sense of grace.
We have 3 carriers. Don't let them sink even one. Archer, engaging. Edge engaging.
Kiba Kobayashi and other composers worked on the soundtrack, although he was the main man behind most of the songs. I can tell he was partly inspired by Pirates of the Caribbean in some of the music tracks. Well, I think he was.
We are under air attack! Repeat, we are under air attack! I trust you can hold the run.
My favourite song is the one that plays in the mission, Rendezvous. It starts slowly and builds up, and once you are in distance of your enemies, it explodes into life, and so does the mission.
Hey, come on! We need some air support here!
I couldn't stop smiling playing this game. I knew that I was in the capable hands of Namco, who always did their best in making the player feel part of their worlds, and this one with its beautifully composed soundtrack makes me really appreciate what went into making the game as good as it is.
The captain of the aircraft carrier Kestrel, my congratulations to all ships that managed to escape. As captain, I will now form a provisional battle fleet. The
The enemy's built a blockade with their fleet in front of us. We have to break through this and escape to safer waters. Good luck, everyone. All friendly aircraft, your support is requested.
Blaze, this is Thunderhead. Are you clear on the mission objective?
Let's jump forward to 2019 when this long-awaited game was finally released. Yes, another first for the channel, a game from more recent times which is unusual for me to cover. Anyway, after Ace Combat The Balkan War, I never got to play a new game in the series until now. As soon as I saw it on Steam, I bought it right away, brand new in 2 seconds.
Prepare to engage in 30 seconds. Wilco, here they come. Take them down.
I knew absolutely nothing about the game at all until I saw it that day and took a chance on it. My god, I was rewarded.
Get wet, wild, and do dirty, dirty things. Once you hit one of them, stick to them like glue. Don't let them out of your...
This is one of the best games of 2019 and my second favourite game of that year, behind Resident Evil 2 Remake. Anyway, let's forget about that for now. The soundtrack is why you're here and... oh my god! This isn't a soundtrack, it's a musical masterpiece.
Target destroyed.
I find this hard to believe, but the music on offer is even better. It's still an orchestral soundtrack, but it has more military themes behind it this time and incorporates more rock elements too, with a dash of electronic sounds to keep it up to date.
That convincing. Shit! The enemy just hit the control tower!
Everything I've said about the Ace Combat 5 soundtrack applies here, but the dial has been upped to 11. The music is dramatic from the start. It's powerful, full of energy, with masterful build-up, great sounding instruments, and a composer who really brought their knowledge and know-how to the table. And yes, it's the same one from Ace Combat 5, so there you go.
Air 15 got him. Soul 1, please respond. What's your status? My status?
I thought music in AAA games was considered an afterthought, but this game brings it back to the forefront with a vengeance.
I don't get it. Why isn't it opening fire? I'm scared.
I love this soundtrack. Not just on a cellular level, not just on a technical level, but on a personal level too. If you need a great video game soundtrack on the go or for a casual listen, then look no further. Let's rewind the clock and go back to 1998. Resident Evil 2 is the best game in the series, and every time I play this game I'm reminded why that is. Yes, the gameplay is dated. Yes, the horror comes across as cheesy nowadays. Yes, the voice acting is nothing great, and yes, it's a short game even with the different scenarios. But many people still talk about this game like no tomorrow, and believe me, once you play it, it's not hard to see why. It gets horror like no other game. The environments are still creepy, the characters are endearing and likeable, I love the pacing of the game, and although the puzzles are easy, I felt most were better integrated into the game aside from a few questionable choices. Anyway, let's discuss the soundtrack. After 20 years, I can safely tell you, the viewer, that this is the best horror soundtrack ever made.
It's extremely creepy sounding without being cheesy, and every song works to engross you into the chaos that is surrounding Raccoon City. I love the quieter songs especially. Their eerie low-tone sound keeps you guessing with what could occur next, and it's very unsettling. I never once felt bored or annoyed at the soundtrack, and its pacing is very good, never overstaying its welcome. In fact, there's a few areas where no music plays at all, making you somewhat confused with the environment around you, as there's nothing to give you a sense of what's to come. When the music does return, its powerful impact is felt, and because it usually follows something unsettling afterwards, the music becomes more memorable. An example would be the first time the player enters the RPD. The swooping camera of the interior, looking in great condition compared to the outside world, gives the player a sense of safety and comfort, but the music cue still sounds creepy, and of course, in reality, nowhere is safe. Aside from the famous save game music, that sound alone makes you feel good after all of the hell you've had to endure. Ultimately, Resident Evil 2 just seems to age like fine wine, and the soundtrack is just the pinnacle of that statement. I love this game, and the soundtrack is so good, Capcom will let you have it play in the remake, for a small fee, of course.
Sorry about that. When I saw the uniform, I thought you were another zombie.
Who are you?
Ada Wong.
And what are you doing here?
I'm looking for some guy named Ben. He's one of those reporter types, always looking for a scoop.
The dancing crave was strong in the late 1990s, and Buster Groove took advantage of that. With a soundtrack done by Avex Trax, Buster Groove thrusted itself into the front lines of battle against Dance Dance and Parappa the Rapper. Dancing and rhythm games live and breathe on their soundtracks, but also die on them if they are just god awful. Thankfully for Avex Trax, the music on offer here is amazing. Every character has a different kind of dancing style, and the music accompanies that by playing fitting music. This gives every stage a unique feel, and of course affects how fast or slow the game will be. The music is infectious, catchy as well, with mostly simple yet pleasing lyrics, great use of drums, and a sense of personality about each song. You do lose yourself just listening to the songs, especially when the dancing frenzy starts getting overly flashy. I really love Heat's theme song though. It was the first song I ever heard when I played this game in a 2003 demo disc, and holy shit, it has everything! Amazing rapping verses, great background singers, a catchy riff, and it's high octane, like a kid trying to be cool, only done in a more tasteful manner. No wonder this game is still talked about many years later. The soundtrack was really something to be excited about, and it still stands out many years later. Yes, there are many dancing games with great soundtracks, but Buster Grooves will always be the one that stays in my mind forever.
here is Guilty Gear for the PlayStation. Yes, in my last video I spoke about this game, but now let's talk about the soundtrack. Guilty Gear is a 2D fighting game, and as you can see, it has anime roots. I mean, it would, that makes it cool already. Anyway, nonsense aside, this is a great if difficult fighting game, and one which will require patience and skill from you. Good thing then that the heavy metal soundtrack is legendarily good. Honestly, all of it is quite frankly the best of its kind here. Every song has an urgency about it which makes every fight epic and exciting. Even the softer songs and ones that don't explode immediately with heavy metal thrashing and guitar solos make you feel as if a huge fight is about to transpire. It's very effective, and you can tell the composers love their work. Each song leaves you feeling satisfied, especially when everything kicks off and explodes into a surge of noise and power. My favourite themes from the game? Well, they have to be the outrageous theme, Kai Kisuke's, and Justice's theme. Just listen to it. I cannot tell you how much fun I had beating her to this wonderful piece of musical mastery. If you tell me you don't like this soundtrack, then I don't know, you are missing out, that much is for sure. I just wished there was more of it. 15 tracks of goodness sounds great, but in reality, unless you listen online, on the disc, or purchase the original soundtrack, you only hear maybe a minute and a half at best when you actually play the game. Still, you'll be in a great mindset knowing that every screen and opponent has a soundtrack to die for, and that makes Guilty Gear's debut all the more special. Well folks, we're halfway through the video. Hopefully you're loving the soundtracks on offer here. Like I said before, obviously these soundtracks are soundtracks that I've loved recently. So I've listened to them recently, or bought the games recently in question, and I've got to listen to them and I thought, wow, the soundtrack is so good, I've got to listen to it on my car or my phone or on the computer, just anywhere but the game. But the reason why I'm showing these soundtracks is because not only are they good in the game, as they should be, but they're so good you want to take them home with you. But we've still got some soundtracks left to show you, and well, let's get our headphones back on for the second half of this video. Right, here is Silent Hill 3. I love the first 3 games in this series. Konami's take on survival horror definitely has a more psychological horror approach instead of the jump scares and sudden terror found in most horror games and movies. This means the game world and music has to accompany such a design choice. I'm aware that most people, myself included, think that the second game in the series is the best one, and it is. Silent Hill 3 is still great, and the dark, creepy music reflect that.
I love how the music makes me feel nervous and uneasy with even the most basic of enemies. To 1 minute go from a normal life to sheer terror in moments is a blast. I recommend you use headphones because that is where the game shines. Although there isn't usually out and out music playing, the use of ambient and soft background music plays with your mind. It's very unusual and quite disturbing to listen to. At times it comes across as unpleasant noise, but that's the point. You are thrusted into a very gruesome unknown world and the music reflects this perfectly. I was just scared listening to the sounds, never mind playing the game. I haven't got too far yet, but I'm loving what I've experienced so far and I cannot wait for more. This is definitely a well executed soundtrack for sure, and I cannot wait to see what else is in store for me.
Transcending history and the world, a tale of soul and swords, eternally retold.
Now, here is Soul Blade. Originally an arcade game called Soul Edge, Soul Blade took the world by storm. It was a bestseller here in the UK and achieved platinum sales as well. Anyhow, the soundtrack is just stunning, simply one of the best, and I shall explain why. Anyhow, the soundtrack is just stunning, simply one of the best, and I shall explain why. The intro cutscene has one of the most satisfying opening songs ever. It rocks and it's just damn catchy. It's a very iconic song, that's for sure. Then, there's actually 3 different types of soundtrack on offer. First is the original soundtrack. Going for a Japanese classical type sound, the music fits the medieval tone the series was going for, and it's very well made. I love Huang's theme most here, but truth be told, I really like every song. All done with a smattering of personality too, just how it should be. Next is the arranged version. It's the same as the original, only done in CD format so that it sounds better.
The grueling battle ended with the victory.
To be honest, it's not as good. I mean, it's good, obviously, and you will enjoy it, but the soundtrack to me loses some of the charm of the arcade original, and not all of the improvements here really do much for me. It comes across as an afterthought instead of something worthwhile. I do like Rock's theme in this mode, and there are some interesting changes to the instruments used, but otherwise it's nothing special to me.
Battle 3, fight!
However, the Khan Super Session exclusive to the PS1 version is amazing. Truly stunning. Every song is redone, remade, and all of it sounds class.
Out of the ring.
The soul and passion for the soundtrack is oozed out in droves. Every song is catchy, emotional, action-packed, and much longer too. Roughly 3 minutes in length or so. It stops the music from looping too much during longer fights, which is handy. I never even knew this existed until roughly 2018 or so. I was just going through the BGM options when I saw it. I thought, wait, what's that? Well, better late than never, right? Soul Blade's soundtrack is incredible from top to bottom. I've always preferred the Soul series soundtrack as opposed to the Tekken series, even though that series has a good soundtrack too. So, how does the up-to-date version fare? Well, there's only one choice of soundtrack, and with that, it has to be good, right? Well, the menu themes certainly seem good, and I like the calm atmosphere they provide as you look around the menu. It makes being around a pleasant experience. As for the in-game soundtrack, it's very, very good.
Ready? No way!
It's an orchestral soundtrack that does a satisfying job hyping up the action and then calming it down once a match has concluded. I love the heavenly sounds, and since the game still has a medieval vibe to it, the soundtrack does a good job making you feel at home, getting ready to fight for your cause, and then bring down shame on those who dare to challenge you. The only thing I did not like is how often the music is drowned out by extremely loud sound effects. It makes enjoying the battle music a bit challenging at times. Of course you could play with the volume sliders, but I couldn't be bothered when I feel the soundband should be good from the start. Anyway, Soul Calibur 6 is a true return to a great game series that was stuck in a rut for far too long.
Victory will not.
The soundtrack does a good job with hooking you in and keeping you around for the Philharmonic experience. Music this good does not deserve to be missed out on, after all.
Now, the noble wolves carve their souls into their swords.
I'm sorry, but I can't back down. Very well. A battle it shall be.
Battle 1. Fight!
Ready? No way! Oh.
I know, and yes, I did indeed talk about this game in my last video, but seriously, the more I thought about it, the better the soundtrack became to me. For the PS1, I cannot think of a better soundtrack, and considering this is an action RPG game, that's saying a lot for me. The game literally explodes into life from the get-go. The intro soundtrack is one of the best I've ever heard. It's brief and simple, but it's an indicator of what's to come next. The game then starts, and for the next 10 to 15 minutes, the soundtrack never stops playing. It flows seamlessly without a sweat, changing the mood and tone with every new scene. It's like a movie soundtrack and done with expert poise and precision. The orchestral soundtrack here is top class, and every song plays with your emotions on a personal level. There seems to be no limit with how much greatness the soundtrack goes for, from the 10-minute opening to the epic boss battle music and to the more dramatic moment in the game. All of it is wonderfully and tastefully done. Hitoshi Sakamoto did the soundtrack, and it was a departure for him. He was well known for doing mainly cheerful tunes, but here the dark and depressing soundtrack was a turning point, and he absolutely enjoyed every second of it. He once said Vagrant Story was his favourite soundtrack to work on, and it certainly shows here. He put his all into making this soundtrack, and the payoff is felt in every song. This is one of the best soundtracks on the PlayStation, and the fact that I took a chance on it makes me feel special inside. I was rewarded with a great game, a wonderful soundtrack to boot, and an experience I soon won't forget. Now we've seen and listened to many great soundtracks in this video, but for me there's only one game that has the soundtrack to outdo all contenders for best soundtrack. Outlaws. Outlaws is a forgotten PC first-person shooter game made and released by LucasArts in 1997. I had it as a child and loved it. However, more than 20 years later, I finally got to play it again, and oh my word, this soundtrack is quite possibly the finest soundtrack I've ever heard. Hearing it, you can just tell it wasn't conjured up from a corporation think tank. It's clearly been crafted and made by a real musical enthusiast. The game is set in the Wild West, and clearly the Clint Eastwood films were a big inspiration for the composer, but they just sound so right, giving the soundtrack a quality that only the best movies can boast about. And the last time I heard a soundtrack this good, I think I was watching a 1980s movie. Then there's the actual instruments they use, they just sound so good. It's truly a gift from the gods of music. Seriously, I cannot think of a soundtrack that's left me so satisfied, so happy and inspired every time I listen to it.
Had enough yet?
This is my benchmark for great soundtracks because what we have here is simply the best. All of the music is long, involved, expertly paced and keeps you on your toes from start to finish. Some of it would actually sound at home in a horror film, I swear. The music has such a powerful impact on what's going on around you, and it keeps you guessing but can inspire confidence when you truly need it. Did I mention all of the songs are full of emotion, soul and passion? Because they are. I never get tired of the soundtrack. I just never want it to stop. I always wished there was an Outlaws 2, just so that we could have another opportunity to hear more of Clint Bajarkian's work. If Clint is watching this, you sir deserve an Oscar for this. This is exactly what I mean when I say most video games don't have a good soundtrack anymore. Put any video game soundtrack next to this one, and I'm sorry, their soundtracks in comparison feel as if they were created to satisfy a company's tick sheet instead of being something evolving and worthwhile. There's no passion, no soul, no creativity, and certainly no effort. Right, I think I've banged on enough about Outlaws. Bottom line, this is the best soundtrack I've ever heard, and it will take something special to beat it. Oh, sorry, whoa, pardon me. Right folks, that's the end of the video. Now hopefully you guys have enjoyed all of the soundtracks on offer today. Soundtracks are a very interesting aspect of video games because everyone's taste is different, everyone's experience is different, and everyone's unique experience will affect the way that they feel about a certain soundtrack. As I said before in the video, Outlaws is the greatest soundtrack on a video game ever made. Seriously, it really is. It's the only soundtrack where I felt inspired, loved, and had a lot of memories with the soundtrack because of course I bought the game, well, my dad bought the game all the way back in 1997. But regardless of that, Outlaws will never be beaten in my mind, and unless I find something that's so good that even the gods couldn't even listen to it without feeling insufficient, Outlaws will never be topped. But this is where you come in. There's plenty of soundtracks that I haven't listened to, and I'm sure there's some that you've listened to that you think I should give a go. So let me know in the comments below which ones you think they are and why you like them. Until next time folks, it's time to go back to listening to soundtracks. So until next time, keep listening and I'll see you soon. Now, what should I listen to next? Oh, I know. How about this? What the fuck? As you guys know, I used to collect PS1 demos for a few years during my childhood, and it helped me play more games while I waited to get the full versions of games that I enjoyed playing. Of course, they doubled as a nice time waster too. After all, a child is never satisfied with just a few games. As you know folks, I have a ton of PlayStation demo discs and I absolutely love them. I collected them from 2001 to 2003 and I've still got a ton more to talk about. But how many PS2 demos do you think I have right now? Well, you're wrong. This is how many. Yeah, I know, compared to my PS1 demo discs, it's nowhere near as substantial. But why is that? Why have I got so few PS2 demo discs compared to the PS1 demo disc that I have? Well, the thing was, back in that time, PS2 demo discs were out at the same time as PS1 demo discs, and unfortunately, I couldn't have both at the same time because both magazines that contained the demo discs would cost around about £5 or £6 maybe, and because of that, my dad would not let me have both at the same time. I was seen as too greedy if I tried to do such a thing, so I could only pick one or the other. And most of the time I'd only pick the PS1 demo disc because I knew at that time a lot of them had a lot more games on them than the PS2 demo discs. So a lot of the time, well, I skipped PS2 in favour of PS1. Anyway folks, regardless of all that, let's have a look at the final demo disc that I bought for the PlayStation 2 and see if it was worth it all those years ago. Before we start, here's a quick look at what the intro and menu screens looked like on these later PlayStation 2 demo discs. Yes, very nice indeed, and much more detailed compared to the PS1 counterparts. Anyway, let's get stuck in. One of the newer games on this demo disc is Asterix at the Olympic Games. I know very little about this game since I only played it once, briefly. Yeah, I wasn't too impressed back then, so let's see what I think of it in 2020. The game starts with one of the most bizarre cutscenes I've ever seen. There's a mixture of graphics with a cutout of a character.
Sorry, that's better. Right.
A realistic character popping in from out of nowhere through a portal. Okay, what the hell is going on? Okay, whatever, I don't care. Anyway, you have to open up this gate by extinguishing 3 lit torches, and sadly within an 8-minute time limit, that won't be happening.
Path through the Olympic village that leads there. But to access it, you have to open the huge gate.
You go around doing these mini-games trying to figure out what to do next, or in my case, be bored. One mini-game involves you punching enemies of different colour to the rhythm of a song, or another saw me push boxes in the right position.
Could you help me push?
You can switch between Asterix and his friend Obelix at any time, but other than a few instances, I just stuck with Asterix. The graphics do look pretty good. I like the cartoony look to the game, and both the level of detail and animations are very solid. A lot of effort clearly went into this department, and it's good to see good PS2 support in 2007. The voice acting is okay, nothing amazing, but gets the job done.
Great Caesar, ow! Sorry, that's better.
To be brutally honest, the game just bored me and I lost interest in it. The game does not seem that bad in all honesty, and I wouldn't get it unless it was 50p or something like that. Okay, I'm just being harsh, but seriously for me, this game's I can take it or leave it.
Could you help me push straight, Asterix? I'm afraid I'll break something.
My god, I remember when SingStar used to be the fad back in 2007. All those adverts about it being the next big thing in music video games. so glad that it went away, never to be heard from again. Still, I guess if you needed something to look foolish with, then this game was for you. Of course, you needed to buy a USB microphone for the PlayStation 2 to have the opportunity to look silly, play the game. Sadly, I don't have one, and thus I couldn't play this magnificent piece of cheese. Wait, did I say magnificent? Sorry, I meant horrific piece of cheese. So glad I never bought into the hype back then. I just never understood the appeal. If you love karaoke, get a karaoke set. Anyway, moving on.
One, two. I got my head shaved by a jumbo jet. It wasn't easy, but nothing is. No. When I feel heavy metal.
Oh Crash. Oh how you was a treasured game mascot too. Well, what happened to you? If you told me in 2008 that Crash would return to greatness in 2017, I would have laughed. Anyway, Crash of the Titans is a platforming game where Crash can punch, do a powerful kick, and take control of various creatures throughout the level. The game makes a very familiar sound when you pick up items. If you think you know the sound, you do. It's the same sound when characters pick up coins in The Simpsons Hit and Run. Anyway, I can't seem to spin in this game. Why take out Crash's iconic move? In fact, why make this game? To be fair, the graphics are very good in this game. Detailed, crisp and full of vibrant colours, as well as great animation, Crash at least is pleasant to look at and a genuine surprise. I even had some fun killing these things with the powerful creatures I took control of. The game will end roughly 10 minutes into it, and to be honest, nothing about it makes me want to pick it up. Again, the game isn't awful, but to me, it's not Crash Bandicoot and it's not good enough to be worth a damn, as it's too safe, too easy and too bland. The LEGO Star Wars franchise has always been a fun take on the Star Wars license, and this game is pretty fun. You play a mission in Episode 4, A New Hope, one of the best Star Wars films easily. I love how the characters talk, or rather make noises at each other when they try to talk to one another. It's very cute, I guess. It's certainly full of personality, and I love it. Once you are allowed to control the game, you have a party full of characters and you can switch to another by pressing triangle next to them. With you, there's Obi-Wan Kenobi, Luke Skywalker, R2-D2, and C-3PO. All of them have unique uses and abilities. Obi-Wan is the best as he has a lightsaber, force powers, and the ability to build blocks from new structures. Luke can auto-target enemies, dodge and roll, and can build structures. R2-D2 and C-3PO are supporting characters that can both unlock certain doors to allow you to proceed. These two cannot attack, so make sure the area is clear before trying to unlock anything. The game is very easy to pick up and play, thus anyone can play and enjoy the experience in no time. The controls are solid and everything falls into place. Again, this is a pick up and play type of game, so even children will get a blast out of it. It's actually a lot of fun trying to beat enemies, and even when you lose a life, you don't mind, as it's kind of funny to see everyone turn into tiny bits of Lego. The game looks good, sounds good, and the music is the John Williams composed soundtrack, so automatically it has one of the greatest soundtracks of all time, period. The only real problem is the demo is short and the camera isn't great. I couldn't see where my enemies were sometimes, and the camera refused to budge when I wanted to get a better look around my environment. Make no mistake though, LEGO Star Wars 2 is a fun game and I definitely recommend it to pretty much everyone, especially if you love LEGO. Oh, I love this game, and the demo does it justice too. In this unfinished 2005 demo, Black takes you through some of the first level, and it's pretty insane. Before that though, check out all this gun imagery. If you think this is porn for gun enthusiasts, then you would be right. Black is all about the guns and how they sound and feel to use. A huge emphasis is placed on them, and I guess the developers made them fun to use for sure. By the way, Criterion Games made this one. Yes, the people behind the Burnout games. That means expect explosions, great sound effects, and Michael Bay style visuals and gameplay, which works here because it's fun to blow things up. The gameplay is solid, if a bit slow here. I mean, look, if you want super fast first-person shooter gunplay, then play Call of Duty. But if you want a technical masterclass, then this is for you. The main draw of this game is the destructible environments. So much of the map can be blown up and destroyed, it's actually amazing. Now admittedly, the game slows down quite a bit, but considering what is happening on screen, this is not that bad to be frank. Plus the guns all feel amazing to use, and killing enemies in this game is pure satisfaction. Most PS2 games like this one don't even come close to being this awesome to play, in my mind. Overall, I think this demo gives a great first impression, and the full game is definitely worth playing. Right, we're halfway through the video folks, and it's been an interesting time so far. Some of the games were very good, some of them were pretty good, and some were weird and bizarre. But
that's not the end of the story. We've got a few more games to cover, so hopefully these last few games will be worthwhile to those who may be looking into buying old PS2 demo discs. Now let's get going. Lumines Plus is the PlayStation 2 port of Lumines Puzzle Fusion on the PlayStation Portable. I never knew that, and guess what? This is the first time I've ever played this. Yes, somehow my younger self never even bothered to try this, but for a Tetris clone, it's actually pretty good. Now look, if you know Tetris, I won't explain what to do, that would just be insulting. However, the game looks pretty cool, and I like how the music gets affected as the tiles build up during your play session. It makes the experience more frenetic and interesting. It's not just another puzzle game, it's something that catches your attention. Look, I'm not very good at this game, and I do feel I'd lose interest after a longer play session, but for what it's worth, the game did better than I expected. Check it out if you find it cheap. Time Splitters Future Perfect is a great game. The demo takes place in one of the missions in the full game, and well, it's a treat for any first-person shooter fan. First off, I love the presentation. The graphics have a cartoony look that works really well here. I love the animations, and the whole world feels full of life despite the emptiness on the first stage.
Hey Cortez, these friends of yours?
The stage in question has you trying to survive increasingly difficult enemies after crash landing on a planet. As Sergeant Cortez, you must lead the troops to victory without succumbing to defeat.
Miller!
You start with a weak laser pistol, but quickly get more effective weapons such as a machine gun that can overheat and a sniper rifle. Oh, and a turret gun. That part was fun. The controls are great and precise, plus killing enemies is pure satisfaction. Word of warning though, the controls are backwards, so make sure to adjust that in the options menu. Even the music is lively and adds to the situation at hand, just as a good game should.
Keep firing! Come on, Cortez! Report to the general! We can hold them here!
The demo is sadly short, so there's not much to say here, but the full game is worth it, and if you see it for a good price, pick it up.
Reinforcements are here! Hold your fire! Cortez, hold your fire!
Great work, Cortez. You showed them not to mess with this.
Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix was a great movie, but the demo here is pretty boring and mediocre. First, you'll be shown how to do the Wingardium Leviosa using both analog sticks. Great in theory, but I found it tough to pull off on a reliable basis. I kept missing the sweet spot, which made me not want to do spells. Once I did pull it off, I was surprised that I could move the objects in any direction that I wanted, even while moving.
Of course, in that moment, I felt this to be the perfect opportunity to dick about with a bench. Why not? It's the most fun you will have in this demo.
Hey!
Whoa, watch out! Harry's going nuts! Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Sorry, sir, I did not see you there. Right, now I'm starting to get the hang of this. Ah, shit, my bad. Then there's Cobblestone, which is the most boring minigame I've ever attempted to play. Once you start, you cannot exit the minigame. Trust me, I did try. Anyway, I lost, and as you play, your opponent mocks you with the same 2 or 3 lines over and over again.
Haha. Shame it went out. Haha. Shame it went out.
I'm sorry, isn't this on a DVD? You know, 4.7 gigabytes of space? The graphics are okay and get the job done, but notice the frame rate always dipping and never staying consistently smooth. Yes, not a good first impression. Unless you are a die-hard Harry Potter fan, avoid this one.
Hi, Harry.
Hi, Joe.
Well, I just thought I'd say hello. Did you have a good summer? I mean, apart from the hearing and almost being expelled.
Is that a Tornadoes badge? You don't support them, do you?
Yeah, I do. I'll see you later, Harry.
Need for Speed Carbon is the sequel to Most Wanted, and this demo gives you a chance to play in 2 events, a sprint race and a drifting event. I'm a pro at Most Wanted, so I figured this would be a fun game. It is, although not as good as Most Wanted. First, you get a cutscene that I swear was ripped off from Fast and Furious Tokyo Drift. Shameless.
Yeah. I heard you were back in town. Now I want to hear you're gone.
Then you get to pick from a couple of cars. Then you see a new feature exclusive to Carbon, customizing your cars, then pulling and pushing parts to any shape you like. This is pretty cool, and I'm sure those who love to customize cars will love this. Then, off to race. The game plays just like Most Wanted, but the controls aren't quite as sharp, the graphics look slightly worse, and the frame rate wasn't exactly steady most of the time. Still, the racing was fun, and I did enjoy it.
Left. Yeah, you got that one, man.
The drift event was annoying. The car kept going sideways when I did not want it to, and keeping a drift combo going was very frustrating. I never felt truly in control of the car, and although I did win the event, I certainly wasn't left smiling. Older Need for Speed titles did this mechanic far better than Carbon, even with the slower vehicles. Overall, this is a decent game, and I'm sure the full version is even better than this. Perhaps pick it up if you find it cheap at CX or on eBay.
Looking good, we're on track. All right, man, just keep it together.
Outrun 2006 Coast to Coast is an updated version of the legendary arcade classic from 1986. This version is very cool.
Checkpoint!
I'm not very good at the game, as you can see here, so I could not get very far. However, this is an arcade game and the objective is simple. Finish the race course before time runs out. The best way to do this is to slipstream any vehicle and don't crash. You will also have to master drifting around corners as well. I love drifting in this game. Just look at it, how epic is that? Drifting a Ferrari at 200 miles per hour clearly takes balls and bravery. Even your girlfriend in the car can be impressed. Or, in my case, actually hate me when I lose the race. It's pretty funny actually. The game looks fantastic and the Ferrari especially is well detailed. The car models definitely take the highlight of all Outrun games and this one takes the cake. The sound and music are all pleasant too and remind you of the game's arcade roots. The remixed music puts a smile on my face and has a nice tropical vibe to it. It's Sega in all of its glory. I shall definitely try and pick this up for myself the next time I see it, and I recommend you do too. It's a lot of fun, and possibly it's the best Outrun game ever made? I shall see when the time is right. Otherwise, definitely get this game. The final game on the demo disc is a great one, Metal Gear Solid 3. I have the full game and it's a very memorable one at that.
20 minutes to drop off. Commencing internal depressurization. Equipment check.
In this demo you play as Snake in the 1960s during the Cold War and your task is to find and rescue Sokolov, who is a Russian researcher. You get the usual Hideo Kojima tropes such as funny dialogue, long cutscenes, and a beautifully presented world with great characters and a complicated, if worthwhile, story. The gameplay is stealth action. Yes, going in guns blazing is usually not the best way to proceed, although being that I'm playing the game, to me guns blazing is the obvious answer. If you are spotted, usually you have to be out of sight before the evading stage kicks in. However, in my case, I just gunned down everyone and everything until I got to the next area. Look at Snake's arsenal though, the dude is packing heat. It's like Black, but more realistic. You are supposed to blend into the environment and paint and change your costumes accordingly for maximum effect, but again I never do this as I find it tedious. In this game, Snake has a stamina meter. This will affect how he quickly regenerates health, his aiming accuracy, among other aspects. You can refill the meter by hunting animals and eating them, but these crocs are not worth it. Overall, Metal Gear Solid 3 is a great game. You can see for yourself it's a worthwhile experience, and everyone knows how incredible this game is. Both me and my brother own this game. I own the PlayStation 2 original version and he owns it on the HD collection on the Xbox 360. You see, Metal Gear goodness for practically everyone.
Well folks, there you go. The final PS2 demo disc I ever bought, and it was a pretty good experience overall. I mean, yes, some of the games didn't quite work correctly. Metal Gear Solid 3 there froze at the worst time possible, but it was still a fun time, and I'm sure with a bit of cleaning, the PS2 demo disc would work properly. Anyway, at least now, for the first time, you got a look into what the PS2 demo discs look like, at least towards the end of their lives in Europe, and hopefully it was a fun experience that you guys will never forget. Well, I won't forget, that's for sure. But I know out there you guys have played demo discs that I've probably never played in my life, so let me know what demo discs that you liked on what system and why. Not to mention, tell me about some of the games that you played on that said demo disc. Anyway folks, until next time, I will see you in my next video. Now, let's see what else we got here. That didn't go well.